Chapter 7. Origins of these beliefs and origin of the idea of the totemic principle, or mana. The proposition established in the preceding chapter determines the terms in which the problem of the origins of totemism should be posed. Since totemism is everywhere dominated by the idea of a quasi-divine principle, immanent in certain categories of men and things, and thought of under the form of an animal or vegetable, the explanation of this religion is essentially the explanation of this belief. To arrive at this, we must seek to learn how men have been led to construct this idea and out of what materials they have constructed it. 1. It is obviously not out of the sensations which the things serving as totems are able to arouse in the mind. We have shown that these things are frequently insignificant. The lizard, the caterpillar, the rat, the ant, the frog, the turkey, the breamfish, the plum tree, the cockatoo, etc., to cite only those names which appear frequently in the lists of Australian totems, are not of a nature to produce upon men these great and strong impressions, which in a way resemble religious emotions and which impress a sacred character upon the objects they create. It is true that this is not the case with the stars and the great atmospheric phenomena, which have, on the contrary, all that is necessary to strike the imagination forcibly. But as a matter of fact, these serve only very exceptionally as totems. It is even probable that they were very slow in taking this office. So it is not the intrinsic nature of the thing whose name the clan bears that marked it out to become the object of a cult. Also, if the sentiments which it inspired were really the determining cause of the totemic rites and beliefs, it would be the preeminently sacred thing. The animals or plants employed as totems would play an eminent part in the religious life. But we know that the center of the cult is actually elsewhere. It is the figurative representations of this plant or animal and the totemic emblems and symbols of every sort, which have the greatest sanctity. So it is in them that is found the source of that religious nature, of which the real objects represented by these emblems receive only a reflection. Thus the totem is before all a symbol, a material expression of something else, but of what? From the analysis to which we have been giving our attention, it is evident that it expresses and symbolizes two different sorts of things. In the first place, it is the outward and visible form of what we have called the totemic principle, or God. But it is also the symbol of the determined society called the clan. It is its flag. It is the sign by which each clan distinguishes itself from the others, the visible mark of its personality, a mark borne by everything which is a part of the clan under any title whatsoever, men, beasts, or things. So if it is at once the symbol of the God and of the society, is that not because the God and the society are only one? How could the emblem of the group have been able to become the figure of this quasi-divinity if the group and the divinity were two distinct realities? The God of the clan, the totemic principle, can therefore be nothing else than the clan itself, personified and represented to the imagination under the visible form of the animal or vegetable which serves as totem. But how has this apotheosis been possible, and how did it happen to take place in this fashion? 2. In a general way, it is unquestionable that a society has all that is necessary to arouse the sensation of the divine in minds, merely by the power that it has over them. For to its members, it is what a god is to his worshippers. In fact, a god is, first of all, a being whom men think of as superior to themselves, and upon whom they feel that they depend. Whether it be a conscious personality, such as Zeus or Jahve, or merely abstract forces such as those in play in totemism, the worshipper, in the one case as in the other, believes himself held to certain manners of acting which are imposed upon him by the nature of the sacred principle with which he feels that he is in communion. Now society also gives us the sensation of a perpetual dependence. Since it has a nature which is peculiar to itself and different from our individual nature, it pursues ends which are likewise special to it. But as it cannot attain them except through our intermediacy, it imperiously demands our aid. It requires that, forgetful of our own interests, we make ourselves its servitors, and it submits us to every sort of inconvenience, privation, and sacrifice, without which social life would be impossible. It is because of this that at every instant we are obliged to submit ourselves to rules of conduct and of thought which we have neither made nor desired. and which are sometimes even contrary to our most fundamental inclinations and instincts. Even if society were unable to obtain these concessions and sacrifices from us, except by a material constraint, it might awaken in us only the idea of a physical force to which we must give way of necessity, instead of that of a moral power such as religions adore. But as a matter of fact, the empire which it holds over consciences is due much less to the physical supremacy of which it has the privilege than to the moral authority with which it is invested. If we yield to its orders, it is not merely because it is strong enough to triumph over our resistance. It is primarily because it is the object of a venerable respect. We say that an object, whether individual or collective, inspires respect when the representation expressing it in the mind is gifted with such a force that it automatically causes or inhibits actions, without regard for any consideration relative to their useful or injurious effects. When we obey somebody because of the moral authority which we recognize in him, we follow out his opinions, not because they seem wise, but because a certain sort of physical energy is immanent in the idea that we form of this person, which conquers our will and inclines it in the indicated direction. Respect is the emotion which we experience when we feel this interior and wholly spiritual pressure operating upon us. Then we are not determined by the advantages or inconveniences of the attitude which is prescribed or recommended to us. It is by the way in which we represent to ourselves the person recommending or prescribing it. This is why commands generally take a short, peremptory form, leaving no place for hesitation. It is because, in so far as it is a command and goes by its own force, it excludes all idea of deliberation or calculation. It gets its efficacy from the intensity of the mental state in which it is placed. It is this intensity which creates what is called a moral ascendancy. Now the ways of action to which society is strongly enough attached to impose them upon its members are, by that very fact, marked with a distinctive sign provocative of respect. Since they are elaborated in common, the vigor with which they have been thought of by each particular mind is retained in all the other minds, and reciprocally. The representations which express them within each of us have an intensity which no purely private states of consciousness could ever attain, for they have the strength of the innumerable individual representations which have served to form each of them. It is society who speaks through the mouths of those who affirm them in our presence. It is society whom we hear in hearing them, and the voice of all has an accent which that of one alone could never have. The very violence with which society reacts, by way of blame or material suppression, against every attempted dissidence, contributes to strengthening its empire by manifesting the common conviction through this burst of ardor. In a word, when something is the object of such a state of opinion, the representation which each individual has of it gains a power of action from its origins and the conditions in which it was born, which even those feel who do not submit themselves to it. It tends to repel the representations which contradict it, and it keeps them at a distance. On the other hand, it commands those acts which will realize it, and it does so, not by a material coercion or by the perspective of something of this sort, but by the simple radiation of the mental energy which it contains. It has an efficacy coming solely from its psychical properties, and it is by just this sign that moral authority is recognized. So opinion, primarily a social thing, is a source of authority, and it might even be asked whether all authority is not the daughter of opinion. It may be objected that science is often the antagonist of opinion, whose errors it combats and rectifies. But it cannot succeed in this task if it does not have sufficient authority, and it can obtain this authority only from opinion itself. If a people did not have faith in science, all the scientific demonstrations in the world would be without any influence whatsoever over their minds. Even today, if science happened to resist a very strong current of public opinion, it would risk losing its credit there. Since it is in spiritual ways that social pressure exercises itself, it could not fail to give men the idea that outside themselves there exist one or several powers, both moral and, at the same time, efficacious, upon which they depend. They must think of these powers, at least in part, as outside themselves, for these address them in a tone of command and sometimes even order them to do violence to their most natural inclinations. It is undoubtedly true that if they were able to see that these influences, which they feel emanate from society, then the mythological system of interpretations would never be born. But social action follows ways that are too circuitous and obscure, and employs psychical mechanisms that are too complex to allow the ordinary observer to see whence it comes. As long as scientific analysis does not come to teach it to them, men know well that they are acted upon, but they do not know by whom. So they must invent by themselves the idea of these powers with which they feel themselves in connection. And from that, we are able to catch a glimpse of the way by which they were led to represent them under forms that are really foreign to their nature, and to transfigure them by thought. But a god is not merely an authority upon whom we depend, it is a force upon which our strength relies. The man who has obeyed his god and who, for this reason, believes the god is with him, approaches the world with confidence and with the feeling of an increased energy. Likewise, social action does not confine itself to demanding sacrifices, privations, and efforts from us. For the collective force is not entirely outside of us, it does not act upon us wholly from without. But rather, since society cannot exist except in and through individual consciousnesses, this force must also penetrate us and organize itself within us. It thus becomes an integral part of our being, and by that very fact this is elevated and magnified. There are occasions when this strengthening and vivifying action of society is especially apparent. In the midst of an assembly animated by a common passion, we become susceptible of acts and sentiments of which we are incapable when reduced to our own forces. And when the assembly is dissolved, and when, finding ourselves alone again, we fall back to our ordinary level, we are then able to measure the height to which we have been raised above ourselves. History abounds in examples of this sort. It is enough to think of the night of the 4th of August, 1789, when an assembly was suddenly led to an act of sacrifice and abnegation, which each of its members had refused the day before, and at which they were all surprised the day after. This is why all parties, political, economic, or confessional, are careful to have periodical reunions where their members may revivify their common faith by manifesting it in common. To strengthen those sentiments which, if left to themselves, would soon weaken, it is sufficient to bring those who hold them together and to put them into closer and more active relations with one another. This is the explanation of the particular attitude of a man speaking to a crowd, at least if he has succeeded in entering into communion with it. His language has a grandiloquence that would be ridiculous in ordinary circumstances. His gestures show assert domination. His very thought is impatient of all rules and easily falls into all sorts of excesses. It is because he feels within him an abnormal oversupply of force which overflows and tries to burst out from him. Sometimes he even has the feeling that he is dominated by a moral force which is greater than he and of which he is only the interpreter. It is by this trait that we are able to recognize what has often been called the demon of oratorical inspiration. Now this exceptional increase of force is something very real. It comes to him from the very group which he addresses. The sentiments provoked by his words come back to him, but enlarged and amplified, and to this degree they strengthen his own sentiment. The passionate energies he arouses re-echo within him and quicken his vital tone. It is no longer a simple individual who speaks. It is a group incarnate and personified. Beside these passing and intermittent states, there are other more durable ones, where this strengthening influence of society makes itself felt with greater consequences, and frequently even with greater brilliancy. There are periods in history when, under the influence of some great collective shock, social interactions have become much more frequent and active. Men look for each other and assemble together more than ever. That general effervescence results which is characteristic of revolutionary or creative epochs. Now this greater activity results in a general stimulation of individual forces. Men see more and differently now than in normal times. Changes are not merely of shades and degrees, men become different. The passions moving them are of such an intensity that they cannot be satisfied except by violent and unrestrained actions, actions of superhuman heroism or of bloody barbarism. This is what explains the Crusades, for example, or many of the scenes, either sublime or savage, of the French Revolution. Under the influence of the general exaltation, we see the most mediocre and inoffensive bourgeois become either a hero or a butcher. And so clearly are all these mental processes the ones that are also at the root of religion, that the individuals themselves have often pictured the pressure before which they thus gave way in a distinctly religious form. The Crusaders believed that they felt God present in the midst of them, and joining them to go to the conquest of the Holy Land. Joan of Arc believed that she obeyed celestial voices. But it is not only in exceptional circumstances that this stimulating action of society makes itself felt. There is not, so to speak, a moment in our lives when some current of energy does not come to us from without. The man who has done his duty finds, in the manifestations of every sort expressing the sympathy, esteem, or affection which his fellows have for him, a feeling of comfort, of which he does not ordinarily take account, but which sustains him, none the less. The sentiments which society has for him raise the sentiments which he has for himself. Because he is in moral harmony with his comrades, he has more confidence, courage, and boldness in action, just like the believer who thinks that he feels the regard of his God turned graciously towards him. It thus produces, as it were, a perpetual sustenance for our moral nature. Since this varies with a multitude of external circumstances, as our relations with the groups about us are more or less active, and as these groups themselves vary, we cannot fail to feel that this moral support depends upon an external cause, but we do not perceive where this cause is nor what it is. So we ordinarily think of it under the form of a moral power, which, though immanent in us, represents within us something not ourselves. This is the moral conscience, of which, by the way, men have never made even a slightly distinct representation except by the aid of religious symbols. In addition to these free forces, which are constantly coming to renew our own, there are others which are fixed in the methods and traditions which we employ. We speak a language that we did not make. We use instruments that we did not invent. We invoke rights that we did not found. A treasury of knowledge is transmitted to each generation that it did not gather itself. Etc. It is to society that we owe these varied benefits of civilization, and if we do not ordinarily see the source from which we get them, we at least know that they are not our own work. Now it is these things that give man his own place among things. A man is a man only because he is civilized. So he could not escape the feeling that outside of him, there are active causes from which he gets the characteristic attributes of his nature, and which, as benevolent powers, assist him, protect him, and assure him of a privileged fate. And of course he must attribute to these powers a dignity corresponding to the great value of the good things he attributes to them. Thus the environment in which we live seems to us to be peopled with forces that are at once imperious and helpful, august and gracious, and with which we have relations. Since they exercise over us a pressure of which we are conscious, we are forced to localize them outside ourselves, just as we do for the objective causes of our sensations. But the sentiments which they inspire in us differ in nature from those which we have for simple visible objects. As long as these latter are reduced to their empirical characteristics as shown in ordinary experience, and as long as the religious imagination has not metamorphosed them, we entertain for them no feeling which resembles respect, and they contain within them nothing that is able to raise us outside ourselves. Therefore, the representations which express them appear to us to be very different from those aroused in us by collective influences. The two form two distinct and separate mental states in our consciousness, just as do the two forms of life to which they correspond. Consequently, we get the impression that we are in relations with two distinct sorts of reality, and that a sharply drawn line of demarcation separates them from each other. On the one hand is the world of profane things, on the other, that of sacred things. Also, in the present day just as much as in the past, we see society constantly creating sacred things out of ordinary ones. If it happens to fall in love with a man, and if it thinks it has found in him the principal aspirations that move it, as well as the means of satisfying them, this man will be raised above the others, and, as it were, deified. Opinion will invest him with a majesty exactly analogous to that protecting the gods. This is what has happened to so many sovereigns in whom their age had faith. If they were not made gods, they were at least regarded as direct representatives of the deity. And the fact that it is society alone, which is the author of these varieties of apotheosis, is evident since it frequently chances to consecrate men thus who have no right to it from their own merit. The simple deference, inspired by men invested with high social functions, is not different in nature from religious respect. It is expressed by the same movements. A man keeps at a distance from a high personage. He approaches him only with precautions. In conversing with him, he uses other gestures and language than those used with ordinary mortals. The sentiment felt on these occasions is so closely related to the religious sentiment that many peoples have confounded the two. In order to explain the consideration accorded to princes, nobles, and political chiefs, a sacred character has been attributed to them. In Melanesia and Polynesia, for example, it is said that an influential man has mana, and that his influence is due to this mana. However, it is evident that his situation is due solely to the importance attributed to him by public opinion. Thus, the moral power conferred by opinion and that with which sacred beings are invested are at bottom of a single origin and made up of the same elements. That is why a single word is able to designate the two. In addition to men, society also consecrates things, especially ideas. If a belief is unanimously shared by a people, then, for the reason which we pointed out above, it is forbidden to touch it, that is to say, to deny it or to contest it. Now the prohibition of criticism is an interdiction like the others and proves the presence of something sacred. Even today, howsoever great may be the liberty which we accord to others, a man who should totally deny progress or ridicule the human ideal to which modern societies are attached would produce the effect of a sacrilege. There is at least one principle which those the most devoted to the free examination of everything tend to place above discussion and to regard as untouchable, that is to say, as sacred. This is the very principle of free examination. This aptitude of society for setting itself up as a god or for creating gods was never more apparent than during the first years of the French Revolution. At this time, in fact, under the influence of the general enthusiasm, things purely laical by nature were transformed by public opinion into sacred things. These were the fatherland, liberty, reason. A religion tended to become established which had its dogmas, symbols, altars, and feasts. It was to these spontaneous aspirations that the cult of reason and the supreme being attempted to give a sort of official satisfaction. It is true that this religious renovation had only an ephemeral duration, but that was because the patriotic enthusiasm which at first transported the masses soon relaxed. The cause being gone, the effect could not remain, but this experiment, though short-lived, keeps all its sociological interest. It remains true that in one determined case, we have seen society and its essential ideas become, directly and with no transfiguration of any sort, the object of a veritable cult. All these facts allow us to catch glimpses of how the clan was able to awaken within its members the idea that outside of them there exist forces which dominate them and at the same time sustain them, that is to say, in fine religious forces. It is because there is no society with which the primitive is more directly and closely connected. The bonds uniting him to the tribe are much more lax and more feebly felt. Although this is not at all strange or foreign to him, it is with the people of his own clan that he has the greatest number of things in common. It is the action of this group that he feels the most directly, so it is this also which, in preference to all others, should express itself in religious symbols. But this first explanation has been too general, for it is applicable to every sort of society indifferently, and consequently to every sort of religion. Let us attempt to determine exactly what form this collective action takes in the clan and how it arouses the sensation of sacredness there. For there is no place where it is more easily observable or more apparent in its results. 3. The life of the Australian societies passes alternately through two distinct phases. Sometimes the population is broken up into little groups who wander about independently of one another in their various occupations. Each family lives by itself, hunting and fishing, and in a word, trying to procure its indispensable food by all the means in its power. Sometimes, on the contrary, the population concentrates and gathers at determined points for a length of time varying from several days to several months. This concentration takes place when a clan or a part of the tribe is summoned to the gathering, and on this occasion they celebrate a religious ceremony or else hold what is called a corrobori in the usual ethnological language. These two phases are contrasted with each other in the sharpest way. In the first, Economic activity is the preponderating one, and it is generally of a very mediocre intensity. Gathering the grains or herbs that are necessary for food, or hunting and fishing, are not occupations to awaken very lively passions. The dispersed condition in which the society finds itself results in making its life uniform, languishing, and dull. But when a kurobori takes place, everything changes. Since the emotional and passional faculties of the primitive are only imperfectly placed under the control of his reason and will, he easily loses control of himself. Any event of some importance puts him quite outside himself. Does he receive good news? There are at once transports of enthusiasm. In the contrary conditions, he is to be seen running here and there like a madman, giving himself up to all sorts of immoderate movements, crying, shrieking, rolling in the dust, throwing it in every direction, biting himself, brandishing his arms in a furious manner, etc. The very fact of the concentration acts as an exceptionally powerful stimulant. When they are once come together, a sort of electricity is formed by their collecting, which quickly transports them to an extraordinary degree of exaltation. Every sentiment expressed finds a place without resistance in all the minds, which are very open to outside impressions. Each re-echoes the others and is re-echoed by the others. The initial impulse thus proceeds, growing as it goes, as an avalanche grows in its advance. And as such active passions, so free from all control, could not fail to burst out. On every side one sees nothing but violent gestures, cries, veritable howls, and deafening noises of every sort, which aid in intensifying still more the state of mind which they manifest. And since a collective sentiment cannot express itself collectively except on the condition of observing a certain order permitting cooperation and movements in unison, these gestures and cries naturally tend to become rhythmic and regular. Hence come songs and dances. But in taking a more regular form, they lose nothing of their natural violence. A regulated tumult remains tumult. The human voice is not sufficient for the task. It is reinforced by means of artificial processes. Boomerangs are beaten against each other, bull-roarers are whirled. It is probable that these instruments, the use of which is so general in the Australian religious ceremonies, are used primarily to express in a more adequate fashion the agitation felt. But while they express it, they also strengthen it. This effervescence often reaches such a point that it causes unheard-of actions. The passions released are of such an impetuosity that they can be restrained by nothing. They are so far removed from their ordinary conditions of life, and they are so thoroughly conscious of it, that they feel that they must set themselves outside of and above their ordinary morals. The sexes unite contrarily to the rules governing sexual relations. Men exchange wives with each other. Sometimes even incestuous unions, which in normal times are thought abominable and are severely punished, are now contracted openly and with impunity. If we add to all this that the ceremonies generally take place at night in a darkness pierced here and there by the light of fires, we can easily imagine what effect such scenes ought to produce on the minds of those who participate. They produce such a violent superexcitation of the whole physical and mental life that it cannot be supported very long. The actor taking the principal part finally falls exhausted on the ground. To illustrate and make specific this necessarily schematic picture, let us describe certain scenes taken from Spencer and Gillen. One of the most important religious ceremonies among the Warramunga is the one concerning the snake Wollongqua. It consists in a series of ceremonies lasting through several days. On the fourth day comes the following scene. According to the ceremonial used among the Warramunga, representatives of the two phratries take part, one as officiants, the other as preparers and assistants. Only the members of the Uluru phratry are qualified to celebrate the rite, but the members of the Kingili phratry must decorate the actors, make ready the place and the instruments, and play the part of an audience. In this capacity, they were charged with making a sort of mound in advance out of wet sand, upon which a design is marked with red down which represents the snake Wollongqua. The real ceremony only commenced after nightfall. Towards 10 or 11 o'clock, the Uluru and Kingili men arrived on the ground, sat down on the mound, and commenced to sing. Everyone was evidently very excited. A little later in the evening, the Uluru brought up their wives and gave them over to the Kingili, who had intercourse with them. Then, the recently initiated young men were brought in, and the whole ceremony was explained to them in detail, and until 3 o'clock in the morning singing went on without a pause. Then followed a scene of the wildest excitement. While fires were lighted on all sides, making the whiteness of the gum trees stand out sharply against the surrounding darkness, the Uluru knelt down one behind another beside the mound. Then rising from the ground they went around it, with a movement in unison, their two hands resting upon their thighs, then a little farther on they knelt down again, and so on. At the same time they swayed their bodies, now to the right and now to the left, while uttering at each movement a piercing cry, a veritable yell, "Irsh! Irsh! Irsh!" In the meantime, the Kingili, in a state of great excitement, clanged their boomerangs, and their chief was even more agitated than his companions. When the procession of the Uluru had twice gone around the mound, quitting the kneeling position, they sat down and commenced to sing again. At moments the singing died away, then suddenly took up again. When day commenced to dawn, all leaped to their feet. The fires that had gone out were relighted, and the Uluru, urged on by the Kingili, attacked the mound furiously with boomerangs, lances, and clubs. In a few minutes it was torn to pieces. The fires died away, and profound silence reigned again. A still more violent scene, at which these same observers assisted, was in connection with the fire ceremonies among the Warramunga. Commencing at nightfall, all sorts of processions, dances, and songs had taken place by torchlight. The general effervescence was constantly increasing. At a given moment, 12 assistants each took a great lighted torch in their hands, and one of them holding his like a bayonet, charged into a group of natives. Blows were warded off with clubs and spears. A general melee followed. The men leaped and pranced about, uttering savage yells all the time. The burning torches continually came crashing down on the heads and bodies of the men, scattering lighted sparks in every direction. The smoke, the blazing torches, the showers of sparks falling in all directions, and the masses of dancing, yelling men, say Spencer and Gillen, formed altogether a genuinely wild and savage scene of which it is impossible to convey any adequate idea in words. One can readily conceive how, when arrived at this state of exaltation, a man does not recognize himself any longer. Feeling himself dominated and carried away by some sort of an external power which makes him think and act differently than in normal times, he naturally has the impression of being himself no longer. It seems to him that he has become a new being. The decorations he puts on and the masks that cover his face figure materially in this interior transformation, and to a still greater extent, they aid in determining its nature. And as at the same time all his companions feel themselves transformed in the same way and express this sentiment by their cries, their gestures, and their general attitude, everything is just as though he really were transported into a special world, entirely different from the one where he ordinarily lives, and into an environment filled with exceptionally intense forces that take hold of him and metamorphose him. How could such experiences as these, especially when they are repeated every day, for weeks, fail to leave in him the conviction that there really exist two heterogeneous and mutually incomparable worlds? One is that where his daily life drags wearily along, but he cannot penetrate into the other without at once entering into relations with extraordinary powers that excite him to the point of frenzy. The first is the profane world, the second, that of sacred things. So it is in the midst of these effervescent social environments, and out of this effervescence itself, that the religious idea seems to be born. The theory that this is really its origin is confirmed by the fact that in Australia, the really religious activity is almost entirely confined to the moments when these assemblies are held. To be sure, there is no people among whom the great solemnities of the cult are not more or less periodic. But in the more advanced societies, there is not, so to speak, a day when some prayer or offering is not addressed to the gods and some ritual act is not performed. But in Australia, on the contrary, apart from the celebrations of the clan and tribe, the time is nearly all filled with lay and profane occupations. Of course, there are prohibitions that should be and are preserved even during these periods of temporal activity. It is never permissible to kill or eat freely of the totemic animal, at least in those parts where the interdiction has retained its original vigor. But almost no positive rites are then celebrated, and there are no ceremonies of any importance. These take place only in the midst of assembled groups. The religious life of the Australian passes through successive phases of complete lull and of superexcitation, and social life oscillates in the same rhythm. This puts clearly into evidence the bond uniting them to one another, but among the peoples called civilized, the relative continuity of the two blurs their relations. It might even be asked whether the violence of this contrast was not necessary to disengage the feeling of sacredness in its first form. By concentrating itself almost entirely in certain determined moments, the collective life has been able to attain its greatest intensity and efficacy, and consequently to give men a more active sentiment of the double existence they lead and of the double nature in which they participate. But this explanation is still incomplete. We have shown how the clan, by the manner in which it acts upon its members, awakens within them the idea of external forces which dominate them and exalt them. But we must still demand how it happens that these forces are thought of under the form of totems, that is to say, in the shape of an animal or plant. It is because this animal or plant has given its name to the clan and serves it as emblem. In fact, it is a well-known law that the sentiments aroused in us by something spontaneously attach themselves to the symbol which represents them. For us, black is a sign of mourning. It also suggests sad impressions and ideas. This transference of sentiments comes simply from the fact that the idea of a thing and the idea of its symbol are closely united in our minds. The result is that the emotions provoked by the one extend contagiously to the other. But this contagion, which takes place in every case to a certain degree, is much more complete and more marked when the symbol is something simple, definite, and easily representable, while the thing itself, owing to its dimensions, the number of its parts, and the complexity of their arrangement, is difficult to hold in the mind. For we are unable to consider an abstract entity, which we can represent only laboriously and confusedly, the source of the strong sentiments which we feel. We cannot explain them to ourselves except by connecting them to some concrete object of whose reality we are vividly aware. Then if the thing itself does not fulfill this condition, it cannot serve as the accepted basis of the sentiments felt, even though it may be what really aroused them. Then some sign takes its place. It is to this that we connect the emotions it excites. It is this which is loved, feared, respected. It is to this that we are grateful. It is for this that we sacrifice ourselves. The soldier who dies for his flag dies for his country. But as a matter of fact, in his own consciousness, it is the flag that has the first place. It sometimes happens that this even directly determines action. Whether one isolated standard remains in the hands of the enemy or not does not determine the fate of the country, yet the soldier allows himself to be killed to regain it. He loses sight of the fact that the flag is only a sign, and that it has no value in itself, but only brings to mind the reality that it represents. It is treated as if it were this reality itself. Now the totem is the flag of the clan. It is therefore natural that the impressions aroused by the clan in individual minds' impressions of dependence and of increased vitality should fix themselves to the idea of the totem rather than that of the clan. For the clan is too complex a reality to be represented clearly in all its complex unity by such rudimentary intelligences. More than that, the primitive does not even see that these impressions come to him from the group. He does not know that the coming together of a number of men associated in the same life results in disengaging new energies, which transform each of them. All that he knows is that he is raised above himself and that he sees a different life from the one he ordinarily leads. However, he must connect these sensations to some external object as their cause. Now what does he see about him? On every side, those things which appeal to his senses and strike his imagination are the numerous images of the totem. They are the Waninga and the Nurtanya, which are symbols of the sacred being. They are Chiringa and bull roarers, upon which are generally carved combinations of lines having the same significance. They are the decorations covering the different parts of his body, which are totemic marks. How could this image, repeated everywhere and in all sorts of forms, fail to stand out with exceptional relief in his mind? Placed thus in the center of the scene, it becomes representative. The sentiments experienced fix themselves upon it, for it is the only concrete object upon which they can fix themselves. It continues to bring them to mind and to evoke them even after the assembly has dissolved, for it survives the assembly, being carved upon the instruments of the cult, upon the sides of rocks, upon bucklers, etc. by it, The emotions experienced are perpetually sustained and revived. Everything happens just as if they inspired them directly. It is still more natural to attribute them to it, for since they are common to the group, they can be associated only with something that is equally common to all. Now the totemic emblem is the only thing satisfying this condition. By definition, it is common to all. During the ceremony, it is the center of all regards. While generations change, it remains the same. It is the permanent element of the social life. So it is from it that those mysterious forces seem to emanate with which men feel that they are related. And thus they have been led to represent these forces under the form of the animate or inanimate being whose name the clan bears. When this point is once established, we are in a position to understand all that is essential in the totemic beliefs. Since religious force is nothing other than the collective and anonymous force of the clan, and since this can be represented in the mind only in the form of the totemic emblem is like the visible body of the god. Therefore, it is from it that those kindly or dreadful actions seem to emanate, which the cult seeks to provoke or prevent. Consequently, it is to it that the cult is addressed. This is the explanation of why it holds the first place in the series of sacred things. But the clan, like every other sort of society, can live only in and through the individual consciousnesses that compose it. So if religious force, insofar as it is conceived as incorporated in the totemic emblem, appears to be outside of the individuals and to be endowed with a sort of transcendence over them, it, like the clan of which it is the symbol, can be realized only in and through them. In this sense, it is immanent in them, and they necessarily represent it as such. They feel it present and active within them, for it is this which raises them to a superior life. This is why men have believed that they contain within them a principle comparable to the one residing in the totem, and consequently, why they have attributed a sacred character to themselves, but one less marked than that of the emblem. It is because the emblem is the preeminent source of the religious life. The man participates in it only indirectly, as he is well aware. He takes into account the fact that the force that transports him into the world of sacred things is not inherent in him, but comes to him from the outside. But for still another reason, the animals or vegetables of the totemic species should have the same character, and even to a higher degree. If the totemic principle is nothing else than the clan, it is the clan thought of under the material form of the totemic emblem. Now this form is also that of the concrete beings whose name the clan bears. Owing to this resemblance, they could not fail to evoke sentiments analogous to those aroused by the emblem itself. Since the latter is the object of a religious respect, they too should inspire respect of the same sort and appear to be sacred. Having external forms so nearly identical, it would be impossible for the native not to attribute to them forces of the same nature. It is therefore forbidden to kill or eat the totemic animal, since its flesh is believed to have the positive virtues resulting from the rites. It is because it resembles the emblem of the clan, that is to say, it is in its own image. And since the animal naturally resembles the emblem more than the man does, it is placed on a superior rank in the hierarchy of sacred things. Between these two beings, there is undoubtedly a close relationship, for they both partake of the same essence. Both incarnate something of the totemic principle. However, since the principle itself is conceived under an animal form, the animal seems to incarnate it more fully than the man. Therefore, if men consider it and treat it as a brother, it is at least as an elder brother. But even if the totemic principle has its preferred seat in a determined species of animal or vegetable, it cannot remain localized there. A sacred character is to a high degree contagious. It therefore spreads out from the totemic being to everything that is closely or remotely connected with it. The religious sentiments inspired by the animal are communicated to the substances upon which it is nourished and which serve to make or remake its flesh and blood, to the things that resemble it, and to the different beings with which it has constant relations. Thus, little by little, subtotems are attached to the totems and from the cosmological systems expressed by the primitive classifications. At last, the whole world is divided up among the totemic principles of each tribe. We are now able to explain the origin of the ambiguity of religious forces as they appear in history, and how they are physical as well as human, moral as well as material. They are moral powers because they are made up entirely of the impressions this moral being, the group, arouses in those other moral beings, its individual members. They do not translate the manner in which physical things affect our senses, but the way in which the collective consciousness acts upon individual consciousnesses. Their authority is only one form of the moral ascendancy of society over its members. But on the other hand, since they are conceived of under material forms, they could not fail to be regarded as closely related to material things. Therefore, they dominate the two worlds. Their residence is in men, but at the same time, they are the vital principles of things. They animate minds and discipline them, but it is also they who make plants grow and animals reproduce. It is this double nature which has enabled religion to be like the womb from which come all the leading germs of human civilization. Since it has been made to embrace all of reality, the physical world as well as the moral one, the forces that move bodies as well as those that move minds have been conceived in a religious form. That is how the most diverse methods and practices, both those that make possible the continuation of the moral life, law, morals, beaux arts, and those serving the material life, the natural, technical, and practical sciences, are either directly or indirectly derived from religion. 4. The first religious conceptions have often been attributed to feelings of weakness and dependence, of fear and anguish which seized men when they came into contact with the world. Being the victims of nightmares of which they were themselves the creators, they believed themselves surrounded by hostile and redoubtable powers which their rites sought to appease. We have now shown that the first religions were of a wholly different origin. The famous formula primus in orb Dios fecit timor is in no way justified by the facts. The primitive does not regard his gods as foreigners, enemies, or thoroughly and necessarily malevolent beings whose favors he must acquire at any price. Quite on the contrary, they are rather friends, kindred, or natural protectors for him. Are these not the names he gives to the beings of the totemic species? The power to which the cult is addressed is not represented as soaring high above him and overwhelming him by its superiority. On the contrary, it is very near to him and confers upon him very useful powers which he could never acquire by himself. Perhaps the deity has never been nearer to men than at this period of history, when it is present in the things filling their immediate environment and is, in part, immanent in himself. In fine, the sentiments at the root of totemism are those of happy confidence rather than of terror and compression. If we set aside the funeral rites, the sober side of every religion, we find the totemic cult celebrated in the midst of songs, dances, and dramatic representations. As we shall see, cruel expiations are relatively rare. Even the painful and obligatory mutilations of the initiations are not of this character. The terrible and jealous gods appear but slowly in the religious evolution. This is because primitive societies are not those huge leviathans which overwhelm a man by the enormity of their power and place him under a severe discipline. He gives himself up to them spontaneously and without resistance. As the social soul is then made up of only a small number of ideas and sentiments, it easily becomes wholly incarnate in each individual consciousness. The individual carries it all inside of him. It is a part of him, and consequently, when he gives himself up to the impulses inspired by it, he does not feel that he is giving way before compulsion, but that he is going where his nature calls him. This way of understanding the origins of religious thought escapes the objections raised against the most accredited classical theories. We have seen how the naturists and animists pretend to construct the idea of sacred beings out of the sensations evoked in us by different phenomena of the physical or biological order, and we have shown how this enterprise is impossible and even self-contradictory. Nothing is worth nothing. The impressions produced in us by the physical world can, by definition, contain nothing that surpasses this world. Out of the visible, only the visible can be made. Out of that which is heard, we cannot make something not heard. Then to explain how the idea of sacredness has been able to take form under these conditions, the majority of the theorists have been obliged to admit that men have superimposed upon reality, such as it is given by observation, an unreal world, constructed entirely out of the fantastic images which agitate his mind during a dream, or else out of the frequently monstrous aberrations produced by the mythological imagination under the bewitching but deceiving influence of language. But it remained incomprehensible that humanity should have remained obstinate in these errors through the ages, for experience should have very quickly proven them false. But from our point of view, these difficulties disappear. Religion ceases to be an inexplicable hallucination and takes a foothold in reality. In fact, we can say that the believer is not deceived when he believes in the existence of a moral power upon which he depends and from which he receives all that is best in himself. This power exists, it is society. When the Australian is carried outside himself and feels a new life flowing within him whose intensity surprises him, he is not the dupe of an illusion. This exaltation is real and is really the effect of forces outside of and superior to the individual. It is true that he is wrong in thinking that this increase of vitality is the work of a power in the form of some animal or plant. But this error is merely in regard to the letter of the symbol by which this being is represented to the mind and the external appearance which the imagination has given it, and not in regard to the fact of its existence. Behind these figures and metaphors, be they gross or refined, there is a concrete and living reality. Thus religion acquires a meaning and a reasonableness that the most intransigent rationalist cannot misunderstand. Its primary object is not to give men a representation of the physical world. For if that were its essential task, we could not understand how it has been able to survive, for, on this side, it is scarcely more than a fabric of errors. Before all, it is a system of ideas with which the individuals represent to themselves the society of which they are members, and the obscure but intimate relations which they have with it. This is its primary function, and though metaphorical and symbolic, this representation is not unfaithful. Quite on the contrary, it translates everything essential in the relations which are to be explained. For it is an eternal truth that outside of us there exists something greater than us with which we enter into communion. That is why we can rest assured in advance that the practices of the cult, whatever they may be, are something more than movements without importance and gestures without efficacy. By the mere fact that their apparent function is to strengthen the bonds attaching the believer to his God, they at the same time really strengthen the bonds attaching the individual to the society of which he is a member, since the God is only a figurative expression of the society. We are even able to understand how the fundamental truth thus contained in religion has been able to compensate for the secondary errors which it almost necessarily implies, and how believers have consequently been restrained from tearing themselves off from it, in spite of the misunderstandings which must result from these errors. It is undeniably true that the recipes which it recommends that men use to act upon things are generally found to be ineffective. But these checks can have no profound influence, for they do not touch religion in its fundamentals. However, it may be objected that even according to this hypothesis, religion remains the object of a certain delirium. What other name can we give to that state when, after a collective effervescence, men believe themselves transported into an entirely different world from the one they have before their eyes? It is certainly true that religious life cannot attain a certain degree of intensity without implying a psychical exaltation not far removed from delirium. That is why the prophets, the founders of religions, the great saints, in a word, the men whose religious consciousness is exceptionally sensitive, very frequently give signs of an excessive nervousness that is even pathological. These physiological defects predestine them to great religious rôles. The ritual use of intoxicating liquors is to be explained in the same way. Of course, this does not mean that an ardent religious faith is necessarily the fruit of the drunkenness and mental derangement which accompany it. But as experience soon informed people of the similarities between the mentality of a delirious person and that of a seer, they sought to open a way to the second by artificially exciting the first. But if, for this reason, it may be said that religion is not without a certain delirium, it must be added that this delirium, if it has the causes which we have attributed to it, is well-founded. The images out of which it is made are not pure illusions like those the naturists and animists put at the basis of religion. They correspond to something in reality. Of course, it is only natural that the moral forces they express should be unable to affect the human mind powerfully without pulling it outside itself, and without plunging it into a state that may be called ecstatic, provided that the word be taken in its etymological sense, but it does not follow that they are imaginary. Quite on the contrary, the mental agitation they cause bears witness to their reality. It is merely one more proof that a very intense social life always does a sort of violence to the organism, as well as to the individual consciousness, which interferes with its normal functioning. Therefore, it can last only a limited length of time. Moreover, if we give the name delirious to every state in which the mind adds to the immediate data given by the senses and projects its own sentiments and feelings into things, then nearly every collective representation is in a sense delirious. Religious beliefs are only one particular case of a very general law. Our whole social environment seems to us to be filled with forces which really exist only in our own minds. We know what the flag is for the soldier. In itself, it is only a piece of cloth. Human blood is only an organic liquid, but even today we cannot see it flowing without feeling a violent emotion which its physico-chemical properties cannot explain. From the physical point of view, a man is nothing more than a system of cells, or from the mental point of view, than a system of representations. In either case, he differs only in degree from animals. Yet society conceives him, and obliges us to conceive him, as invested with a character sui generis that isolates him, holds at a distance all rash encroachments, and, in a word, imposes respect. This dignity, which puts him into a class by himself, appears to us as one of his distinctive attributes, although we can find nothing in the empirical nature of man which justifies it. A cancelled postage stamp may be worth a fortune, but surely this value is in no way implied in its natural properties. In a sense, our representation of the external world is undoubtedly a mere fabric of hallucinations, for the odors, tastes, and colors that we put into bodies are not really there, or at least, they are not such as we perceive them. However, our olfactory, gustatory, and visual sensations continue to correspond to certain objective states of the things represented. They express in their way the properties, either of material particles or of ether waves, which certainly have their origin in the bodies which we perceive as fragrant, sapid, or colored. But collective representations very frequently attribute to the things to which they are attached qualities which do not exist under any form or to any degree. Out of the commonest object, they can make a most powerful sacred being. Yet the powers which are thus conferred, though purely ideal, act as though they were real. They determine the conduct of men with the same degree of necessity as physical forces. The errante who has been rubbed with his chewringa feels himself stronger. He is stronger. If he has eaten the flesh of an animal which, though perfectly healthy, is forbidden to him, he will feel himself sick and may die of it. Surely the soldier who falls while defending his flag does not believe that he sacrifices himself for a bit of cloth. This is all because social thought, owing to the imperative authority that is in it, has an efficacy that individual thought could never have. By the power which it has over our minds, it can make us see things in whatever light it pleases. It adds to reality or deducts from it according to the circumstances. Thus, there is one division of nature where the formula of idealism is applicable almost to the letter. This is the social kingdom. Here more than anywhere else, the idea is the reality. Even in this case, of course, idealism is not true without modification. We can never escape the duality of our nature and free ourselves completely from physical necessities. In order to express our own ideas to ourselves, it is necessary, as has been shown above, that we fix them upon material things which symbolize them. But here the part of matter is reduced to a minimum. The object serving as support for the idea is not much in comparison with the ideal superstructure, beneath which it disappears, and also, it counts for nothing in the superstructure. This is what that pseudo-delirium consists in, which we find at the bottom of so many collective representations. It is only a form of this essential idealism. So it is not properly called a delirium, for the ideas thus objectified are well-founded, not in the nature of the material things upon which they settle themselves, but in the nature of society. We are now able to understand how the totemic principle, and in general, every religious force, comes to be outside of the object in which it resides. It is because the idea of it is in no way made up of the impressions directly produced by this thing upon our senses or minds. Religious force is only the sentiment inspired by the group in its members, but projected outside of the consciousnesses that experience them and objectified. To be objectified, they are fixed upon some object which thus becomes sacred, but any object might fulfill this function. In principle, there are none whose nature predestines them to it to the exclusion of all others, but also there are none that are necessarily impossible. Everything depends upon the circumstances, which lead the sentiment creating religious ideas to establish itself here or there, upon this point or upon that one. Therefore, the sacred character assumed by an object is not implied in the intrinsic properties of this latter. It is added to them. The world of religious things is not one particular aspect of empirical nature. It is superimposed upon it. This conception of the religious, finally, allows us to explain an important principle found at the bottom of a multitude of myths and rites, and which may be stated thus. When a sacred thing is subdivided, each of its parts remains equal to the thing itself. In other words, as far as religious thought is concerned, the part is equal to the whole. It has the same powers, the same efficacy. The debris of a relic has the same virtue as a relic in good condition. The smallest drop of blood contains the same active principle as the whole thing. The soul, as we shall see, may be broken up into nearly as many pieces as there are organs or tissues in the organism. Each of these partial souls is worth a whole soul. This conception would be inexplicable if the sacredness of something were due to the constituent properties of the thing itself, for in that case, it should vary with this thing, increasing and decreasing with it. But if the virtues it is believed to possess are not intrinsic in it, and if they come from certain sentiments which it brings to mind and symbolizes, though these originate outside of it, then, since it has no need of determined dimensions to play this role of reminder, it will have the same value whether it is entire or not. Since the part makes us think of the whole, it evokes the same sentiments as the whole. A mere fragment of the flag represents the fatherland just as well as the flag itself, so it is sacred in the same way and to the same degree. 5. But if this theory of totemism has enabled us to explain the most characteristic beliefs of this religion, it rests upon a fact not yet explained. When the idea of the totem, the emblem of the clan, is given, all the rest follows, but we must still investigate how this idea has been formed. This is a double question and may be subdivided as follows. What has led the clan to choose an emblem? And why have these emblems been borrowed from the animal and vegetable worlds, and particularly from the former? That an emblem is useful as a rallying center for any sort of a group, it is superfluous to point out. By expressing the social unity in a material form, it makes this more obvious to all. And for that very reason, the use of emblematic symbols must have spread quickly when once thought of. But more than that, this idea should spontaneously arise out of the conditions of common life. For the emblem is not merely a convenient process for clarifying the sentiment society has of itself. It also serves to create this sentiment. It is one of its constituent elements. In fact, if left to themselves, individual consciousnesses are closed to each other. They can communicate only by means of signs which express their internal states. If the communication established between them is to become a real communion, that is to say, a fusion of all particular sentiments into one common sentiment, the signs expressing them must themselves be fused into one single and unique resultant. It is the appearance of this that informs individuals that they are in harmony and makes them conscious of their moral unity. It is by uttering the same cry, pronouncing the same word, or performing the same gesture in regard to some object that they become and feel themselves to be in unison. It is true that individual representations also cause reactions in the organism that are not without importance. However, they can be thought of apart from these physical reactions which accompany them or follow them, but which do not constitute them. But it is quite another matter with collective representations. They presuppose that minds act and react upon one another. They are the product of these actions and reactions, which are themselves possible only through material intermediaries. These latter do not confine themselves to revealing the mental state with which they are associated. They aid in creating it. Individual minds cannot come in contact and communicate with each other except by coming out of themselves, but they cannot do this except by movements. So it is the homogeneity of these movements that gives the group consciousness of itself and consequently makes it exist. When this homogeneity is once established, and these movements have once taken a stereotyped form, they serve to symbolize the corresponding representations. but they symbolize them only because they have aided in forming them. Moreover, without symbols, social sentiments could have only a precarious existence. Though very strong as long as men are together and influence each other reciprocally, they exist only in the form of recollections after the assembly has ended, and when left to themselves, these become feebler and feebler. For since the group is now no longer present and active, individual temperaments easily regain the upper hand. The violent passions, which may have been released in the heart of a crowd, fall away and are extinguished when this is dissolved. And men ask themselves with astonishment how they could ever have been so carried away from their normal character. But if the movements by which these sentiments are expressed are connected with something that endures, the sentiments themselves become more durable. These other things are constantly bringing them to mind and arousing them. It is as though the cause which excited them in the first place continued to act. Thus these systems of emblems, which are necessary if society is to become conscious of itself, are no less indispensable for assuring the continuation of this consciousness. So we must refrain from regarding these symbols as simple artifices, as sorts of labels attached to representations already made, in order to make them more manageable. They are an integral part of them. Even the fact that collective sentiments are thus attached to things completely foreign to them is not purely conventional. It illustrates under a conventional form a real characteristic of social facts, that is, their transcendence over individual minds. In fact, it is known that social phenomena are born, not in individuals, but in the group. Whatever part we may take in their origin, each of us receives them from without. So when we represent them to ourselves as emanating from a material object, we do not completely misunderstand their nature. Of course, they do not come from the specific thing to which we connect them, but nevertheless, it is true that their origin is outside of us. If the moral force sustaining the believer does not come from the idol he adores or the emblem he venerates, still it is from outside of him, as he is well aware. The objectivity of its symbol only translates its externalness. Thus social life, in all its aspects and in every period of its history, is made possible only by a vast symbolism. The material emblems and figurative representations with which we are more especially concerned in our present study are one form of this, but there are many others. Collective sentiments can just as well become incarnate in persons or formulae. Some formulae are flags, while there are persons, either real or mythical, who are symbols. But there is one sort of emblem which should make an early appearance without reflection or calculation. This is tattooing. Indeed, well-known facts demonstrate that it is produced almost automatically in certain conditions. When men of an inferior culture are associated in a common life, they are frequently led, by an instinctive tendency, as it were, to paint or cut upon the body, images that bear witness to their common existence. According to a text of Procopius, the early Christians printed on their skin the name of Christ or the sign of the cross. For a long time, the groups of pilgrims going to Palestine were also tattooed on the arm or wrist with designs representing the cross or the monogram of Christ. This same usage is also reported among the pilgrims going to certain holy places in Italy. A curious case of spontaneous tattooing is given by Lombroso. 20 young men in an Italian college, when on the point of separating, decorated themselves with tattoos recording, in various ways, the years they had spent together. The same fact has frequently been observed among the soldiers in the same barracks, the sailors in the same boat, or the prisoners in the same jail. It will be understood that especially where methods are still rudimentary, tattooing should be the most direct and expressive means by which the communion of minds can be affirmed. The best way of proving to oneself and to others that one is a member of a certain group is to place a distinctive mark on the body. The proof that this is the reason for the existence of the totemic image is the fact, which we have already mentioned, that it does not seek to reproduce the aspect of the thing it is supposed to represent. It is made up of lines and points to which a wholly conventional significance is attributed. Its object is not to represent or bring to mind a determined object, but to bear witness to the fact that a certain number of individuals participate in the same moral life. Moreover, the clan is a society which is less able than any other to do without an emblem or symbol, for there is almost no other so lacking in consistency. The clan cannot be defined by its chief, for if central authority is not lacking, it is at least uncertain and unstable. Nor can it be defined by the territory it occupies, for the population, being nomad, is not closely attached to any special locality. Also, owing to the exogamic law, husband and wife must be of different totems, so wherever the totem is transmitted in the maternal line end, this system of filiation is still the most general when the children are of a different clan from their father, though living near to him. Therefore, we find representatives of a number of different clans in each family, and still more in each locality. The unity of the group is visible, therefore, only in the collective name borne by all the members, and in the equally collective emblem reproducing the object designated by this name. A clan is essentially a reunion of individuals who bear the same name and rally around the same sign. Take away the name and the sign which materializes it, and the clan is no longer representable. Since the group is possible only on this condition, both the institution of the emblem and the part it takes in the life of the group are thus explained. It remains to ask why these names and emblems were taken almost exclusively from the animal and vegetable kingdoms, but especially from the former. It seems probable to us that the emblem has played a more important part than the name. In any case, the written sign still holds a more central place in the life of the clan today than does the spoken sign. Now the basis of an emblematic image can be found only in something susceptible of being represented by a design. On the other hand, these things had to be those with which the men of the clan were the most immediately and habitually coming in contact. Animals fulfilled this condition to a preeminent degree. For these nations of hunters and fishers, the animal constituted an essential element of the economic environment. In this connection, plants had only a secondary place, for they can hold only a secondary place as food as long as they are not cultivated. Moreover, the animal is more closely associated with the life of men than the plant is, if only because of the natural kinship uniting these two to each other. On the other hand, the sun, moon, and stars are too far away. They give the effect of belonging to another world. Also, as long as the constellations were not distinguished and classified, the starry vault did not offer a sufficient diversity of clearly differentiated things to be able to mark all the clans and subclans of a tribe. But on the contrary, the variety of the flora, and especially of the fauna, was almost inexhaustible. Therefore, celestial bodies, in spite of their brilliancy and the sharp impression they make upon the senses, were unfitted for the role of totems, while animals and plants seemed predestined to it. Our observation of Strelo even allows us to state precisely the way in which these emblems were probably chosen. He says that he has noticed that the totemic centers are generally situated near a mountain, spring, or gorge, where the animals serving as totems to the group gather in abundance, and he cites a certain number of examples of this fact. Now these totemic centers are surely the consecrated places where the meetings of the clan are held. So it seems as though each group had taken as its insignia the animal or plant that was the commonest in the vicinity of the place, where it had the habit of meeting. 6. This conception of totemism will give us the explanation of a very curious trait of human mentality, which, even though more marked formerly than today, has not yet disappeared, and which, in any case, has been of considerable importance in the history of human thought. It will furnish still another occasion for showing how logical evolution is closely connected with religious evolution, and how it, like this latter, depends upon social conditions. If there is one truth which appears to be absolutely certain today, it is that beings differing not only in their outward appearance, but also in their most essential properties, such as minerals, plants, animals, and men, cannot be considered equivalent and interchangeable. Long usage, which scientific culture has still more firmly embedded in our minds, has taught us to establish barriers between the kingdoms, whose existence transformism itself does not deny. For though this admits that life may have arisen from non-living matter and men from animals, still, it does not fail to recognize the fact that living beings, once formed, are different from minerals and men different from animals. Within each kingdom, the same barriers separate the different classes. We cannot conceive of one mineral having the same distinctive characteristics as another, or of one animal species having those of another species. But these distinctions, which seem so natural to us, are in no way primitive. In the beginning, all the kingdoms are confounded with each other. Rocks have a sex. They have the power of begetting. The sun, moon, and stars are men or women who feel and express human sentiments, while men, on the contrary, are thought of as animals or plants. This state of confusion is found at the basis of all mythologies. Hence comes the ambiguous character of the beings portrayed in the mythologies. They can be classified in no definite group, for they participate at the same time in the most opposed groups. It is also readily admitted that they can go from one into another. And for a long time, men believed that they were able to explain the origin of things by these transmutations. That the anthropomorphic instinct, with which the animists have endowed primitive men, cannot explain their mental condition is shown by the nature of the confusions of which they are guilty. In fact, these do not come from the fact that men have immoderately extended the human kingdom to the point of making all the others enter into it, but from the fact that they confound the most disparate kingdoms. They have not conceived the world in their own image any more than they have conceived themselves in the world's image. They have done both at the same time. Into the idea they have formed of things, they have undoubtedly made human elements enter. But into the idea they have formed of themselves, they have made enter elements coming from things. Yet there is nothing in experience which could suggest these connections and confusions. As far as the observation of the senses is able to go, everything is different and disconnected. Nowhere do we really see beings mixing their natures and metamorphosing themselves into each other. It is therefore necessary that some exceptionally powerful cause should have intervened to transfigure reality in such a way as to make it appear under an aspect that is not really its own. It is religion that was the agent of this transfiguration. It is religious beliefs that have substituted for the world, as it is perceived by the senses, another different one. This is well shown by the case of totemism. The fundamental thing in this religion is that the men of the clan and the different beings whose form the totemic emblems reproduce pass as being made of the same essence. Now, when this belief was once admitted, the bridge between the different kingdoms was already built. The man was represented as a sort of animal or plant. The plants and animals were thought of as the relatives of men, or rather, all these beings, so different for the senses, were thought of as participating in a single nature. So this remarkable aptitude for confusing things that seem to be obviously distinct comes from the fact that the first forces with which the human intellect has peopled the world were elaborated by religion. Since these were made up of elements taken from the different kingdoms, men conceived a principle common to the most heterogeneous things, which thus became endowed with a sole and single essence. But we also know that these religious conceptions are the result of determined social causes. Since the clan cannot exist without a name and an emblem, and since this emblem is always before the eyes of men, it is upon this, and the objects whose image it is, that the sentiments which society arouses in its members are fixed. Men were thus compelled to represent the collective force, whose action they felt, in the form of the thing serving as flag to the group. Therefore, in the idea of this force were mixed up the most different kingdoms. In one sense, it was essentially human, since it was made up of human ideas and sentiments, but at the same time, it could not fail to appear as closely related to the animate or inanimate beings who gave it its outward form. Moreover, the cause whose action we observe here is not peculiar to totemism. There is no society where it is not active. In a general way, a collective sentiment can become conscious of itself only by being fixed upon some material object. But by this very fact, it participates in the nature of this object, and reciprocally, the object participates in its nature. So it was social necessity which brought about the fusion of notions appearing distinct at first, and social life has facilitated this fusion by the great mental effervescences it determines. This is one more proof that logical understanding is a function of society, for it takes the forms and attitudes that this latter presses upon it. It is true that this logic is disconcerting for us, yet we must be careful not to depreciate it. Howsoever crude it may appear to us, it has been an aid of the greatest importance in the intellectual evolution of humanity. In fact, it is through it that the first explanation of the world has been made possible. Of course, the mental habits it implies prevented men from seeing reality as their senses show it to them. But as they show it, it has the grave inconvenience of allowing of no explanation. For to explain is to attach things to each other and to establish relations between them, which make them appear to us as functions of each other, and as vibrating sympathetically according to an internal law founded in their nature. But sensations, which see nothing except from the outside, could never make them disclose these relations and internal bonds. The intellect alone can create the notion of them. When I learn that A regularly precedes B, my knowledge is increased by a new fact, but my intelligence is not at all satisfied with a statement which does not show its reason. I commence to understand only if it is possible for me to conceive B in a way that makes it appear to me as something that is not foreign to A, and as united to A by some relation of kinship. The great service that religions have rendered to thought is that they have constructed a first representation of what these relations of kinship between things may be. In the circumstances under which it was attempted, the enterprise could obviously attain only precarious results. But then, does it ever attain any that are definite, and is it not always necessary to reconsider them? And also, it is less important to succeed than to try. The essential thing was not to leave the mind enslaved to visible appearances, but to teach it to dominate them and to connect what the senses separated. For from the moment when men have an idea that there are internal connections between things, science and philosophy become possible. Religion opened up the way for them, but if it has been able to play this part, it is only because it is a social affair. In order to make a law for the impressions of the senses, and to substitute a new way of representing reality for them, thought of a new sort had to be founded. This is collective thought. If this alone has had this efficacy, it is because of the fact that to create a world of ideals through which the world of experienced realities would appear transfigured, a superexcitation of the intellectual forces was necessary, which is possible only in and through society. So it is far from true that this mentality has no connection with ours. Our logic was born of this logic. The explanations of contemporary science are surer of being objective because they are more methodical, and because they rest on more carefully controlled observations, but they do not differ in nature from those which satisfy primitive thought. Today, as formerly, to explain is to show how one thing participates in one or several others. It has been said that the participations of this sort implied by the mythologies violate the principle of contradiction, and that they are by that opposed to those implied by scientific explanations. Is not the statement that a man is a kangaroo or the sun a bird equal to identifying the two with each other? But our manner of thought is not different when we say of heat that it is a movement, or of light that it is a vibration of the ether, etc. Every time that we unite heterogeneous terms by an internal bond, we forcibly identify contraries. Of course, the terms we unite are not those which the Australian brings together. We choose them according to different criteria and for different reasons. But the processes by which the mind puts them in connection do not differ essentially. It is true that if primitive thought had that sort of general and systematic indifference to contradictions which has been attributed to it, it would be an open contradiction on this point with modern thought, which is always careful to remain consistent with itself. But we do not believe that it is possible to characterize the mentality of inferior societies by a single and exclusive inclination for indistinction. If the primitive confounds things which we distinguish, he also distinguishes things which we connect together, and he even conceives these distinctions in the form of sharp and clear-cut oppositions. Between two things which are classified in two different phrateries, there is not only separation, but even antagonism. For this reason, the same Australian who confounds the sun and the white cockatoo opposes this latter to the black cockatoo as to its contrary. The two seem to him to belong to two separate classes between which there is nothing in common. A still more marked opposition is that existing between sacred things and profane things. They repel and contradict each other with so much force that the mind refuses to think of them at the same time. They mutually expel each other from the consciousness. Thus, between the logic of religious thought and that of scientific thought, there is no abyss. The two are made up of the same elements, though unequally and differently developed. The special characteristic of the former seems to be its natural taste for immoderate confusions as well as sharp contrasts. It is voluntarily excessive in each direction. When it connects, it confounds. When it distinguishes, it opposes. It knows no shades and measures. It seeks extremes. It consequently employs logical mechanisms with assert awkwardness, but it ignores none of them. Chapter 8. The idea of the soul. In the preceding chapters, we have been studying the fundamental principles of the totemic religion. We have seen that no idea of soul or spirit or mythical personality is to be found among these. Yet, even if the idea of spiritual beings is not at the foundation of totemism or, consequently, of religious thought in general, still, there is no religion where this notion is not met with. So it is important to see how it is formed. To make sure that it is the product of a secondary formation, we must discover the way in which it is derived from the more essential conceptions which we have just described and explained. Among the various spiritual beings, there is one which should receive our attention first of all because it is the prototype after which the others have been constructed. This is the soul. 1. Just as there is no known society without a religion, so there exists none, howsoever crudely organized they may be, where we do not find a whole system of collective representations concerning the soul, its origin and its destiny. So far as we are able to judge from the data of ethnology, the idea of the soul seems to have been contemporaneous with humanity itself, and it seems to have had all of its essential characteristics so well formulated at the very outset that the work of the more advanced religions and philosophy has been practically confined to refining it, while adding nothing that is really fundamental. In fact, all the Australian societies admit that every human body shelters an interior being, the principle of the life which animates it. This is the soul. It sometimes happens, it is true, that women form an exception to this general rule. There are tribes where they are believed to have no souls. If Dawson is to be believed, it is the same with young children in the tribes that he has observed. But these are exceptional and probably late cases. The last one even seems to be suspect, and may well be due to an erroneous interpretation of the facts. It is not easy to determine the idea which the Australian makes of the soul, because it is so obscure and floating, but we should not be surprised at this. If someone asked our own contemporaries, or even those of them who believe most firmly in the existence of the soul, how they represented it, the replies that he would receive would not have much more coherence and precision. This is because we are dealing with a very complex notion, into which a multitude of badly analyzed impressions enter, whose elaboration has been carried on for centuries, though men have had no clear consciousness of it. Yet from this come the most essential, though frequently contradictory, characteristics by which it is defined. In some cases, they tell us that it has the external appearance of the body. But sometimes it is also represented as having the size of a grain of sand. Its dimensions are so reduced that it can pass through the smallest crevices or the finest tissues. We shall also see that it is represented in the appearance of animals. This shows that its form is essentially inconsistent and undetermined. It varies from one moment to another with the demands of circumstances or according to the exigencies of the myth and the rite. The substance out of which it is made is no less indefinable. It is not without matter, for it has a form, howsoever vague this may be. And in fact, even during this life it has physical needs. It eats, and inversely it may be eaten. Sometimes it leaves the body, and in the course of its travels it occasionally nourishes itself on foreign souls. After it has once been completely freed from the organism, it is thought to lead a life absolutely analogous to the one it led in this world. It eats, drinks, hunts, etc. When it flutters among the branches of trees, it causes rustlings and crackings which even profane ears hear. But at the same time, it is believed to be invisible to the vulgar. It is true that magicians or old men have the faculty of seeing souls, but it is in virtue of special powers which they owe either to age or to a special training that they perceive things which escape our senses. According to Dawson, ordinary individuals enjoy the same privilege at only one moment of their existence, when they are on the eve of a premature death. Therefore, this quasi-miraculous vision is considered a sinister omen. Now, invisibility is generally considered one of the signs of spirituality. So the soul is conceived as being immaterial to a certain degree, for it does not affect the senses in the way bodies do. It has no bones, as the tribes of the Tully River say. In order to conciliate all these opposed characteristics, they represent it as made of some infinitely rare and subtle matter, like something ethereal, and comparable to a shadow or breath. It is distinct and independent of the body, for during this life it can leave it at any moment. It does leave it during sleep, fainting spells, etc. It may even remain absent for some time without entailing death. However, during these absences, life is weakened and even stops if the soul does not return home. But it is especially at death that this distinction and independence manifest themselves with the greatest clarity. While the body no longer exists and no visible traces of it remain, the soul continues to live. It leads an autonomous existence in another world. But howsoever real this duality may be, it is in no way absolute. It would show a grave misunderstanding to represent the body as a sort of habitat in which the soul resides, but with which it has only external relations. Quite on the contrary, it is united to it by the closest bonds. It is separable from it only imperfectly and with difficulty. We have already seen that it has, or at least is able to have, its external aspect. Consequently, everything that hurts the one hurts the other, every wound of the body spreads to the soul. It is so intimately associated with the life of the organism that it grows with it and decays with it. This is why a man who has attained a certain age enjoys privileges refused to young men. It is because the religious principle within him has acquired greater force and efficacy as he has advanced in life. But when senility sets in, and the old man is no longer able to take a useful part in the great religious ceremonies in which the vital interests of the tribe are concerned, this respect is no longer accorded to him. It is thought that weakness of the body is communicated to the soul. Having the same powers no longer, he no longer has a right to the same prestige. There is not only a close union of soul and body, but there is also a partial confusion of the two. Just as there is something of the body in the soul, since it sometimes reproduces its form, so there is something of the soul in the body. Certain regions and certain products of the organism are believed to have a special affinity with it. Such is the case with the heart, the breath, the placenta, the blood, the shadow, the liver, the fat of the liver, the kidneys, etc. These various material substrata are not mere habitations of the soul, they are the soul itself seen from without. When blood flows, the soul escapes with it. The soul is not in the breath, it is the breath. It and the part of the body where it resides are only one. Hence comes the conception according to which a man has a number of souls. Being dispersed in various parts of the organism, the soul is differentiated and broken up into fragments. Each organ has individualized, as it were, the portion of the soul which it contains, and which has thus become a distinct entity. The soul of the heart could not be that of the breath or the shadow or the placenta. While they are all related, still they are to be distinguished and even have different names. Moreover, even if the soul is localized especially in certain parts of the organism, it is not absent from the others. In varying degrees, it is diffused through the whole body, as is well shown by the funeral rites. After the last breath has been expired and the soul is believed to be gone, it seems as though it should profit by the liberty thus regained, to move about at will and to return as quickly as possible to its real home, which is elsewhere. Nevertheless, it remains near to the corpse. The bond uniting them has been loosened, but not broken. A whole series of special rites are necessary to induce it to depart definitely. It is invited to go by gestures and significant movements. The way is laid open for it, and outlets are arranged so that it can go more easily. This is because it has not left the body entirely. It was too closely united to it to break away all at once. Hence comes the very frequent rite of funeral anthropophagy. The flesh of the dead is eaten because it is thought to contain a sacred principle, which is really nothing more than the soul. In order to drive it out definitely, the flesh is melted, either by submitting it to the heat of the sun or to that of an artificial fire. The soul departs with the liquids which result, but even the dry bones still retain some part of it. Therefore, they can be used as sacred objects or instruments of magic. Or if someone wishes to give complete liberty to the principle which they contain, he breaks these. But a moment does arrive when the final separation is accomplished. The liberated soul takes flight. But by nature, it is so intimately associated with the body that this removal cannot take place without a profound change in its condition. So it takes a new name also, although keeping all the distinctive traits of the individual whom it animated, his humors and his good and bad qualities, still it has become a new being. From that moment, a new existence commences for it. It goes to the land of souls. This land is conceived differently by different tribes. Sometimes different conceptions are found existing side by side in the same society. For some, It is situated under the earth, where each totemic group has its part. This is at the spot where the first ancestors, the founders of the clan, entered the ground at a certain time, and where they live since their death. In the subterranean world, there is a geographical disposition of the dead corresponding to that of the living. There, the sun always shines and rivers flow which never run dry. Such is the conception which Spencer and Gillen attribute to the central tribes, Arunta, Warramunga, etc. It is found again among the Wachabaluk. In other places, all the dead, no matter what their totems may have been, are believed to live together in the same place, which is more or less vaguely localized as beyond the sea, in an island, or on the shores of a lake. Sometimes, finally, it is into the sky, beyond the clouds, that the souls are thought to go. There, says Dawson, there is a delectable land, abounding in kangaroos and game of every sort, where men lead a happy life. Souls meet again there and recognize one another. It is probable that certain of the features of this picture have been taken from the paradise of the Christian missionaries, but the idea that souls, or at least some souls, enter the skies after death appears to be quite indigenous, for it is found again in other parts of the continent. In general, all the souls meet the same fate and lead the same life. However, a different treatment is sometimes accorded them based on the way they have conducted themselves upon earth, and we can see the first outlines of these two distinct and even opposed compartments into which the world to come will later be divided. The souls of those who have excelled, during life, as hunters, warriors, dancers, etc., are not confounded with the common horde of the others. A special place is granted to them. Sometimes this is the sky. Strelo even says that according to one myth, the souls of the wicked are devoured by dreadful spirits and destroyed. Nevertheless, these conceptions always remain very vague in Australia. They begin to have a clarity and determination only in the more advanced societies, such as those of America. 2. Such are the beliefs relative to the soul and its destiny, in their most primitive form, and reduced to their most essential traits. We must now attempt to explain them. What is it that has been able to lead men into thinking that there are two beings in them, one of which possesses these very special characteristics, which we have just enumerated? To find the reply to this question, let us begin by seeking the origin attributed to this spiritual principle by the primitive himself. If it is well analyzed, his own conception will put us on the way towards the solution. Following out the method which we have set before ourselves, we shall study these ideas in a determined group of societies where they have been observed with an especial precision. These are the tribes of Central Australia. Though not narrow, the area of our observations will be limited. But there is good reason for believing that these same ideas are quite generally held, in various forms, even outside of Australia. It is also to be noted that the idea of the soul, as it is found among these central tribes, does not differ specifically from the one found in other tribes. It has the same essential characteristics everywhere. As one effect always has the same cause, we may well think that this idea, which is everywhere the same, does not result from one cause here and another there. So the origin which we shall be led to attribute to it as a result of our study of these particular tribes with which we are going to deal ought to be equally true for the others. These tribes will give us a chance to make an experiment, as it were, whose results, like those of every well-made experiment, are susceptible of generalization. The homogeneity of the Australian civilization would of itself be enough to justify this generalization, but we shall be careful to verify it afterwards with facts taken from other peoples, both in Australia and America. As the conceptions which are going to furnish us with the basis of our demonstration have been reported in different terms by Spencer and Gillen on the one hand and Strelo on the other, we must give these two versions one after the other. We shall see that, when they are well understood, they differ in form more than in matter, and that they both have the same sociological significance. According to Spencer and Gillen, the souls which, in each generation, come to animate the bodies of newly born children are not special and original creations. All these tribes hold that there is a definite stock of souls, whose number cannot be augmented at all, and which reincarnate themselves periodically. When an individual dies, his soul quits the body in which it dwelt, and after the mourning is accomplished, it goes to the land of the souls. But after a certain length of time, it returns to incarnate itself again, and these reincarnations are the cause of conception and birth. At the beginning of things, it was these fundamental souls which animated the first ancestors, the founders of the clan. At an epoch beyond which the imagination does not go, and which is considered the very beginning of time, there were certain beings who were not derived from any others. For this reason, the Arhanta call them the Altjarangamichana, the uncreated ones, those who exist from all eternity, and, according to Spencer and Gillen, they give the name Altjaringa to the period when these fabulous beings are thought to have lived. Being organized in totemic clans just as the men of today are, they passed their time in travels, in the course of which they accomplished all sorts of prodigious actions, the memory of which is preserved in the myths. But a moment arrived when this terrestrial life came to a close. Singly or in groups, they entered into the earth. But their souls live forever. They are immortal. They even continue to frequent the places where the existence of their former hosts came to an end. Moreover, owing to the memories attached to them, these places have a sacred character. It is here that the Aknanakilla are located, the sorts of sanctuaries where the Churinga of the clan is kept, and the centers of the different totemic cults. When one of the souls which wander about these sanctuaries enters into the body of a woman, the result is a conception and later a birth. So each individual is considered as a new appearance of a determined ancestor. It is this ancestor himself, come back in a new body and with new features. Now, what were these ancestors? In the first place, they were endowed with powers infinitely superior to those possessed by men today, even the most respected old men and the most celebrated magicians. They are attributed virtues which we may speak of as miraculous. They could travel on, or above, or beneath the ground. By opening a vein in the arm, each of them could flood whole tracts of country or cause level plains to arise. In rocky ranges, they could make pools of water spring into existence, or could make deep gorges and gaps through which to traverse the ranges, and where they planted their sacred poles, Nirtanya, their rocks or trees arose to mark the spot. It is they who gave the earth the form it has at present. They created all sorts of beings, both men and animals. They are nearly gods, so their souls also have a divine character. And since the souls of men are these ancestral souls reincarnated in the human body, these are sacred beings too. In the second place, these ancestors were not men in the proper sense of the word, but animals or vegetables, or perhaps mixed beings in which the animal or vegetable element predominated. In the Altjaringa, say Spencer and Gillen, lived ancestors who, in the native mind, are so intimately associated with the animals or plants, the name of which they bear, that an Altjaringa man of, say, the kangaroo totem may sometimes be spoken of either as a man-kangaroo or a kangaroo man. The identity of the human individual is often sunk in that of the animal or plant from which he is supposed to have originated. Their immortal souls necessarily have the same nature. In them, also, the human element is wedded to the animal element, with a certain tendency for the latter to predominate over the former. So they are made of the same substance as the totemic principle, for we know that the special characteristic of this is to present this double nature, and to synthesize and confound the two realms in itself. Since no other souls than these exist, we reach the conclusion that, in a general way, the soul is nothing other than the totemic principle incarnate in each individual. And there is nothing to surprise us in this derivation. We already know that this principle is immanent in each of the members of the clan. But in penetrating into these individuals, it must inevitably individualize itself. Because the consciousnesses, of which it becomes thus an integral part, differ from each other, it differentiates itself according to their image. Since each has its own physiognomy, it takes a distinct physiognomy in each. Of course, it remains something outside of and foreign to the man, but the portion of it which each is believed to possess cannot fail to contract close affinities with the particular subject in which it resides. It becomes his to a certain extent. Thus, it has two contradictory characteristics, but whose coexistence is one of the distinctive features of the notion of the soul. Today, as formerly, the soul is what is best and most profound in ourselves, and the preeminent part of our being. Yet it is also a passing guest which comes from the outside, which leads in us an existence distinct from that of the body, and which should one day regain its entire independence. In a word, just as society exists only in and through individuals, the totemic principle exists only in and through the individual consciousnesses whose association forms the clan. If they did not feel it in them, it would not exist. It is they who put it into things, so it must of necessity be divided and distributed among them. Each of these fragments is a soul. A myth which is found in a rather large number of the societies of the center, and which, moreover, is only a particular form of the preceding ones, shows even better that this is really the matter out of which the idea of the soul is made. In these tribes, tradition puts the origin of each clan, not in a number of ancestors, but in only two or even in one. This unique being, as long as he remained single, contained the totemic principle within him integrally, for at this moment there was nothing to which this principle could be communicated. Now, according to this same tradition, all the human souls which exist, both those which now animate the bodies of men and those which are at present unemployed, being held in reserve for the future, have issued from this unique personage. They are made of his substance. While traveling over the surface of the ground, or moving about, or shaking himself, he made them leave his body and planted them in the various places he is believed to have passed over. Is this not merely a symbolic way of saying that they are parts of the totemic divinity? But this conclusion presupposes that the tribes of which we have just been speaking admit the doctrine of reincarnation. Now, according to Strelo, this doctrine is unknown to the Arunta, the society which Spencer and Gillen have studied the longest and the best. If, in this particular case, these two observers have misunderstood things to such an extent, their whole testimony would become suspect. So it is important to determine the actual extent of this divergence. According to Strelo, after the soul has once been definitely freed from the body by the rites of mourning, it never reincarnates itself again. It goes off to the Isles of the Dead, where it passes its days in sleeping and its nights in dancing, until it returns again to Earth. Then it comes back into the midst of the living and plays the role of protecting genius to the young sons, or if such are lacking, to the grandsons whom the dead man left behind him. It enters their body and aids their growth. It remains thus in the midst of its former family for a year or two, after which it goes back to the land of the souls. But after a certain length of time, it goes away once more to make another sojourn upon earth, which is to be the last. A time will come when it must take up again, and with no hope of return this time, the route to the Isles of the Dead. Then, after various incidents, the details of which it is useless to relate, a storm will overtake it, in the course of which it will be struck by a flash of lightning. Thus its career is definitely terminated. So it cannot reincarnate itself, nor can conceptions and births be due to the reincarnation of souls, which periodically commence new existences in new bodies. It is true that Strelo, as Spencer and Gillen, declares that for the Arunta commerce of the sexes is in no way the determining condition of generation, which is considered the result of mystic operations, but different from the ones which the other observers told us about. It takes place in one or the other of the two following ways. Wherever an ancestor of the Alcharinga times is believed to have entered into the ground, there is either a stone or a tree representing his body. The tree or rock which has this mystic relation with the departed hero is called Nanya according to Spencer and Gillen, or Angara according to Strelo. Sometimes it is a water hole which is believed to have been formed in this way. Now, on each of these trees or rocks and in each of these water holes, there live embryo children, called Ratapa, which belong to exactly the same totem as the corresponding ancestor. For example, on a gum tree representing an ancestor of the kangaroo totem, there are Ratapa, all of which have the kangaroo as their totem. If a woman happens to pass it, and she is of the matrimonial class to which the mothers of these Ratapa should belong, one of them may enter her through the hip. The woman learns of this act by the characteristic pains, which are the first symptoms of pregnancy. The child thus conceived will, of course, belong to the same totem as the ancestor, upon whose mystical body he resided before becoming incarnate. In other cases, the process employed is slightly different. The ancestor himself acts in person. At a given moment, he leaves his subterranean retreat and throws on to the passing woman a little Churinga of a special form, called Namatuna. The Churinga enters the body of the woman and takes a human form there, while the ancestor disappears again into the earth. These two ways of conception are believed to be equally frequent. The features of the child will reveal the manner in which he was conceived. According to whether his face is broad or long, they say that he is the incarnation of a ratapa or a namatuna. Beside these two means of fecundation, Strelo places a third, which, however, is much more rare. After his namatuna has penetrated into the body of the woman, the ancestor himself enters her and voluntarily submits to a new birth. So in this case, the conception is due to a real reincarnation of the ancestor. But this is very exceptional, and when a man who has been conceived thus dies, the ancestral soul which animated him goes away, just like ordinary souls, to the isles of the dead where, after the usual delays, it is definitely annihilated. So it cannot undergo any further reincarnations. Such is the version of Strelo. In the opinion of this author, it is radically opposed to that of Spencer and Gillen. But in reality, it differs only in the letter of the formulae and symbols, while in both cases, we find the same mythical theme in slightly different forms. In the first place, all the observers agree that every conception is the result of an incarnation. Only according to Strelo, that which is incarnated is not a soul but a ratapa or a namatuna. But what is a ratapa? Strelo says that it is a complete embryo made up of a soul and a body. But the soul is always represented in material forms. It sleeps, dances, hunts, eats, etc., so it too has a corporal element. Inversely, the ratapa is invisible to ordinary men. No one sees it as it enters the body of the woman. This is equivalent to saying that it is made of a matter quite similar to that of the soul. So it hardly seems possible to differentiate the two clearly in this regard. In reality, these are mythical beings which are obviously conceived after the same model. Schulz calls them the souls of children. Moreover, the ratapa, just like the soul, sustains the closest relations with the ancestor of which the sacred tree or rock is the materialized form. It is of the same totem as this ancestor, of the same phratry, and of the same matrimonial class. Its place in the social organization of the tribe is the very one that its ancestor is believed to have held before it. It bears the same name, which is a proof that these two personalities are at least very closely related to one another. But there is more than this. This relationship even goes as far as a complete identification. In fact, it is on the mystic body of the ancestor that the ratapa is formed. It comes from this. It is like a detached portion of it. So it really is a part of the ancestor which penetrates into the womb of the mother and which becomes the child. Thus we get back to the conception of Spencer and Gillen. Birth is due to the reincarnation of an ancestral personage. Of course, it is not the entire person that is reincarnated, it is only an emanation from him. But this difference has only a secondary interest, for when a sacred being divides and duplicates itself, all of its essential characteristics are to be found again in each of the fragments into which it is broken up. So really the Alcharinga ancestor is entire in each part of himself which becomes a ratapa. The second mode of conception distinguished by Strelo has the same significance. In fact, the Churinga, and more especially the particular Churinga that is called the namatuna, is considered a transformation of the ancestor. According to Strelo, it is his body, just as the Nanya tree is. In other words, the personality of the ancestor, his Churinga and his Nanya tree, are sacred things, inspiring the same sentiments and to which the same religious value is attributed. So they transmute themselves into one another. In the spot where an ancestor lost his Churinga, a sacred tree or rock has come out of the soil, just the same as in those places where he entered the ground himself. So there is a mythological equivalence of a person of the Alcharinga and his Churinga. Consequently, when the former throws a namatuna into the body of a woman, it is as if he entered into it himself. In fact, we have seen that sometimes he does enter in person after the namatuna. According to other stories, he precedes it. It might be said that he opens up the way for it. The fact that these two themes exist side by side in the same myth completes the proof that one is only a doublet of the other. Moreover, in whatever way the conception may have taken place, there can be no doubt that each individual is united to some determined ancestor of the Alcharinga by especially close bonds. In the first place, each man has his appointed ancestor. Two persons cannot have the same one simultaneously. In other words, a being of the Alcharinga never has more than one representative among the living. More than that, the one is only an aspect of the other. In fact, as we already know, the Chüringa left by the ancestor expresses his personality. If we adopt the interpretation of Strelo, which, perhaps, is the more satisfactory, we shall say that it is his body. But this same Chüringa is related in the same way to the individual who is believed to have been conceived under the influence of this ancestor, and who is the fruit of his mystic works. When the young initiate is introduced into the sanctuary of the clan, he is shown the Chüringa of his ancestor, and someone says to him, "You are this body. You are the same thing as this." So, in Strelo's own expression, the Chüringa is the body common to the individual and his ancestor. Now, if they are to have the same body, it is necessary that on one side at least their two personalities be confounded. Strelo recognizes this explicitly, moreover, when he says, "By the Chüringa, the individual is united to his personal ancestor." So for Strelo as well as for Spencer and Gillen, there is a mystic religious principle in each newborn child, which emanates from an ancestor of the Chüringa. It is this principle which forms the essence of each individual, therefore it is his soul, or in any case the soul is made of the same matter and the same substance. Now it is only upon this one fundamental fact that we have relied in determining the nature and origin of the idea of the soul. The different metaphors, by means of which it may have been expressed, have only a secondary interest for us. Far from contradicting the data upon which our theory rests, the recent observations of Strelo bring new proofs confirming it. Our reasoning consisted in inferring the totemic nature of the human soul from the totemic nature of the ancestral soul, of which the former is an emanation and a sort of replica. Now, some of the new facts which we owe to Strelo show this character of both even more categorically than those we had at our disposal before due. In the first place, Strelo, like Spencer and Gillen, insists on the intimate relations uniting each ancestor to an animal, to a plant, or to some other natural object. Some of these Altschüringa, these are Spencer and Gillen's men of the Altschüringa, should, he says, be manifested directly as animals. Others take the animal form in a way. Even now they are constantly transforming themselves into animals. In any case, whatever external aspect they may have, the special and distinctive qualities of the animal clearly appear in each of them. For example, the ancestors of the kangaroo clan eat grass just like real kangaroos and flee before the hunter. Those of the emu clan run and feed like emus, etc. More than that, those ancestors who had a vegetable as totem become this vegetable itself on death. Moreover, this close kinship of the ancestor and the totemic being is so keenly felt by the natives that it is shown even in their terminology. Among the Arrernte, the child calls the totem of his mother, which serves him as a secondary totem, Altjira. As filiation was at first in the uterine line, there was once a time when each individual had no other totem than that of his mother, so it is very probable that the term Altjira then designated the real totem. Now this clearly enters into the composition of the word, which means great ancestor, Altschüringa. The idea of the totem and that of the ancestor are even so closely kindred that they sometimes seem to be confounded. Thus, after speaking of the totem of the mother, or Altjira, Strelo goes on to say, this Altjira appears to the natives in dreams and gives them warnings, just as it takes information concerning them to their sleeping friends. This Altjira, which speaks and which is attached to each individual personally, is evidently an ancestor, yet it is also an incarnation of the totem. A certain text in Roth, which speaks of invocations addressed to the totem, should certainly be interpreted in this sense. So it appears that the totem is sometimes represented in the mind in the form of a group of ideal beings or mythical personages who are more or less indistinct from the ancestors. In a word, the ancestors are the fragments of the totem. But if the ancestor is so readily confused with the totemic being, the individual soul, which is so near the ancestral soul, cannot do otherwise. Moreover, this is what actually results from the close union of each man with his Chüringa. In fact, we know that the Chüringa represents the personality of the individual who is believed to have been born of it, but it also expresses the totemic animal. When the civilizing hero, Mangarkunjarkunya, presented each member of the kangaroo clan with his personal totem, he spoke as follows. Here is the body of a kangaroo. Thus the Chüringa is at once the body of the ancestor, of the individual himself, and of the totemic animal. So, According to a strong and very just expression of Strelo, these three beings form a solid unity. They are almost equivalent and interchangeable terms. This is as much as to say that they are thought of as different aspects of one and the same reality, which is also defined by the distinctive attributes of the totem. Their common essence is the totemic principle. The language itself expresses this identity. The word Ratapa and the Aratapi of the Loricha language designate the mythical embryo which is detached from the ancestor and which becomes the child. Now these same words also designate the totem of this same child, such as is determined by the spot where the mother believes that she conceived. 3. Up to the present, we have studied the doctrine of reincarnation only in the tribes of Central Australia. Therefore, the bases upon which our inference rests may be deemed too narrow. But in the first place, for the reasons which we have pointed out, the experiment holds good outside of the societies which we have observed directly. Also, there are abundant facts proving that the same or analogous conceptions are found in the most diverse parts of Australia, or at least have left very evident traces there. They are found even in America. Howitt mentions them among the Deri of South Australia. The word Muramura, which Gasson translates with good spirit, and which he thinks expresses a belief in a God creator, is really a collective word designating the group of ancestors placed by the myth at the beginning of the tribe. They continue to exist today as formerly. They are believed to live in trees, which are sacred for this reason. Certain irregularities of the ground, rocks and springs are identified with these Muramura, which consequently resemble the Altjarangamichina of the Arunta in a singular way. The Kurna of Gippsland, though retaining only vestiges of totemism, also believe in the existence of ancestors called Mukkurna, and which they think of as beings intermediate between men and animals. Among the Nimbaldi, Taplin has observed a theory of conception similar to that which Strelo attributes to the Arunta. We find this belief in reincarnation held integrally by the Watchabaluk in Victoria. The spirits of the dead, says Matthews, assemble in the mere of their respective clans. They leave these to be born again in human form when a favorable occasion presents itself. Matthews even affirms that the belief in the reincarnation or transmigration of souls is strongly enrooted in all the Australian tribes. If we pass to the northern regions, we find the pure doctrine of the Arunta among the Nial in the northwest. Every birth is attributed to the incarnation of a pre-existing soul, which introduces itself into the body of a woman. In northern Queensland, myths, differing from the preceding only in form, express exactly the same ideas. Among the tribes on the Pennefather River, it is believed that every man has two souls. The one, called Ngai, resides in the heart. The other, called Choi, remains in the placenta. Soon after birth, the placenta is buried in a consecrated place. A particular genius named Anjay, who has charge of the phenomena of procreation, comes to get this Choi and keeps it until the child, being grown up, is married. When the time comes to give him a son, Anjay takes a bit of the Choi of this man, places it in the embryo he is making, and inserts it into the womb of the mother. So it is out of the soul of the father that of the child is made. It is true that the child does not receive the paternal soul integrally at first, for the Ngai remains in the heart of the father as long as he lives. But when he dies, the Ngai, being liberated, also incarnates itself in the bodies of the children. If there are several children, it is divided equally among them. Thus, there is a perfect spiritual continuity between the generations. It is the same soul which is transmitted from a father to his children, and from these to their children. And this unique soul, always remaining itself in spite of its successive divisions and subdivisions, is the one which animated the first ancestor at the beginning of all things. Between this theory and the one held by the central tribes, there is only one difference of any importance. This is that the reincarnation is not the work of the ancestors themselves, but that of a special genius who takes charge of this function professionally. But it seems probable that this genius is the product of a syncretism which has fused the numerous figures of the first ancestors into one single being. This hypothesis is at least made probable by the fact that the words Anjay and Anjir are evidently very closely related. Now the second designates the first man, the original ancestor from whom all men are descended. These same ideas are found again among the Indian tribes of America. Cross says that among the Tlingit, the souls of the departed are believed to come back to Earth and introduce themselves into the bodies of the pregnant women of their families. So, when a woman dreams, during pregnancy, of some deceased relative, she believes that the soul of this latter has penetrated into her. If the young child has some characteristic mark which the dead man had before, they believe that it is the dead man himself come back to Earth, and his name is given to the child. This belief is also general among the Haida. It is the shaman who reveals which relative it was who reincarnated himself in the child, and what name should consequently be given to him. Among the Kwakiutl, it is believed that the latest member of a family who died comes back to life in the person of the first child to be born in that family. It is the same with the Hurons, the Iroquois, the Tinne, and many other tribes of the United States. The universality of these conceptions extends, of course, to the conclusion which we have deduced from them, that is, to the explanation of the idea of the soul which we have proposed. Its general acceptability is also proved by the following facts. We know that each individual contains within him something of that anonymous force which is diffused in the sacred species. He is a member of this species himself. But as an empirical and visible being, he is not, for, in spite of the symbolic designs and marks with which he decorates his body, there is nothing in him to suggest the form of an animal or plant. So it must be that there is another being in him, in whom he recognizes himself, but whom he represents in the form of an animal or vegetable species. Now is it not evident that this double can only be the soul, since the soul is, of itself, already a double of the subject whom it animates? The justification of this identification is completed by the fact that the organs where the fragment of the totemic principle contained in each individual incarnates itself, the most eminently are also those where the soul resides. This is the case with the blood. The blood contains something of the nature of the totem, as is proved by the part it takes in the totemic ceremonies. But at the same time, the blood is one of the seats of the soul, or rather, it is the soul itself, seen from without. When blood flows, life runs out, and in the same process, the soul escapes. So the soul is confused with the sacred principle which is immanent in the blood. Regarding matters from another point of view, if our explanation is well-founded, the totemic principle, in penetrating into the individual as we suppose, should retain a certain amount of autonomy there, since it is quite distinct from the subject in whom it is incarnated. Now this is just what Howitt claims to have observed among the Yuin. That in this tribe the totem is thought to be in some way part of a man is clearly seen by the case of Umbara, before mentioned, who told me that, many years ago, someone of the lace lizard totem sent it while he was asleep, and that it went down his throat and almost ate his totem, which was in his breast, so that he nearly died. So it is quite true that the totem is broken up in individualizing itself, and that each of the bits thus detached plays the part of a spirit or soul residing in the body. But there are other more clearly demonstrative facts. If the soul is only the totemic principle individualized, it should have, in certain cases at least, rather close relations with the animal or vegetable species whose form is reproduced by the totem. And, in fact, the Jiugal, a tribe of New South Wales, had a superstition that everyone had within himself an affinity to the spirit of some bird, beast, or reptile. Not that he sprung from the creature in any way, but that the spirit which was in him was akin to that of the creature. There are even cases where the soul is believed to emanate directly from the animal or vegetable serving as totem. Among the Arranta, according to Strelo, when a woman has eaten a great deal of fruit, it is believed that she will give birth to a child who will have this fruit as totem. If, at the moment when she felt the first tremblings of the child, she was looking at a kangaroo, it is believed that the ratapa of the kangaroo has entered her body and fertilized her. H. Bastow reported the same fact from the Wagate. We know, also, that the ratapa and the soul are almost indistinguishable things. Now, such an origin could never have been attributed to the soul if men did not think that it was made out of the same substances as the plants and animals of the totemic species. Thus the soul is frequently represented in an animal form. It is known that in inferior societies, death is never considered a natural event, due to the action of purely physical causes. It is generally attributed to the evil workings of some sorcerer. In a large number of Australian societies, In order to determine who is the responsible author of this murder, they work on the principle that the soul of the murderer must inevitably come to visit its victim. Therefore, the body is placed upon a scaffolding. Then, the ground under the corpse and all around it is carefully smoothed off so that the slightest mark becomes easily perceptible. They return the next day. If an animal has passed by there during the interval, its tracks are readily recognizable. Their form reveals the species to which it belongs, and from that, they infer the social group of which the guilty man is a member. They say that it is a man of such a class or such a clan, according to whether the animal is the totem of this or that class or clan. So the soul is believed to have come in the form of the totemic animal. In other societies where totemism has weakened or disappeared, the soul still continues to be thought of in an animal form. The natives of Cape Bedford, North Queensland, believe that the child, at the moment of entering the body of its mother, is a curlew if it is a girl or a snake if it is a boy. It is only later that it takes a human form. Many of the Indians of North America, says the Prince of Wide, say that they have an animal in their bodies. The Boraro of Brazil represent the soul in the form of a bird, and therefore believe that they are birds of the same variety. In other places, it is thought of as a snake, a lizard, a fly, a bee, etc. But it is especially after death that this animal nature of the soul is manifested. During life, this characteristic is partially veiled, as it were, by the very form of the human body. But when death has once set it free, it becomes itself again. Among the Omaha, in at least 2 of the buffalo clans, it is believed that the souls of the dead go to rejoin the buffalo, their ancestors. The Hopi are divided into a certain number of clans, whose ancestors were animals or beings with animal forms. Now Schoolcraft tells us that they say that at death, they take their original form again. Each becomes a bear or deer, according to the clan to which he belongs. Very frequently, the soul is believed to reincarnate itself in the body of an animal. It is probably from this that the widely spread doctrine of metempsychosis was derived. We have already seen how hard-pressed Tyler is to account for it. If the soul is an essentially human principle, what could be more curious than this marked predilection which it shows, in so large a number of societies, for the animal form? On the other hand, everything is explained if, by its very constitution, the soul is closely related to the animal. For in that case, when it returns to the animal world at the close of this life, it is only returning to its real nature. Thus, the generality of the belief in metempsychosis is a new proof that the constituent elements of the idea of the soul have been taken largely from the animal kingdom, as is presupposed by the theory which we have just set forth. 4. Thus, the notion of the soul is a particular application of the beliefs relative to sacred beings. This is the explanation of the religious character which this idea has had from the moment when it first appeared in history, and which it still retains today. In fact, the soul has always been considered a sacred thing. On this ground, it is opposed to the body which is, in itself, profane. It is not merely distinguished from its material envelope as the inside from the outside. It is not merely represented as made out of a more subtle and fluid matter. But more than this, it inspires those sentiments which are everywhere reserved for that which is divine. If it is not made into a god, it is at least regarded as a spark of the divinity. This essential characteristic would be inexplicable if the idea of the soul were only a prescientific solution given to the problem of dreams. For there is nothing in the dream to awaken religious emotions, so the cause by which these are explained could not have such a character. But if the soul is a part of the divine substance, it represents something not ourselves that is within us. If it is made of the same mental matter as the sacred beings, it is natural that it should become the object of the same sentiments. And the sacred character which men thus attribute to themselves is not the product of a pure illusion either. Like the notions of religious force and of divinity, the notion of the soul is not without a foundation in reality. It is perfectly true that we are made up of 2 distinct parts, which are opposed to one another as the sacred to the profane, and we may say that, in a certain sense, there is divinity in us. For society, this unique source of all that is sacred does not limit itself to moving us from without and affecting us for the moment. It establishes itself within us in a durable manner. It arouses within us a whole world of ideas and sentiments which express it, but which, at the same time, form an integral and permanent part of ourselves. When the Australian goes away from a religious ceremony, the representations which this communal life has aroused or re-aroused within him are not obliterated in a second. The figures of the great ancestors, the heroic exploits whose memory these rites perpetuate, the great deeds of every sort in which he, too, has participated through the cult. In a word, all these numerous ideals which he has elaborated with the cooperation of his fellows continue to live in his consciousness, and, through the emotions which are attached to them and the ascendancy which they hold over his entire being, they are sharply distinguished from the vulgar impressions arising from his daily relations with external things. Moral ideas have the same character. It is society which forces them upon us, and as the respect inspired by it is naturally extended to all that comes from it, its imperative rules of conduct are invested, by reason of their origin, with an authority and a dignity which is shared by none of our internal states. Therefore, we assign them a place apart in our psychical life. Although our moral conscience is a part of our consciousness, we do not feel ourselves on an equality with it. In this voice, which makes itself heard only to give us orders and establish prohibitions, we cannot recognize our own voices. The very tone in which it speaks to us warns us that it expresses something within us that is not of ourselves. This is the objective foundation of the idea of the soul. Those representations whose flow constitutes our interior life are of two different species, which are irreducible one into another. Some concern themselves with the external and material world. Others, with an ideal world to which we attribute a moral superiority over the first. So we are really made up of two beings facing in different and almost contrary directions, one of whom exercises a real preeminence over the other. Such is the profound meaning of the antithesis, which all men have more or less clearly conceived between the body and the soul, the material and the spiritual beings who coexist within us. Moralists and preachers have often maintained that no one can deny the reality of duty and its sacred character without falling into materialism. And it is true that if we have no idea of moral and religious imperatives, our psychical life will all be reduced to one level, all our states of consciousness will be on the same plane, and all feeling of duality will perish. To make this duality intelligible, it is, of course, in no way necessary to imagine a mysterious and unrepresentable substance under the name of the soul, which is opposed to the body. But here, as in regard to the idea of sacredness, the error concerns the letter of the symbol employed, not the reality of the fact symbolized. It remains true that our nature is double. There really is a particle of divinity in us because there is within us a particle of these great ideas which are the soul of the group. So the individual soul is only a portion of the collective soul of the group. It is the anonymous force at the basis of the cult, but incarnated in an individual whose personality it espouses. It is mana individualized. Perhaps dreams aided in determining certain secondary characteristics of the idea. The inconsistency and instability of the images which fill our minds during sleep, and their remarkable aptitude for transforming themselves into one another, may have furnished the model for this subtile, transparent, and protean matter out of which the soul is believed to be made. Also, the facts of swooning, catalepsy, etc., may have suggested the idea that the soul was mobile and quitted the body temporarily during this life. This, in its turn, has served to explain certain dreams. But all these experiences and observations could have had only a secondary and complementary influence, whose very existence it is difficult to establish. All that is really essential in the idea comes from elsewhere. But does not this genesis of the idea of the soul misunderstand its essential characteristic? If the soul is a particular form of the impersonal principle which is diffused in the group, the totemic species, and all the things of every sort which are attached to these, at bottom it is impersonal itself. So, with differences only of degree, it should have the same properties as the force of which it is a special form, and particularly the same diffusion, the same aptitude for spreading itself contagiously, and the same ubiquity. But quite on the contrary, the soul is voluntarily represented as a concrete, definite being, wholly contained within itself and not communicable to others. It is made the basis of our personality. But this way of conceiving the soul is the product of a late and philosophic elaboration. The popular representation, as it is spontaneously formed from common experience, is very different, especially at first. For the Australian, the soul is a very vague thing, undecided and wavering in form, and spread over the whole organism. Though it manifests itself especially at certain points, there are probably none from which it is totally absent. So it has a diffusion, a contagiousness, and an omnipresence comparable to those of the mana. Like the mana, it is able to divide and duplicate itself infinitely, though remaining entire in each of its parts. It is from these divisions and duplications that the plurality of souls is derived. On the other hand, the doctrine of reincarnation, whose generality we have established, shows how many impersonal elements enter into the idea of the soul and how essential those are. For if the same soul is going to clothe a new personality in each generation, the individual forms in which it successively develops itself must all be equally external to it and have nothing to do with its true nature. It is a sort of generic substance which individualizes itself only secondarily and superficially. Moreover, this conception of the soul is by no means completely gone. The cult of relics shows that for a host of believers even today, the soul of a saint, with all its essential powers, continues to adhere to his different bones. And this implies that he is believed to be able to diffuse himself, subdivide himself, and incorporate himself in all sorts of different things simultaneously. Just as the characteristic attributes of the mana are found in the soul, so secondary and superficial changes are enough to enable the mana to individualize itself in the form of a soul. We pass from the first idea to the second with no break of continuity. Every religious force which is attached in a special way to a determined being participates in the characteristics of this being, takes on its appearance, and becomes its spiritual double. Tregear, in his Mari-Polynesian dictionary, has thought it possible to connect the word mana with another group of words, such as manawa, manamana, etc., which seem to belong to the same family, and which signify heart, life, consciousness. Is this not equivalent to saying that some sort of kinship ought to exist between the corresponding ideas as well, that is to say, between the idea of impersonal force and those of internal life, mental force, and, in a word, of the soul? This is why the question whether the Turinga is sacred because it serves as the residence of a soul, as Spencer and Gillen believe, or because it has impersonal virtues, as Strelo thinks, seems to us to have little interest and to be without sociological importance. Whether the efficacy of a sacred object is represented in an abstract form in the mind or is attributed to some personal agent does not really matter. The psychological roots of both beliefs are identical. An object is sacred because it inspires, in one way or another, a collective sentiment of respect which removes it from profane touches. In order to explain this sentiment, men sometimes fall back onto a vague and imprecise cause, and sometimes on to a determined spiritual being endowed with a name and a history. But these different interpretations are superadded to one fundamental phenomenon, which is the same in both cases. This, moreover, is what explains the singular confusions, examples of which we have met with as we have progressed. The individual, the soul of the ancestor which he reincarnates, or from which his own is an emanation, his Turinga and the animals of the totemic species are, as we have said, partially equivalent and interchangeable things. This is because in certain connections, they all affect the collective consciousness in the same way. If the Turinga is sacred, it is because of the collective sentiments of respect inspired by the totemic emblem carved upon its surface. Now the same sentiment attaches itself to the animals or plants whose outward form is reproduced by the totem, to the soul of the individual, for it is thought of in the form of the totemic being, and finally to the ancestral soul, of which the preceding one is only a particular aspect. So all these various objects, whether real or ideal, have one common element by which they arouse a single affective state in the mind, and through this, they become confused. Insofar as they are expressed by one and the same representation, they are indistinct. This is how the Arantu has come to regard the Turinga as the body common to the individual, the ancestor, and even the totemic being. It is his way of expressing the identity of the sentiments of which these different things are the object. However, it does not follow from the fact the idea of the soul is derived from the idea of mana that the first has a relatively later origin, or that there was a period in history when men were acquainted with religious forces only in their impersonal forms. When some wish to designate by the word prenomist an historical period during which animism was completely unknown, they build up an arbitrary hypothesis. For there is no people among whom the ideas of the soul and of mana do not coexist side by side. So there is no ground for imagining that they were formed at two distinct times. Everything, on the contrary, goes to show that the two are coeval. Just as there is no society without individuals, so those impersonal forces which are disengaged from the group cannot establish themselves without incarnating themselves in the individual consciousnesses where they individualize themselves. In reality, we do not have two different developments, but two different aspects of one and the same development. It is true that they do not have an equal importance. One is more essential than the other. The idea of mana does not presuppose the idea of the soul. For if the mana is going to individualize itself and break itself up into the particular souls, it must first of all exist, and what it is in itself does not depend upon the forms it takes when individualized. But on the contrary, the idea of the soul cannot be understood except when taken in connection with the idea of mana. So on this ground, it is possible to say that it is the result of a secondary formation. But we are speaking of a secondary formation in the logical, not the chronological, sense of the word. 5. But how does it come that men have believed that the soul survives the body, and is even able to do so for an indefinite length of time? From the analysis which we have made, it is evident that the belief in immortality has not been established under the influence of moral ideas. Men have not imagined the prolongation of their existence beyond the tomb in order that a just retribution for moral acts may be assured in another life, if it fails in this one. For we have seen that all considerations of this sort are foreign to the primitive conception of the beyond. Nor is the other hypothesis any better, according to which the other life was imagined as a means of escaping the agonizing prospect of annihilation. In the first place, it is not true that the need of personal survival was actively felt at the beginning. The primitive generally accepts the idea of death with a sort of indifference. Being trained to count his own individuality for little, and being accustomed to exposing his life constantly, he gives it up easily enough. More than that, the immortality promised by the religions he practices is not personal. In a large number of cases, the soul does not continue the personality of the dead man, or does not continue it long. For forgetful of its previous existence, it goes away, after a while, to animate another body, and thus becomes the vivifying principle of a new personality. Even among the most advanced peoples, it was only a pale and sad existence that shades led in Sheol or Erebus, and could hardly attenuate the regrets occasioned by the memories of the life lost. A more satisfactory explanation is the one attaching the conception of a posthumous life to the experiences of dreams. Our dead friends and relatives reappear to us in dreams. We see them act, we hear them speak. It is natural to conclude that they continue to exist. But if these observations were able to confirm the idea after it had once been born, they hardly seem capable of creating it out of nothing. Dreams in which we see departed persons living again are too rare and too short, and leave only too vague recollections of themselves, to have been able to suggest so important a system of beliefs to men all by themselves. There is a remarkable lack of proportion between the effect and the cause to which it is attributed. What makes this question embarrassing is the fact that in itself, the idea of the soul does not imply that of its survival, but rather seems to exclude it. In fact, we have seen that the soul, though being distinguished from the body, is believed, nevertheless, to be closely united to it. It ages along with the body, it feels a reaction from all the maladies that fall upon the body, so it would seem natural that it should die with the body. At least, men ought to have believed that it ceased to exist from the moment when it definitely lost its original form, and when it was no longer what it had been. Yet it is at just this moment that a new life opens out before it. The myths which we have already described give the only possible explanation of this belief. We have seen that the souls of newborn children are either emanations of the ancestral souls, or these souls themselves reincarnated. But in order that they may either reincarnate themselves, or periodically give off new emanations, they must have survived their first holders. So it seems as though they admitted the survival of the dead in order to explain the birth of the living. The primitive does not have the idea of an all-powerful God who creates souls out of nothing. It seems to him that souls cannot be made except out of souls. So those who are born can only be new forms of those who have been. Consequently, it is necessary that these latter continue to exist in order that others may be born. In fine, the belief in the immortality of the soul is the only way in which men were able to explain a fact which could not fail to attract their attention. This fact is the perpetuity of the life of the group. Individuals die, but the clan survives. So the forces which give it life must have the same perpetuity. Now these forces are the souls which animate individual bodies, for it is in them and through them that the group is realized. For this reason, it is necessary that they endure. It is even necessary that in enduring, they remain always the same. For, as the clan always keeps its characteristic appearance, the spiritual substance out of which it is made must be thought of as qualitatively invariable. Since it is always the same clan with the same totemic principle, it is necessary that the souls be the same, for souls are only the totemic principle broken up and particularized. Thus there is something like a germinative plasm, of a mystic order, which is transmitted from generation to generation and which makes, or at least is believed to make, the spiritual unity of the clan through all time. And this belief, in spite of its symbolic character, is not without a certain objective truth. For though the group may not be immortal in the absolute sense of the word, still it is true that it endures longer than the individuals, and that it is born and incarnated afresh in each new generation. A fact confirms this interpretation. We have seen that according to the testimony of Strelo, the Arenta distinguish two sorts of souls. On the one hand are those of the ancestors of the Alcharinga, on the other, those of the individuals who actually compose the active body of the tribe at each moment in history. The second sort only survive the body for a relatively short time. They are soon totally annihilated. Only the former are immortal, as they are uncreated, so they do not perish. It is also to be noticed that they are the only ones whose immortality is necessary to explain the permanence of the group, for it is upon them, and upon them alone, that it is incumbent to assure the perpetuity of the clan, for every conception is their work. In this connection, the others have no part to play. So souls are not said to be immortal except in so far as this immortality is useful in rendering intelligible the continuity of the collective life. Thus, the causes leading to the first beliefs in a future life had no connections with the functions to be filled at a later period by the institutions beyond the tomb. But when that had once appeared, they were soon utilized for other purposes besides those which had been their original reasons for existence. Even in the Australian societies, we see them beginning to organize themselves for this other purpose. Moreover, there was no need of any fundamental transformation for this. How true it is that the same social institution can successively fulfill different functions without changing its nature. 6. The idea of the soul was for a long time, and still is in part, the popular form of the idea of personality. So the genesis of the former of these ideas should aid us in understanding how the second one was formed. From what has already been said, it is clear that the notion of person is the product of two sorts of factors. One of these is essentially impersonal. It is the spiritual principle serving as the soul of the group. In fact, it is this which constitutes the very substance of individual souls. Now this is not the possession of anyone in particular. It is a part of the collective patrimony. In it and through it, all consciousnesses communicate. But on the other hand, in order to have separate personalities, it is necessary that another factor intervene to break up and differentiate this principle. In other words, an individualizing factor is necessary. It is the body that fulfills this function. As bodies are distinct from each other, and as they occupy different points of space and time, each of them forms a special center about which the collective representations reflect and color themselves differently. The result is that even if all the consciousnesses in these bodies are directed towards the same world, to wit, the world of the ideas and sentiments which brings about the moral unity of the group, they do not all see it from the same angle. Each one expresses it in its own fashion. Of these two equally indispensable factors, the former is certainly not the less important, for this is the one which furnishes the original matter for the idea of the soul. Perhaps some will be surprised to see so considerable a role attributed to the impersonal element in the genesis of the idea of personality. But the philosophical analysis of the idea of person, which has gone far ahead of the sociological analysis, has reached analogous results on this point. Among all the philosophers, Leibniz is one of those who have felt most vividly what a personality is. For before all, the nomad is a personal and autonomous being. Yet, for Leibniz, the contents of all the monads is identical. In fact, all are consciousnesses which express one and the same object, the world. And as the world itself is only a system of representations, each particular consciousness is really only the reflection of the universal consciousness. However, each one expresses it from its own point of view and in its own manner. We know how this difference of perspectives comes from the fact that the monads are situated differently in relation to each other and to the whole system which they constitute. Kant expresses the same sentiment, though in a different form. For him, the cornerstone of the personality is the will. Now the will is the faculty of acting in conformity with reason, and the reason is that which is most impersonal within us. For reason is not my reason, it is human reason in general. It is the power which the mind has of rising above the particular, the contingent, and the individual to think in universal forms. So from this point of view, we may say that what makes a man a personality is that by which he is confounded with other men, that which makes him a man, not a certain man. The senses, the body, and, in a word, all that individualizes is, on the contrary, considered as the antagonist of the personality by Kant. This is because individuation is not the essential characteristic of the personality. A person is not merely a single subject distinguished from all the others. It is especially a being to which is attributed a relative autonomy in relation to the environment with which it is most immediately in contact. It is represented as capable of moving itself to a certain degree. This is what Leibniz expressed in an exaggerated way when he said that the monad was completely closed to the outside. Now our analysis permits us to see how this conception was formed and to what it corresponds. In fact, the soul, a symbolic representation of the personality, has the same characteristic. Although closely bound to the body, it is believed to be profoundly distinct from it and to enjoy, in relation to it, a large degree of independence. During life, it may leave it temporarily, and it definitely withdraws at death. Far from being dependent upon the body, it dominates it from the higher dignity which is in it. It may well take from the body the outward form in which it individualizes itself, but it owes nothing essential to it. Nor is the autonomy which all peoples have attributed to the soul a pure illusion. We know now what its objective foundation is. It is quite true that the elements which serve to form the idea of the soul and those which enter into the representation of the body come from two different sources that are independent of one another. One sort are made up of the images and impressions coming from all parts of the organism. The others consist in the ideas and sentiments which come from and express society. So the former are not derived from the latter. There really is a part of ourselves which is not placed in immediate dependence upon the organic factor. This is all that which represents society in us. The general ideas which religion or science fix in our minds, the mental operations which these ideas suppose, the beliefs and sentiments which are at the basis of our moral life, and all these superior forms of psychical activity which society awakens in us. These do not follow in the trail of our bodily states, as our sensations and our general bodily consciousness do. As we have already shown, this is because the world of representations in which social life passes is superimposed upon its material substratum, far from arising from it. The determinism which reigns there is much more supple than the one whose roots are in the constitution of our tissues, and it leaves with the actor a justified impression of the greatest liberty. The medium in which we thus move is less opaque and less resistant. We feel ourselves to be, and we are, more at our ease there. In a word, the only way we have of freeing ourselves from physical forces is to oppose them with collective forces. But whatever we receive from society, we hold in common with our companions, so it is not at all true that we are more personal as we are more individualized. The two terms are in no way synonymous. In one sense, they oppose more than they imply one another. Passion individualizes, yet it also enslaves. Our sensations are essentially individual, yet we are more personal the more we are freed from our senses and able to think and act with concepts. So those who insist upon all the social elements of the individual do not mean by that to deny or debase the personality. They merely refuse to confuse it with the fact of individuation. Chapter 9. The idea of spirits and gods. When we come to the idea of the soul, we have left the circle of purely impersonal forces. But above the soul, the Australian religions already recognize mythical personalities of a superior order. Spirits, civilizing heroes, and even gods who are properly so called. While it will be unnecessary to enter into the detail of the mythologies, we must at least seek the form in which these three categories of spiritual beings are presented in Australia, and the way in which they are connected with the whole religious system. 1. A soul is not a spirit. In fact, it is shut up in a determined organism. Though it may leave it at certain moments, it is ordinarily a prisoner there. It definitely escapes only at death, and we have already seen the difficulties under which the separation is accomplished. A spirit, on the contrary, though often tied by the closest bonds to some particular object, such as a spring, a rock, a tree, a star, etc., and though residing there by preference, may go away at will and lead an independent existence in free space. So it has a more extended circle of action. It can act upon the individuals who approach it or whom it approaches. The soul, on the contrary, has almost no influence except over the body it animates. It is very exceptional that it succeeds in influencing outside objects during the course of its terrestrial life. But if the soul does not have the distinctive characteristics of the spirit, it acquires them, at least in part, at death. In fact, when it has been disincarnated, so long as it does not descend into a body again, it has the same liberty of movement as a spirit. Of course, after the rites of mourning have been accomplished, it is thought to go to the land of souls, but before this it remains about the tomb for a rather long time. Also, even after it has definitely departed, it is believed to prowl about in the brush near the camp. It is generally represented as a rather beneficent being, especially for the surviving members of its family. We have seen that the soul of the father comes to aid the growth of his children or his grandchildren. But it also happens sometimes that it shows signs of a veritable cruelty. Everything depends upon its humor and the manner in which it is treated by the living. So it is recommended, especially to women and children, not to venture outside of the camp during the night so as not to expose oneself to dangerous encounters. However, a ghost is not a real spirit. In the first place, it generally has only a limited power of action. Also, it does not have a definite province. It is a vagabond, upon whom no determined task is incumbent, for the effect of death has been to put it outside of all regular forms. As regards the living, it is a sort of exile. A spirit, on the other hand, always has a power of a certain sort, and it is by this that it is defined. It is set over a certain order of cosmic or social phenomena. It has a more or less precise function to fulfill in the system of the universe. But there are some souls which satisfy this double condition and which are consequently spirits, in the proper sense of the word. These are the souls of the mythical personages whom popular imagination has placed at the beginning of time, the Altjaranga or the men of the Altjaringa among the Arunta, the Muramura among the tribes of Lake Eyre, the Muckurnai among the Kurnai, etc. In one sense, they are still souls, for they are believed to have formerly animated bodies from which they separated themselves at a certain moment. But even when they led a terrestrial life, they already had, as we have seen, exceptional powers. They had a mana superior to that of ordinary men, and they have kept it. Also, they are charged with definite functions. In the first place, whether we accept the version of Spencer and Gillen or that of Strelo, it is to them that the care of assuring the periodical recruiting of the clan falls. They have charge of the phenomena of conception. Even when the conception has been accomplished, the task of the ancestor is not yet completed. It is his duty to guard over the newborn child. Later, when the child has become a man, he accompanies him in the hunt, brings game to him, warns him by dreams of the dangers he may run, protects him against his enemies, etc. On this point, Strelo is entirely in accord with Spencer and Gillen. It is true that someone may ask how it is possible, according to the version of these latter, for the ancestor to fulfill this function. For, since he reincarnates himself at the moment of conception, It seems as though he should be confounded with the soul of the child and should therefore be unable to protect it from without. But the fact is that he does not reincarnate himself entirely. He merely duplicates himself. One part of him enters the body of the woman and fertilizes her. Another part continues to exist outside and, under the special name of Arambaringa, fulfills the office of guardian genius. Thus we see how great a kinship there is between this ancestral spirit and the genius of the Latins or the of the Greeks. The identification of function is complete. In fact, at first the genius is the one who begets, qui gignit. He expresses and personifies the powers of generation. But at the same time, he is the protector and director of the particular individual to whose person he is attached. He is finally confused with the personality itself of this individual. He represents the totality of the proclivities and tendencies which characterize him and give him a distinctive appearance among other men. Hence come the well-known expressions indulger genio defraudir genium, with the sense of to follow one's natural temperament. At bottom, the genius is another form or double of the soul of the individual. This is proved by the partial synonymy of genius and manes. The manes is the genius after death, but it is also all that survives of the dead man, that is to say, his soul. In the same way, the soul of the Aranta and the ancestral spirit which serves as his genius are only two different aspects of one and the same being. But it is not only in relation to persons that the ancestor has a definite situation. He also has one in relation to things. Though he is believed to have his real residence under the ground, they think that he is always haunting the place where his nanya tree or rock is, or the water hole which was spontaneously formed at the exact spot where he disappeared into the ground, having terminated his first existence. As this tree or rock is believed to represent the body of the hero, they imagine that the soul itself is constantly coming back there and lives there more or less permanently. It is by the presence of this soul that they explain the religious respect inspired by these localities. No one can break the branch of a nanya tree without a risk of falling sick. Formerly, the act of breaking it down or injuring it was punished with death. An animal or bird taking refuge there could not be killed. Even the surrounding bushes had to be respected. The grass could not be burned, the rocks also had to be treated with respect. It was forbidden to remove them or break them. As this sacred character is attributed to the ancestor, he appears as the spirit of this tree or rock, of this water hole or spring. If the spring is thought of as having some connection with rain, he will become a spirit of rain. Thus, the same souls which serve as protecting geniuses for men also fulfill cosmic functions at the same time. It is undoubtedly in this sense that we must understand the text of Roth, where he says that in northern Queensland, the spirits of nature are the souls of the dead who have chosen to live in the forests or caves. So we have here some spiritual beings that are different from the wandering souls with no definite powers. Strelo calls them gods, but this expression is inexact, at least in the great majority of cases. If it were true, then in a society like the Aranta, where each one has his protecting ancestor, there would be as many or more gods than there are individuals. It would merely introduce confusion into our terminology to give the name of God to a sacred being with only one worshipper. It may be, of course, that the figure of the ancestor grows to a point where it resembles a real divinity. Among the Warramunga, as we have already pointed out, the clan as a whole is thought to be descended from one sole and unique ancestor. It is easily seen how this collective ancestor might, under certain circumstances, become the object of a collective devotion. To choose a notable example, this is what has happened to the snake Wolanqua. This mythical beast, from whom the clan of the same name is held to be descended, continues to live, they believe, in waterholes which are therefore surrounded with a religious respect. Thus it becomes the object of a cult which the clan celebrates collectively. Through determined rites, they attempt to please him and to win his favors, and they address to him all sorts of prayers, etc., so we may say that he is like a god of the clan. But this is a very exceptional case, or even, according to Spencer and Gillen, a unique one. Normally, the word spirits is the only one suitable for designating these ancestral personages. As to the manner in which this conception has been formed, we may say that it is evident from what has preceded. As we have already shown, the existence of individual souls, when once admitted, cannot be understood unless one imagines an original supply of fundamental souls at the origin of things, from which all the others were derived. Now these archetype souls had to be conceived as containing within them the source of all religious efficacy. For, since the imagination does not go beyond them, it is from them and only from them that all sacred things are believed to come, both the instruments of the cult, the members of the clan, and the animals of the totemic species. They incarnate all the sacredness diffused in the whole tribe and the whole world, and so they are attributed powers noticeably superior to those enjoyed by the simple souls of men. Moreover, time by itself increases and reinforces the sacred character of things. A very ancient Turinga inspires much more respect than a new one, and is supposed to have more virtues. The sentiments of veneration of which it has been the object during the series of successive generations who have handled it are, as it were, accumulated in it. For the same reason, the personages who for centuries have been the subject of myths respectfully passed on from mouth to mouth, and periodically put into action by the rites, could not fail to take a very especial place in the popular imagination. But how does it happen that, instead of remaining outside of the organized society, they have become regular members of it? This is because each individual is the double of an ancestor. Now, when two beings are related as closely as this, they are naturally conceived as incorporated together. Since they participate in the same nature, it seems as though that which affects one ought to affect the other as well. Thus, the group of mythical ancestors became attached to the society of the living. The same interests and the same passions were attributed to each. They were regarded as associates. However, as the former had a higher dignity than the latter, this association takes, in the public mind, the form of an agreement between superiors and inferiors, between patrons and clients, benefactors and recipients. Thus comes this curious idea of a protecting genius who is attached to each individual. The question of how this ancestor came to have relations not only with men, but also with things may appear more embarrassing. For, at the first glance, we do not see what connection there can be between a personage of this sort and a rock or tree. But a fact which we owe to Strelo furnishes us with a solution of this problem, which is at least probable. These trees and rocks are not situated at any point in the tribal territory, but, for the most part, they are grouped around the sanctuaries, called Urtnichalunga by Spencer and Gillen and Arknanaw by Strelo, where the Turinga of the clan is kept. We know the respect with which these localities are enhallowed from the mere fact that the most precious instruments of the cult are there. Each of these spreads sanctity all about it. It is for this reason that the neighboring trees and rocks appear sacred, that it is forbidden to destroy or harm them, and that all violence used against them is a sacrilege. This sacred character is really due to a simple phenomenon of psychic contagiousness, but in order to explain it, the native must admit that these different objects have relations with the different beings in whom he sees the source of all religious power, that is to say, with the ancestors of the Alcharinga. Hence comes the system of myths of which we have spoken. They imagine that each Urtnichalunga marked the spot where a group of ancestors entered into the ground. The mounds or trees which covered the ground were believed to represent their bodies. But as the soul retains, in a general way, a sort of affinity for the body in which it dwelt, they were naturally led to believe that these ancestral souls continued to frequent these places where their material envelope remained. So they were located in the rocks, the trees, or the water holes. Thus each of them, though remaining attached to some determined individual, became transformed into a sort of genius loci and fulfilled its functions. The conceptions thus elucidated enable us to understand a form of totemism which we have left unexplained up to the present. This is individual totemism. An individual totem is defined, in its essence, by the two following characteristics. 1. It is a being in an animal or vegetable form whose function is to protect an individual. 2. The fate of this individual and that of his patron are closely united. All that touches the latter is sympathetically communicated to the former. Now, the ancestral spirits of which we have just been speaking answer to this same definition. They also belong, at least in part, to the animal or vegetable kingdoms. They, too, are protecting geniuses. Finally, a sympathetic bond unites each individual to his protecting ancestor. In fact, the Nanya tree representing the mystical body of this ancestor cannot be destroyed without the man's feeling himself menaced. It is true that this belief is losing its force today, but Spencer and Gillen have observed it, and in any case, they are of the opinion that formerly it was quite general. The identity of these two conceptions is found even in their details. The ancestral souls reside in trees or rocks which are considered sacred. Likewise, among the ULA, the spirit of the animal serving as individual totem is believed to inhabit a tree or stone. This tree or stone is sacred. No one may touch it except the proprietor of the totem. When it is a stone or rock, this interdiction is still absolute. The result is that they are veritable places of refuge. Finally, we have seen that the individual soul is only another aspect of the ancestral spirit. According to Strelo, this serves after a fashion as a second self. Likewise, following an expression of Mrs. Parker, the individual totem of the ULA, called Yunbi, is the alter ego of the individual. The soul of a man is in his Yunbi, and the soul of his Yunbi is in him. So at bottom, it is one soul in two bodies. The kinship of these two notions is so close that they are sometimes expressed by one and the same word. This is the case in Melanesia and in Polynesia. Adi in the island Moda, Tamaniu in the island Arara, and Tailidra in Matla all designate both the soul of the individual and his personal totem. It is the same with Edu in Samoa. This is because the individual totem is merely the outward and visible form of the ego or the personality, of which the soul is the inward and invisible form. Thus, the individual totem has all the essential characteristics of the protecting ancestor and fills the same role. This is because it has the same origin and proceeds from the same idea. Each of them, in fact, consists in a duplication of the soul. The totem, as the ancestor, is the soul of the individual, but externalized and invested with powers superior to those it is believed to possess while within the organism. Now this duplication is the result of a psychological necessity, for it only expresses the nature of the soul which, as we have seen, is double. In one sense, it is ours. It expresses our personality. But at the same time, it is outside of us, for it is only the reaching into us of a religious force which is outside of us. We cannot confound ourselves with it completely, for we attribute to it an excellence and a dignity by which it rises far above us and our empirical individuality. So there is a whole part of ourselves which we tend to project into the outside. This way of thinking of ourselves is so well established in our nature that we cannot escape it, even when we attempt to regard ourselves without having recourse to any religious symbols. Our moral consciousness is like a nucleus about which the idea of the soul forms itself. Yet when it speaks to us, it gives the effect of an outside power, superior to us, which gives us our law and judges us, but which also aids and sustains us. When we have it on our side, we feel ourselves to be stronger against the trials of life, and better assured of triumphing over them, just as the Australian who, when trusting in his ancestor or his personal totem, feels himself more valiant against his enemies. So there is something objective at the basis of these conceptions, whether we have in mind the Roman genius, the individual totem, or the Alcharinga ancestor. And this is why they have survived, in various forms, up to the present day. Everything goes just as if we really had two souls, one which is within us, or rather, which is us, the other which is above us, and whose function it is to control and assist the first one. Fraser thought that the individual totem was an external soul, but he believed that this exteriority was the result of an artifice and a magic ruse. In reality, it is implied in the very constitution of the idea of the soul. 2. The spirits of which we have just been speaking are essentially benefactors. Of course, they punish a man if he does not treat them in a fitting manner, but it is not their function to work evil. However, a spirit is in itself just as capable of doing evil as good. This is why we find a class of evil geniuses forming itself naturally, in opposition to these auxiliary and protecting spirits, which enables men to explain the permanent evils that they have to suffer, their nightmares and illnesses, whirlwinds and tempests, etc. Of course, this is not saying that all these human miseries have appeared as things too abnormal to be explained in any way except by supernatural forces, but it is saying that these forces are thought of under a religious form. As it is a religious principle which is considered the source of life, so all the events which disturb or destroy life ought logically to be traced to a principle of the same sort. These harmful spirits seem to have been conceived on the same model as the good spirits of which we have just been speaking. They are represented in an animal form, or one that is half animal, half man. But men are naturally inclined to give them enormous dimensions and a repulsive aspect. Like the souls of the ancestors, they are believed to inhabit trees, rocks, water holes, and subterranean caverns. Taking the Aranta as a particular example, Spencer and Gillen say expressly that these evil geniuses, known under the name of Orantia, are beings of the Alcharinga. Many are represented as the souls of persons who had led a terrestrial life. Among the personages of the fabulous epic, there were, in fact, many different temperaments. Some had cruel and evil instincts which they retained. Others were naturally of a bad constitution. They were thin and emaciated. So after they had entered into the ground, the Nanyar rocks to which they gave birth were considered the homes of dangerous influences. Yet they are distinguished by special characteristics from their confreres, the heroes of the Alcharinga. They do not reincarnate themselves. Among living men, there is no one who represents them. They are without human posterity. When, judging from certain signs, they believe that a child is the result of their work, it is put to death as soon as born. Also, these belong to no determined totemic group. They are outside the social organization. By all these traits, they are recognized as magic powers rather than religious ones. And in fact, it is especially with the magician that they have relations. Very frequently, it is from them that he gets his powers. So we have now arrived at the point where the world of religion stops and that of magic commences. And as this latter is outside the field of our research, we need not push our researches further. 3. The appearance of the notion of spirits marks an important step in advance in the individualization of religious forces. However, the spiritual beings of whom we have been speaking up to the present are as yet only secondary personages. They are either evil-working geniuses who belong to magic rather than religion, or else, being attached to determined individuals or places, they cannot make their influence felt except within a circle of a very limited radius. So they can only be the objects of private and local rites. But after the idea has once been established, it naturally spreads to the higher spheres of the religious life, and thus mythical personalities of a superior order are born. Though the ceremonies of the different clans differ from one another, they all belong to the same religion, nonetheless. Also, a certain number of essential similarities exist between them. Since all the clans are only parts of one and the same tribe, the unity of the tribe cannot fail to make itself felt through this diversity of particular cults. In fact, there is no totemic group that does not have Chiringa and bull roarers, and these are used everywhere in the same way. The organization of the tribe into phratries, matrimonial classes and clans, and the exegamic interdictions attached to them are veritable tribal institutions. The initiation celebrations all include certain fundamental practices, the extraction of a tooth, circumcision, subincision, etc., which do not vary with the totems within a single tribe. The uniformity on this point is the more easily established as the initiation always takes place in the presence of the tribe, or at least before an assembly to which the different clans have been summoned. The reason for this is that the object of the initiation is to introduce the neophyte into the religious life, not merely of the clan into which he was born, but of the tribe as a whole. So it is necessary that the various aspects of the tribal religion be represented before him and take place, in a way, under his very eyes. It is on this occasion that the moral and religious unity of the tribe is affirmed the best. Thus, in each society there are a certain number of rites which are distinguished from all the others by their homogeneity and their generality. So noticeably, a harmony seemed to be explicable only by a unity of origin. So they imagined that each group of similar rites had been founded by one and the same ancestor, who came to reveal them to the tribe as a whole. Thus, among the Aranta, it was an ancestor of the wild cat clan, named Putia, who is thought to have taught men the way of making chiringa and using it ritually. Among the Warramunga, it was Murtu, among the Urubana, Witterna. It was Atnatu among the Kaitish and Tendun among the Kurnai. Likewise, the practice of circumcision is attributed by the Eastern Diri and many other tribes to two special Muramura, and by the Aranta to a hero of the Alcharinga, of the lizard totem, named Mangarkunjurkunya. To this same personage are ascribed the foundation of the matrimonial institutions and the social organization they imply. The discovery of fire, the invention of the spear, the buckler, the boomerang, etc. It also happens very frequently that the inventor of the bull roarer is also considered the founder of the rites of initiation. These special ancestors cannot be put in the same rank as the others. On the one hand, the sentiments of veneration which they inspire are not limited to one clan, but are common to the whole tribe. On the other hand, it is to them that men ascribe all that is most esteemed in the tribal civilization. For this double reason, they became the object of a special consideration. For example, they say of Atnatu that he was born in heaven at an epoch even prior to the times of the Alcharinga, that he made himself, and that he gave himself the name he bears. The stars are his wives and daughters. Beyond the heaven where he lives, there is another one with another son. His name is sacred, and should never be pronounced before women or non-initiated persons. Yet, howsoever great the prestige enjoyed by these personages may be, there was no occasion for founding special rites in their honor, for they themselves are only rites personified. They have no other reason for existence than to explain existing practices. They are only another aspect of these. The Chiringa and the ancestor who invented it are only one. Sometimes, both have the same name. When someone makes the bull roarer resound, they say that it is the voice of the ancestor making himself heard. But for the very reason that each of these heroes is confounded with the cult he is believed to have founded, they believe that he is attentive to the way in which it is celebrated. He is not satisfied unless the worshippers fulfill their duties exactly. He punishes those who are negligent. So he is thought of as the guardian of the rite, as well as its founder. And for this reason, he becomes invested with a veritable moral role. 4. However, this mythological formation is not the highest which is to be found among the Australians. There are at least a certain number of tribes who have arrived at a conception of a god who, if not unique, is at least supreme, and to whom is attributed a preeminent position among all the other religious entities. The existence of this belief was pointed out long ago by different observers, but it is Howitt who has contributed the most to establishing its relative generality. In fact, he has verified it over a very extended geographical area embracing the state of Victoria and New South Wales, and even extending up to Queensland. In all this entire region, a considerable number of tribes believe in the existence of a veritable tribal divinity, who has different names, according to the district. The ones most frequently employed are Bunjil or Punjil, Daramulan and Bayam, but we also find Nurali or Nurel, Kohin and Manganangaw. The same conception is found again farther west, among the Narranderi, where the great god is called Nurunderi or Ngurunderi. Among the Diri, it is probable that there is one of the Muramura or ordinary ancestors who enjoys a sort of supremacy over the others. Finally, in opposition to the affirmations of Spencer and Gillen, who declare that they have observed no belief in a real divinity among the Arunta, Strelo assures us that this people, as well as the Loritja, recognize, under the name Altjira, a veritable good god. The essential characteristics of this personage are the same everywhere. It is an immortal and even an eternal being, for it was not derived from any other. After having lived on earth for a certain length of time, he ascended to heaven, or else was taken up there, and continues to live there, surrounded by his family. For generally he is said to have one or several wives, children, and brothers who sometimes assist him in his functions. Under the pretext of a visit he is said to have made to them, he and his family are frequently identified with certain stars. Moreover, they attribute to him a power over stars. It is he who regulates the journey of the sun and moon. He gives them orders. It is he who makes the lightning leap from the clouds and who throws the thunderbolts. Since he is the thunder, he is also connected with the rain. It is to him that men address themselves when there is a scarcity of water or when too much falls. They speak of him as a sort of creator. He is called the father of men, and they say that he made them. According to a legend current around Melbourne, Bunjil made the first man in the following manner. He made a little statue out of white clay. Then, after he had danced all around it several times and had breathed into its nostrils, the statue became animated and commenced to walk about. According to another myth, he lighted the sun, thus the earth became heated and men came out of it. At the same time that he made men, this divine personage made the animals and trees. It is to him that men owe all the arts of life, arms, language, and tribal rights. He is the benefactor of humanity. Even yet, he plays the role of a sort of providence for them. It is he who supplies his worshippers with all that is necessary for their existence. He is in communication with them, either directly or through intermediaries. But being at the same time guardian of the morals of the tribe, he treats them severely when these are violated. If we are to believe certain observers, he will even fulfill the office of judge after this life. He will separate the good from the bad and will not reward the ones like the others. In any case, they are often represented as ruling the land of the dead and as gathering the souls together when they arrive in the beyond. As the initiation is the principal form of the tribal cult, it is to the rites of initiation that he is attached especially. He is their center. He is very frequently represented by an image cut on a piece of bark or soaked into the ground. They dance around it, they sing in its honor, they even address real prayers to it. They explain to the young men who the personage is whom this image represents. They tell them his secret name, which the women and the uninitiated cannot know. They relate to them his history and the part attributed to him in the life of the tribe. At other times, they raise their hands towards the heaven where he is thought to dwell, or else they point their arms or the ritual instruments they have in hand in this direction. This is a way of entering into communication with him. They feel his presence everywhere. He watches over the neophyte when he has withdrawn into the forest. He is attentive to the manner in which the ceremonies are celebrated. The initiation is his cult, so he gives special attention to seeing that these are carried out exactly. If there are any faults or negligences, he punishes them in a terrible manner. Moreover, the authority of each of these supreme gods is not limited to a single tribe. It is recognized equally by a number of neighboring tribes. Bunjil is adored in nearly all of Victoria, Bayame in a considerable portion of New South Wales, etc. This is why there are so few gods for a relatively extended geographical area. So the cults of which they are the object have an international character. It even happens sometimes that mythologies intermingle, combine, and make mutual borrowings. Thus the majority of the tribes who believe in Bayame also admit the existence of Daramulun. However, they accord him a slighter dignity. They make him a son or brother of Bayame, and subordinate to this latter. Thus the faith in Daramulun has spread in diverse forms into all of New South Wales. So it is far from true that religious internationalism is a peculiarity of the most recent and advanced religions. From the dawn of history, religious beliefs have manifested a tendency to overflow out of one strictly limited political society. It is as though they had a natural aptitude for crossing frontiers, and for diffusing and internationalizing themselves. Of course, there have been peoples and times when this spontaneous aptitude has been held in check by opposed social necessities, but that does not keep it from being real and, as we see, very primitive. To Tyler, this conception has appeared to be a part of so elevated a theology that he refuses to see in it anything but the product of a European importation. He would have it be a more or less denatured Christian idea. Andrew Lang, on the contrary, considers them autochthonos, but as he also admits that it is contrasted with all the other Australian beliefs and rests on completely different principles, he concludes that the religions of Australia are made up of two heterogeneous systems, superimposed one upon the other, and consequently derived from a double origin. On the one hand, there were ideas relative to totems and spirits, which had been suggested to men by the sight of certain natural phenomena. But at the same time, by a sort of intuition as to the nature of which he refuses to make himself clear, the human intelligence succeeded at the first onset in conceiving a unique God, creator of the world and legislator of the moral order. Lang even estimates that this idea was purer of foreign elements at the beginning, and especially in Australia, than in the civilizations which immediately followed. With time, it was covered over and obscured little by the ever-growing mass of animistic and totemic superstitions. Thus it underwent a sort of progressive degeneration up to the day when, as the effect of a privileged culture, it succeeded in coming into its own and restated itself again with more force and clarity than it had in the first place. But the facts allow neither the skeptical hypothesis of Tyler nor the theological interpretation of Lang. In the first place, It is certain today that the ideas relative to the great tribal god are of indigenous origin. They were observed before the influence of the missionaries had as yet had time to make itself felt. But it does not follow that it is necessary to attribute them to a mysterious revelation. Far from being derived from a different source than the regular totemic beliefs, they are, on the contrary, only the logical working out of these beliefs and their highest form. We have already seen how the notion of mythical ancestors is implied in the very principles upon which totemism rests, for each of them is a totemic being. Now, though the great gods are certainly superior to these, still, there are only differences of degree between them. We pass from the first to the second with no break of continuity. In fact, a great god is himself an ancestor of a special importance. They frequently speak to us about him as though he were a man endowed, to be sure, with more than human powers, but one who lived a human life upon the earth. He is pictured as a great hunter, a powerful magician, or the founder of the tribe. He was the first man. One legend even represents him in the form of a worn-out old man who could hardly move about. If a supreme god named Muramura has existed among the Diri, the very word is significant, for it serves to designate the class of the ancestors. Likewise, Nurili, the name of a great god among the tribes on the Murray River, is sometimes used as a collective expression which is applied to the group of mythical beings whom tradition places at the origin of things. They are personages wholly comparable to those of the Alcharinga. In Queensland, we have already met with a god Angia or Angir, who made men but who seems, nevertheless, to be only the first man. A fact that has aided Australian thought to pass from the numerous ancestral geniuses to the idea of the tribal god is that between the two extremes a middle term has been inserted, which has served as a transition. These are the civilizing heroes. The fabulous beings whom we call by this name are really simple ancestors to whom mythology has attributed an eminent place in the history of the tribe, and whom it has, for this reason, set above the others. We have even seen that they ordinarily form a part of the totemic organization. Mangarkunjarkunya belongs to the lizard totem and Putia putia to the wild cat totem. But on the other hand, the functions which they are believed to fulfill, or to have fulfilled, are closely similar to those incumbent upon a great god. He, too, is believed to have introduced the arts of civilization among men, to have been the founder of the principal social institutions, and the revealer of the great religious ceremonies which still remain under his control. If he is the father of men, it is because he manufactured them rather than begat them. But Mangarkunjarkunya also made them. Before his time, there were no men, but only unformed masses of flesh, in which the different members and even the different individuals were not yet separated from one another. It was he who cut up this original matter and made real human beings out of it. Between this mode of fabrication and the one the myth we have spoken of attributes to Bunjil, there are only shades of difference. Moreover, the bonds uniting these two sorts of figures to each other are well shown by the fact that a relationship of descent is sometimes established between them. Among the Kurnai, the hero of the bull roarer, Tundan, is the son of the great god Munganangawa. Likewise, among the Ula, Daramulan, the son or brother of Baim, is identical with Gyandi, who is the equivalent of the Tundan of the Kurnai. Of course, it is not necessary to conclude from these facts that the great god is nothing more than a civilizing hero. There are cases where these two personages are carefully differentiated, but if they are not confounded, they are at least relatives. So it sometimes happens that we find it hard to distinguish them. There are some who could be classified equally well in one category or the other. Thus, we have spoken of Etnatu as a civilizing hero, but he comes very near to being a great god. The notion of a supreme god even depends so closely upon the entire system of the totemic beliefs that it still bears their mark. Tundan is a divine hero, as we have just seen, who is very close to the tribal divinity. Now among the Kurnai, the same word means totem. Similarly, among the Aranta, Altjira is the name of a great god. It is also the name of the maternal totem. But there is more to be said than this. Many great gods have an obviously totemic aspect. Daramulan is an eagle hawk, his mother an emu. It is also under the features of an emu that Baim is represented. The Altjira of the Aranta has the legs of an emu. Before being the name of a great god, nearly designated, as we just saw, the ancestor founders of the tribe, now some of these were crows, the others hawks. According to Howitt, Bunjil is always represented in a human form. However, the same word serves to designate the totem of a phratry, the eagle hawk. At least one of his sons is among the totems included in the phratry to which he has given, or from which he has taken his name. His brother is Palion, the bat. Now this latter serves as sexual totem for the men in many tribes in Victoria. We can even go farther and state more definitely the connection which these great gods have with the totemic system. We have just seen that Bunjil is the totem of a phratry. Daramulin, like Bunjil, is an eagle hawk, and we know that this bird is the totem of phratries in a large number of southeastern tribes. We have already pointed out that Nurali seems to have originally been a collective term designating indistinctly either eagle hawks or crows. Now in the tribes where this myth has been observed, the crow is the totem of one of the two phratries, the eagle hawk, that of the other. Also, the legendary history of the great gods resembles that of the totems of the phratries very closely. The myths, and sometimes the rites, commemorate the struggles which each of these divinities fought against a carnivorous bird, over which it triumphed only with the greatest difficulty. Bunjil, the first man, after making the second man, Carween, entered into a conflict with him, and in the course of a sort of duel, he wounded him severely and changed him into a crow. The two species of Nurtili are represented as two hostile groups which were originally in a constant state of war. Baim, on his side, had to fight against Mullion, the cannibal eaglehawk, who, by the way, is identical with Daramulin. Now, as we have seen, there is also a sort of constitutional hostility between the totems of the phratries. This parallelism completes the proof that the mythology of the great gods and that of these totems are closely related. This relationship will appear still more evident if we notice that the rival of the god is regularly either a crow or an eaglehawk, and that these are quite generally the totems of the phratries. So Baim, Daramulin, Nurali, and Bunjil seem to be phratry totems who have been deified, and we may imagine that this apotheosis took place as follows. It is obviously in the assemblies which take place in regard to the initiation that the conception was elaborated, for the great gods do not play a role of any importance except in these rites, and are strangers to the other religious ceremonies. Moreover, as the initiation is the principal form of the tribal cult, it is only on this occasion that a tribal mythology could arise. We have already seen how the rituals of circumcision and subincision spontaneously tend to personify themselves under the form of civilizing heroes. However, these heroes exercised no supremacy. They were on the same footing as the other legendary benefactors of society. But wherever the tribe acquired a livelier sentiment of itself, this sentiment naturally incarnated itself in some personage, who became its symbol. In order to account for the bonds uniting them to one another, no matter what clan they belonged to, men imagined that they were all descended from the same stock, and that they were all descended from a single father, to whom they owe their existence, though he owed his to no one. The god of the initiation was predestined to this role, for, according to an expression frequently coming to the lips of the natives, the object of the initiation is to make or manufacture men. So they attributed a creative power to this god, and for all these reasons, he found himself invested with a prestige setting him well above the other heroes of the mythology. These others became his auxiliaries, subordinate to him. They were made his sons or younger brothers, as was the case with Tundan, Gayandi, Carween, Palion, etc., but other sacred beings already existed, who occupied an equally eminent place in the religious system of the clan. These were the totems of the phratries. Wherever these are maintained, they are believed to keep the totems of the clans dependent upon them. Thus they had all that was necessary for becoming tribal divinities themselves. So it was only natural that a partial confusion should arise between these two sorts of mythical beings. It is thus that one of the two fundamental totems of the tribe gave his traits to the great god. But as it was necessary to explain why only one of them was called to this dignity and the other excluded, they supposed that this latter, in the course of a fight against his rival, was vanquished, and that his exclusion was the consequence of his defeat. This theory was the more readily admitted because it was in accord with the rest of the mythology, where the totems of the phratries are generally considered enemies of one another. A myth observed by Mrs. Parker among the Ualei may serve to confirm this explanation, for it merely translates it into figurative language. It is related that in this tribe, the totems were only the names given to the different parts of Baham's body at first. So the clans were, in a sense, the fragments of the divine body. Now, is this not just another way of saying that the great God is the synthesis of all the totems and consequently the personification of the tribal unity? But at the same time, it takes an international character. In fact, the members of the tribe to which the young initiates belong are not the only ones who assist at the ceremonies of initiation. Representatives from the neighboring tribes are specially summoned to these celebrations, which thus become sorts of international fairs, at once religious and laical. Beliefs elaborated in social environments thus constituted could not remain the exclusive patrimony of any special nationality. The stranger to whom they are revealed carries them back to his own tribe when he returns home, and as, sooner or later, he is forced to invite his former hosts, there is a continual exchange of ideas from tribe to tribe. It is thus that an international mythology was established, of which the great god was quite naturally the essential element, for it had its origin in the rites of initiation, which it is his function to personify. So his name passed from one language to another, along with the representations which were attached to it. The fact that the names of the phratries are generally the same in very different tribes could not fail to facilitate this diffusion. The internationalism of the totems opened the way for that of the great god. 5. We thus reach the highest conception to which totemism has arrived. This is the point where it touches and prepares the religions which are to follow, and aids us in understanding them. But at the same time, we are able to see that this culminating idea is united without any interruption to the crudest beliefs which we analyzed to start with. In fact, the great tribal god is only an ancestral spirit who finally won a preeminent place. The ancestral spirits are only entities forged in the image of the individual souls whose origin they are destined to explain. The souls, in their turn, are only the form taken by the impersonal forces which we found at the basis of totemism, as they individualize themselves in the human body. The unity of the system is as great as its complexity. In this work of elaboration, the idea of the soul has undoubtedly played an important part. It is through it that the idea of personality has been introduced into the domain of religion. But it is not true that, as the theorists of animism maintain, it contains the germ of the whole religion. First of all, it presupposes the notion of mana, or the totemic principle, of which it is only a special form. Then, if the spirits and gods could not be conceived before the soul, they are nevertheless more than mere human souls, liberated by death. Else whence would come their supernatural powers? The idea of the soul has merely served to direct the mythological imagination in a new way and to suggest to it constructions of a new sort. But the matter for these conceptions has been taken, not from the representation of the soul, but from this reservoir of the anonymous and diffused forces which constitute the original foundation of religions. The creation of mythical personalities has only been another way of thinking of these essential forces. As for the notion of the great God, it is due entirely to the sentiment whose action we have already observed in the genesis of the most specifically totemic beliefs. This is the tribal sentiment. In fact, we have seen that totemism was not the work of isolated clans, but that it was always elaborated in the body of a tribe which was to some degree conscious of its unity. It is for this reason that the different cults peculiar to each clan mutually touch and complete each other in such a way as to form a unified whole. Now it is this same sentiment of a tribal unity which is expressed in the conception of a supreme God, common to the tribe as a whole. So they are quite the same causes which are active at the bottom and at the top of this religious system. However, up to the present, we have considered the religious representations as if they were self-sufficient and could be explained by themselves. But in reality, they are inseparable from the rites, not only because they manifest themselves there, but also because they, in their turn, feel the influence of these. Of course, the cult depends upon the beliefs, but it also reacts upon them. So in order to understand them better, it is important to understand it better. The moment has come for undertaking its study. Book 3. The Principal Ritual Attitudes. Chapter 1. The Negative Cult and its Functions, the Ascetic Rites. We do not have the intention of attempting a complete description of the primitive cult in what is to follow. Being preoccupied especially with reaching that which is most elementary and most fundamental in the religious life, we shall not attempt to reconstruct in detail the frequently confused multiplicity of all the ritual forms. But out of the midst of this extreme diversity of practices, we should like to touch upon the most characteristic attitudes which the primitive observes in the celebration of his cult, to classify the most general forms of his rites, and to determine their origins and significance, in order that we may control, and, if there is occasion, make more definite the results to which the analysis of the beliefs has led us. Every cult presents a double aspect, one negative, the other positive. In reality, of course, the two sorts of rites which we denominate thus are closely associated. We shall see that they suppose one another. But still, they are different, and if it is only to understand their connection, it is necessary to distinguish them. 1. By definition, sacred beings are separated beings. That which characterizes them is that there is a break of continuity between them and the profane beings. Normally, the first are outside the others. A whole group of rites has the object of realizing this state of separation, which is essential. Since their function is to prevent undue mixings, and to keep one of these two domains from encroaching upon the other, they are only able to impose abstentions or negative acts. Therefore, we propose to give the name negative cult to the system formed by these special rites. They do not prescribe certain acts to the faithful, but confine themselves to forbidding certain ways of acting, so they all take the form of interdictions, or, as is commonly said by ethnographers, of taboos. This latter word is the one used in the Polynesian languages to designate the institution in virtue of which certain things are withdrawn from common use. It is also an adjective expressing the distinctive characteristic of these kinds of things. We have already had occasion to show how hard it is to translate a strictly local and dialectical expression like this into a generic term. There is no religion where there are no interdictions and where they do not play a considerable part. So it is regrettable that the consecrated terminology should seem to make so universal an institution into a peculiarity of Polynesia. The expression interdicts or interdictions seems to us to be much more preferable. However, the word taboo, like the word totem, is so customary that it would show an excess of purism to prohibit it systematically. Also, the inconveniences it may have are attenuated when its real meaning and importance have once been definitely stated. But there are interdictions of different sorts which it is important to distinguish, for we shall not have to treat all kinds of interdictions in this chapter. First of all, beside those coming from religion, there are others which are due to magic. The two have this in common, that they declare certain things incompatible and prescribe the separation of the things whose incompatibility is thus proclaimed. But there are also very grave differences between them. In the first place, the sanctions are not the same in the two cases. Of course, the violation of the religious interdicts is frequently believed, as we shall presently see, to bring about material disorders mechanically, from which the guilty man will suffer, and which are regarded as a judgment on his act. But even if these really come about, this spontaneous and automatic judgment is not the only one. It is always completed by another one, supposing human intervention. A real punishment is added to this, if it does not anticipate it, and this one is deliberately inflicted by men, or at least there is a blame and public reprobation. Even when the sacrilege has been punished, as it were, by the sickness or natural death of its author, it is also defamed. It offends opinion, which reacts against it. It puts the man who did it in fault. On the contrary, the magic interdiction is judged only by the material consequences which the forbidden act is believed to produce, with a sort of physical necessity. In disobeying, a man runs risks similar to those to which an invalid exposes himself in not following the advice of his physician, but in this case disobedience is not a fault. It creates no indignation. There is no sin in magic. Moreover, this difference in sanction is due to a profound difference in the nature of the interdictions. The religious interdiction necessarily implies the notion of sacredness. It comes from the respect inspired by the sacred object, and its purpose is to keep this respect from failing. On the other hand, the interdictions of magic suppose only a wholly lay notion of property. The things which the magician recommends to be kept separate are those which, by reason of their characteristic properties, cannot be brought together and confused without danger. Even if he happens to ask his clients to keep at a distance from certain sacred things, it is not through respect for them and fear that they may be profaned, for, as we know, magic lives on profanations. It is merely for reasons of temporal utility. In a word, religious interdictions are categorical imperatives. Others are useful maxims, the first form of hygienic and medical interdictions. We cannot study two orders of facts as different as these simultaneously, or even under the same name, without confusion. We are only concerned with the religious interdictions here. But a new distinction is necessary between these latter. There are religious interdictions whose object is to separate two sacred things of different species from each other. For example, it will be remembered that among the Wackelbura, the scaffold upon which the corpse is exposed must be made exclusively of materials belonging to the phratry of the dead man. This is as much as to say that all contact between the corpse, which is sacred, and the things of the other phratry, which are also sacred, but differently, is forbidden. Elsewhere, the arms which one uses to hunt an animal with cannot be made out of a kind of wood that is classed in the same social group as the animal itself. But the most important of these interdictions are the ones which we shall study in the next chapter. They are intended to prevent all communication between the purely sacred and the impurely sacred, between the sacredly auspicious and the sacredly inauspicious. All these interdictions have one common characteristic. They come, not from the fact that some things are sacred while others are not, but from the fact that there are inequalities and incompatibilities between sacred things. So they do not touch what is essential in the idea of sacredness. The observance of these prohibitions can give place only to isolated rites which are particular and almost exceptional. But it could not make a real cult, for before all, a cult is made by regular relations between the profane and the sacred as such. But there is another system of religious interdictions which is much more extended and important. This is the one which separates, not different species of sacred things, but all that is sacred from all that is profane. So it is derived immediately from the notion of sacredness itself, and it limits itself to expressing and realizing this. Thus it furnishes the material for a veritable cult, and even of a cult which is at the basis of all the others, for the attitude which it prescribes is one from which the worshipper must never depart in all his relations with the sacred. It is what we call the negative cult. We may say that its interdicts are the religious interdicts par excellence. It is only these that we shall discuss in the following pages. But they take multiple forms. Here are the principal ones which we observe in Australia. Before all are the interdictions of contact. These are the original taboos, of which the others are scarcely more than particular varieties. They rest upon the principle that the profane should never touch the sacred. We have seen already that the uninitiated may not touch the churinga or the bull roarers under any circumstances. If adults are allowed the free use of them, it is because initiation has conferred a sacred character upon them. Blood, and especially that which flows during the initiation, has a religious virtue. It is under the same interdict. It is the same with the hair. A dead man is sacred because the soul which animated the body stays with the corpse. For this reason, it is sometimes forbidden to carry the bones of a dead man about unless they are wrapped up in a piece of bark. Even the place where the death took place should be avoided, for they believe that the soul of the dead man continues to haunt the spot. That is why they break camp and move some distance away. In certain cases, they destroy it along with everything it contains, and a certain time must elapse before they can come back to the same place. Thus it comes about that a dying man creates an empty space about him. They abandon him after they have installed him as comfortably as possible. An exceptionally intimate contact is the one resulting from the absorption of food. Hence comes the interdiction against eating the sacred animals or vegetables, and especially those serving as totems. Such an act appears so very sacrilegious that the prohibition covers even adults, or at least the majority of them. Only the old men attain a sufficient religious dignity to escape this interdict sometimes. This prohibition has sometimes been explained by the mythical kinship, uniting the man to the animals whose name he bears. They are protected by the sentiment of sympathy which they inspire by their position as kin. But the fact that the consumption of the forbidden flesh is believed to cause sickness or death automatically shows that this interdiction does not have its origin in the simple revolt of the feeling of domestic relationship. Forces of another sort are in action which are analogous to those in all religions and which are believed to react against sacrileges. Moreover, if certain foods are forbidden to the profane because they are sacred, certain others, on the contrary, are forbidden to persons of a sacred character because they are profane. Thus, it frequently happens that certain animals are specially designated as the food of women. For this reason, they believe that they partake of a feminine nature and that they are consequently profane. On the other hand, the young initiate is submitted to a series of rites of particular severity, to give him the virtues which will enable him to enter into the world of sacred things, from which he had up till then been excluded. They center an exceptionally powerful group of religious forces upon him. Thus he enters into a state of sanctity which keeps all that is profane at a distance. Then he is not allowed to eat the game which is regarded as the special food of women. But contact may be established by other means than the touch. One comes into relations with a thing by merely regarding it. A look is a means of contact. This is why the sight of sacred things is forbidden to the profane in certain cases. A woman should never see the instruments of the cult. The most that is permitted her is to catch a glimpse of them from afar. It is the same with the totemic paintings executed on the bodies of the officiants in the exceptionally important ceremonies. The exceptional solemnity of the rites of initiation prevents the women in certain tribes from seeing the place where they were celebrated, or even the neophyte himself. The sacred character which is immanent in the ceremony as a whole is naturally found in the persons of those who directed it or took some part in it. The result of this is that the novice may not raise his eyes to them, and this interdiction continues even after the rite is accomplished. A dead man is also removed from view sometimes. His face is covered over in such a way that it cannot be seen. The word is another way of entering into relations with persons or things. The breath expired establishes a communication. This is a part of us which spreads outwards. Thus it is forbidden to the profane to address the sacred beings or simply to speak in their presence. Just as the neophyte must not regard either the operators or the assistants, so it is forbidden to him to converse with them except by signs, and this interdiction keeps the place to which it has been raised by means of a special rite. In a general way, there are, among the Aranta, moments in the course of the great ceremonies when silence is obligatory. As soon as the Churinga are exposed, everyone keeps still, or if someone talks, he does so in a low voice or with his lips only. Besides the sacred things, there are words and sounds which have the same character. They should not pass the lips of the profane or enter their ears. There are ritual songs which women must not hear under pain of death. They may hear the noise of the bull roarers, but only from a distance. Every proper name is considered an essential element of the person who bears it. Being closely associated in the mind to the idea of this person, it participates in the sentiments which this latter inspires. So if the one is sacred, the other is. Therefore, it may not be pronounced in the course of the profane life. Among the Warramunga, there is one totem which is particularly venerated. This is the snake called Wolanqua. Its name is taboo. It is the same with Bayam, Daramulan, and Bunjil. The esoteric form of their name must not be revealed to the uninitiate. During mourning, the name of the dead man must not be mentioned, at least by his parents, except when there is an absolute necessity, and even in this case it must be whispered. This interdiction is frequently perpetual for the widow and certain relatives. Among certain peoples, this even extends beyond the family. All the individuals whose name is the same as that of the dead man must change theirs temporarily. But there is more than this. The relatives and intimate friends sometimes abstain from certain words in the usual language, undoubtedly because they were employed by the dead man. These gaps are filled in by means of periphrases or words taken from some foreign dialects. In addition to their public and everyday names, all men have another which is kept a secret. The women and children do not know it. It is never used in the ordinary life. This is because it has a religious character. There are even ceremonies during which it is necessary to speak a special language which must not be used for profane purposes. It is the beginning of a sacred language. Not only are the sacred beings separated from the profane, but also nothing which either directly or indirectly concerns the profane life should be confused with the religious life. Complete nudity is frequently demanded of the native as a prerequisite to being admitted to participation in the rites. He is required to strip himself of all his habitual ornaments, even those to which he is the most attached, and from which he separates himself the least willingly because of the protecting virtues he attributes to them. If he is obliged to decorate himself to play his part in the ritual, this decoration has to be made specially for the occasion. It is a ceremonial costume, a gala dress. As these ornaments are sacred, owing to the use made of them, he is forbidden to use them in profane affairs. When the ceremony is finished, they are buried or burnt. The men must even wash themselves in such a way as to carry away with them no trace of the decorations with which they were adorned. In general, all acts characteristic of the ordinary life are forbidden while those of the religious life are taking place. The act of eating is, of itself, profane, for it takes place every day, it satisfies essentially utilitarian and material needs, and it is a part of our ordinary existence. This is why it is prohibited in religious times. When one totemic group has loaned its chiringa to a foreign clan, it is an exceptionally solemn moment when they are brought back and put into the Urtnichalunga. All those who take part in the ceremony must fast as long as it lasts, and it lasts a long time. The same rule is observed during the rites, of which we shall speak in the next chapter, as well as at certain moments of the initiation. For this same reason, all temporal occupations are suspended while the great religious solemnities are taking place. According to a remark of Spencer and Gillen, which we have already had occasion to cite, the life of the Australian is divided into two very distinct parts. The one is devoted to hunting, fishing, and warfare. The other is consecrated to the cult, and these two forms of activity mutually exclude and repel one another. It is on this principle that the universal institution of religious days of rest reposes. The distinctive character of the feast days in all known religions is the cessation of work and the suspension of public and private life, insofar as it does not have a religious objective. This repose is not merely a sort of temporary relaxation, which men have given themselves in order to give themselves up more freely to the sentiments of joy ordinarily awakened by the feast days. For they are sad feasts, consecrated to mourning and repentance, and during which this cessation is no less obligatory. This is because work is an eminent form of profane activity. It has no other apparent end than to provide for the temporal necessities of life. It puts us in relations with ordinary things only. On feast days, on the contrary, the religious life attains an exceptional degree of intensity, so the contrast between the two forms of existence is especially marked at this moment. Consequently, they cannot remain near to each other. A man cannot approach his God intimately while he still bears on him marks of his profane life. Inversely, he cannot return to his usual occupations when a rite has just sanctified him. So the ritual day of rest is only one particular case of the general incompatibility separating the sacred from the profane. It is the result of an interdiction. It would be impossible to enumerate here all the different interdictions which have been observed, even in the Australian religions alone. Like the notion of sacredness upon which it rests, the system of interdicts extends into the most diverse relations. It is even used deliberately for utilitarian ends. But howsoever complex it may be, it finally rests upon two fundamental interdictions, which summarize it and dominate it. In the first place, the religious life and the profane life cannot coexist in the same place. If the former is to develop, a special spot must be placed at its disposition, from which the second is excluded. Hence comes the founding of temples and sanctuaries. These are the spots awarded to sacred beings and things, and serve them as residences, for they cannot establish themselves in any place except on the condition of entirely appropriating to themselves all within a certain distance. Such arrangements are so indispensable to all religious life that even the most inferior religions cannot do without them. The Urtnichalunga, the spot where the chiringa are deposited, is a veritable sanctuary, so the uninitiated are not allowed to approach it. It is even forbidden to carry on any profane occupation whatsoever there. As we shall presently see, there are other holy places where important ceremonies are celebrated. Likewise, the religious life and the profane life cannot coexist in the same unit of time. It is necessary to assign determined days or periods to the first, from which all profane occupations are excluded. Thus feast days are born. There is no religion, and, consequently, no society which has not known and practiced this division of time into two distinct parts, alternating with one another according to a law varying with the peoples and the civilizations. As we have already pointed out, it was probably the necessity of this alternation which led men to introduce into the continuity and homogeneity of duration certain distinctions and differentiations which it does not naturally have. Of course, it is almost impossible that the religious life should ever succeed in concentrating itself hermetically in the places and times which are thus attributed to it. It is inevitable that a little of it should filter out. There are always some sacred things outside the sanctuaries. There are some rites that can be celebrated on workdays. But these are sacred things of the second rank and rites of a lesser importance. Concentration remains the dominating characteristic of this organization. Generally, this concentration is complete for all that concerns the public cult, which cannot be celebrated except in common. The individual, private cult is the only one which comes very near to the temporal life. Thus, the contrast between these two successive phases of human life attains its maximum of intensity in the inferior societies, for it is there that the individual cult is the most rudimentary. 2. Up to the present, the negative cult has been presented to us only as a system of abstentions, so it seems to serve only to inhibit activity and not to stimulate it or to modify it. And yet, as an unexpected reaction to this inhibitive effect, it is found to exercise a positive action of the highest importance over the religious and moral nature of the individual. In fact, owing to the barrier which separates the sacred from the profane, a man cannot enter into intimate relations with sacred things except after ridding himself of all that is profane in him. He cannot lead a religious life of even a slight intensity unless he commences by withdrawing more or less completely from the temporal life. So the negative cult is in one sense a means in view of an end. It is a condition of access to the positive cult. It does not confine itself to protecting sacred beings from vulgar contact. It acts upon the worshipper himself and modifies his condition positively. The man who has submitted himself to its prescribed interdictions is not the same afterwards as he was before. Before, he was an ordinary being who, for this reason, had to keep at a distance from the religious forces. Afterwards, he is on a more equal footing with them. He has approached the sacred by the very act of leaving the profane. He has purified and sanctified himself by the very act of detaching himself from the base and trivial matters that debased his nature. So the negative rites confer efficient powers just as well as the positive ones. The first, like the second, can serve to elevate the religious tone of the individual. According to a very true remark which has been made, no one can engage in a religious ceremony of any importance without first submitting himself to a sort of preliminary initiation, which introduces him progressively into the sacred world. Unctions, lustrations, benedictions, or any essentially positive operation may be used for this purpose, but the same result may be attained by means of fasts and vigils or retreat and silence, that is to say, by ritual abstinences, which are nothing more than certain interdictions put into practice. When there are only particular and isolated negative rites, their positive action is generally too slight to be easily perceptible. But there are circumstances when a whole system of interdictions is concentrated on one man. In these cases, their effects accumulate and thus become more manifest. This takes place in Australia at the time of the initiation. The neophyte is submitted to a great variety of negative rites. He must withdraw from the society in which his existence has been passed up till then, and from almost all human society. Not only is it forbidden for him to see women and uninitiated persons, but he also goes to live in the brush, far from his fellows, under the direction of some old men who serve him as godfathers. So very true is it that the forest is considered his natural environment, that in a certain number of tribes, the word with which the initiation is designated signifies that which is from the forest. For this same reason, he is frequently decorated with leaves during the ceremonies at which he assists. In this way, he passes long months, interspersed from time to time with rites in which he must take a part. This time is a period of all sorts of abstinences for him. A multitude of foods are forbidden him. He is allowed only that quantity of food which is absolutely indispensable for the maintenance of life. He is even sometimes bound to a rigorous fast or must eat impure foods. When he eats, he must not touch the food with his hands. His godfathers put it into his mouth for him. In some cases, he must go to beg his food. Likewise, he sleeps only as much as is indispensable. He must abstain from talking, to the extent of not uttering a word. It is by signs that he makes known his needs. He must not wash, sometimes he must not move. He remains stretched out upon the earth, immobile and without clothing of any sort. Now the result of the numerous interdictions is to bring about a radical change of condition in the initiate. Before the initiation, he lived with the women, he was excluded from the cult. After it, he is admitted to the society of men. He takes part in the rites, and has acquired a sacred character. The metamorphosis is so complete that it is sometimes represented as a second birth. They imagine that the profane person, who was the young man up till then, has died, that he has been killed and carried away by the god of the initiation, Bunjil, Baim, or Daramulun, and that quite another individual has taken the place of the one that no longer is. So here we find the very heart of the positive effects of which negative rites are capable. Of course, we do not mean to say that these latter produced this great transformation all by themselves, but they certainly contributed to it, and largely. In the light of these facts, we are able to understand what asceticism is, what place it occupies in the religious life, and whence come the virtues which have generally been attributed to it. In fact, there is no interdict, the observance of which does not have an ascetic character to a certain degree. Abstaining from something which may be useful or from a form of activity which, since it is usual, should answer to some human need, is, of necessity, imposing constraints and renunciations. So in order to have real asceticism, it is sufficient for these practices to develop in such a way as to become the basis of a veritable scheme of life. Normally, the negative cult serves only as an introduction and preparation for the positive cult. But it sometimes happens that it frees itself from this subordination and passes to the first place, and that the system of interdicts swells and exaggerates itself to the point of usurping the entire existence. Thus, a systematic asceticism is born, which is consequently nothing more than a hypertrophy of the negative cult. The special virtues which it is believed to confer are only an amplified form of those conferred, to a lesser degree, by the practice of any interdiction. They have the same origin, for they both rest on the principle that a man sanctifies himself only by efforts made to separate himself from the profane. The pure ascetic is a man who raises himself above men and acquires a special sanctity by fasts and vigils, by retreat and silence, or in a word, by privations, rather than by acts of positive piety, offerings, sacrifices, prayers, etc. History shows to what a high religious prestige one may attain by this method. The Buddhist saint is essentially an ascetic, and he is equal or superior to the gods. It follows that asceticism is not a rare, exceptional, and nearly abnormal fruit of the religious life, as some have supposed it to be. On the contrary, it is one of its essential elements. Every religion contains it, at least in germ, for there are none in which a system of interdicts is not found. Their only difference in this regard which there may be between cults is that this germ is more or less developed in different ones. It should also be added that there probably is not a single one in which this development does not take, at least temporarily, the characteristic traits of real asceticism. This is what generally takes place at certain critical periods when, for a relatively short time, it is necessary to bring about a grave change of condition in a subject. Then, in order to introduce him more rapidly into the circle of sacred things with which he must be put in contact, he is separated violently from the profane world. But this does not come without many abstinences and an exceptional recrudescence of the system of interdicts. Now this is just what happens in Australia at the moment of initiation. In order to transform youths into men, it is necessary to make them live the life of a veritable ascetic. Mrs. Parker very justly calls them the monks of Baim. But abstinences and privations do not come without suffering. We hold to the profane world by all the fibers of our flesh, our senses attach us to it, our life depends upon it. It is not merely the natural theater of our activity, it penetrates us from every side, it is a part of ourselves. So we cannot detach ourselves from it without doing violence to our nature and without painfully wounding our instincts. In other words, the negative cult cannot develop without causing suffering. Pain is one of its necessary conditions. Some have been led to think of it as constituting a sort of right in itself. They have seen in it a state of grace which is to be sought and aroused, even artificially, because of the powers and privileges which it confers in the same way as these systems of interdicts, of which it is the natural accompaniment. So far as we know, Prius is the first who has realized the religious role which is attributed to suffering in the inferior societies. He cites the case of the Arapas, who inflict veritable torments upon themselves in order to become immune from the dangers of battle; of the Big Belly Indians, who submit to actual tortures on the eve of military expeditions; of the Hupa, who swim in icy rivers and then remain stretched out on the bank as long as possible, in order to assure themselves of success in their enterprises; of the Carya, who from time to time draw blood from their arms and legs by means of scratches made out of the teeth of fish, in order to strengthen their muscles; of the men of Dalmanhafen, Emperor William's land in New Guinea, who combat the sterility of their women by making bloody incisions in the upper part of their thighs. But similar facts may be found without leaving Australia, especially in the course of the initiation ceremonies. Many of the rites practiced on this occasion consist in systematically inflicting certain pains on the neophyte in order to modify his condition and to make him acquire the qualities characteristic of a man. Thus, among the Larakia, while the young men are in retreat in the forest, their godfathers and guardians give them violent blows at any instant, without warning and without cause. Among the Urabuna, at a certain time, the novice is stretched out on the ground, his face against the earth. All the men present beat him rudely. Then they make 4 or 8 gashes on his back, arranged on each side of the dorsal spine and one on the meridial line of the nape of his neck. Among the Arunta, the first rite of the initiation consists in tossing the subject in a blanket. The men throw him into the air and catch him when he comes down, to throw him up again. In the same tribe, at the close of this long series of ceremonies, the young man lies down on a bed of leaves under which they have placed live coals. He remains there, immobile in the midst of the heat and suffocating smoke. A similar rite is observed among the Urabuna, but in addition, while the patient is in this painful situation, they beat him on the back. In a general way, all the exercises to which he is submitted have this same character to such an extent that, when he is allowed to re-enter the ordinary life, he has a pitiful aspect and appears half stupefied. It is true that all these practices are frequently represented as ordeals destined to prove the value of the neophyte and to show whether he is worthy of being admitted into the religious society or not. But in reality, the probational function of the rite is only another aspect of its efficacy. For the fact that it has been undergone is proved by its producing its effect, that is to say, by its conferring the qualities which are the original reason for its existence. In other cases, these ritual cruelties are executed, not on the organism as a whole, but on a particular organ or tissue whose vitality it is their object to stimulate. Thus, among the Arunta, the Warramunga and many other tribes, at a certain moment in the initiation, certain persons are charged with biting the novice severely in the scalp. This operation is so painful that the patient can hardly support it without uttering cries. Its object is to make the hair grow. The same treatment is applied to make the beard grow. The rite of pulling out hairs, which Howitt mentions in other tribes, seems to have the same reason for existence. According to Eilman, the men and women of the Arunta and the Kitish make small wounds on their arms with sticks red with fire, in order to become skillful in making fire or to acquire the strength necessary for carrying heavy loads of wood. According to this same observer, the Warramunga girls amputate the second and third joints of the index finger on one hand, thinking that the finger thus becomes better fitted for finding yams. It is not impossible that the extraction of teeth was sometimes destined to produce effects of this sort. In any case, it is certain that the cruel rites of circumcision and subincision have the object of conferring particular powers on the genital organs. In fact, the young man is not allowed to marry until after he has undergone them, so he owes them special virtues. What makes this initiation sui generis indispensable is that in all inferior societies, the union of the sexes is marked with a religious character. It is believed to put redoubtable forces into play which a man cannot approach without danger, until after he has acquired the necessary immunity by ritual processes. For this, a whole series of positive and negative practices is used, of which circumcision and subincision are the forerunners. By painfully mutilating an organ, a sacred character is given to it, since by that act it is put into shape for resisting the equally sacred forces which it could not meet otherwise. At the beginning of this work, we said that all the essential elements of religious thought and life ought to be found, at least in germ, in the most primitive religions. The preceding facts confirm this assertion. If there is any one belief which is believed to be peculiar to the most recent and idealistic religions, it is the one attributing a sanctifying power to sorrow. Now this same belief is at the basis of the rites which have just been observed. Of course, it is understood differently at the different moments of history when it is studied. For the Christian, it acts especially upon the soul. It purges it, ennobles it, spiritualizes it. For the Australian, it is the body over which it is efficient. It increases its vital energies, it makes its beard and hair grow, it toughens its members. But in both cases, the principle is the same. In both, it is admitted that suffering creates exceptional strength, and this belief is not without foundation. In fact, it is by the way in which he braves suffering that the greatness of a man is best manifested. He never rises above himself with more brilliancy than when he subdues his own nature to the point of making it follow a way contrary to the one it would spontaneously take. By this, he distinguishes himself from all the other creatures who follow blindly wherever pleasure calls them. By this, he makes a place apart for himself in the world. Suffering is the sign that certain of the bonds attaching him to his profane environment are broken. So it testifies that he is partially freed from this environment, and, consequently, it is justly considered the instrument of deliverance. So he who is thus delivered is not the victim of a pure illusion when he believes himself invested with a sort of mastery over things. He really has raised himself above them by the very act of renouncing them. He is stronger than nature, because he makes it subside. Moreover, it is by no means true that this virtue has only an aesthetic value. The whole religious life supposes it. Sacrifices and privations do not come without privations which cost the worshipper dear. Even if the rites do not demand material gifts from him, they require his time and his strength. In order to serve his gods, he must forget himself. To make for them a fitting place in his own life, he must sacrifice his profane interests. The positive cult is possible only when a man is trained to renouncement, to abnegation, to detachment from self, and consequently to suffering. It is necessary that he have no dread of them. He cannot even fulfill his duties joyfully unless he loves them to some extent. But for that, it is necessary that he train himself, and it is to this that the ascetic practices tend. So the suffering which they impose is not arbitrary and sterile cruelty. It is a necessary school, where men form and temper themselves, and acquire the qualities of disinterestedness and endurance without which there would be no religion. If this result is to be obtained, it is even a good thing that the ascetic ideal be incarnated eminently in certain persons, whose speciality, so to speak, it is to represent, almost with excess, this aspect of the ritual life, for they are like so many living models, inciting to effort. Such is the historic role of the great ascetics. When their deeds and acts are analyzed in detail, one asks himself what useful end they can have. He is struck by the fact that there is something excessive in the disdain they profess for all that ordinarily impassions men. But these exaggerations are necessary to sustain among the believers a sufficient disgust for an easy life and common pleasures. It is necessary that an elite put the end too high if the crowd is not to put it too low. It is necessary that some exaggerate if the average is to remain at a fitting level. But asceticism does not serve religious ends only. Here, as elsewhere, religious interests are only the symbolic form of social and moral interests. The ideal beings to whom the cults are addressed are not the only ones who demand of their followers a certain disdain for suffering. Society itself is possible only at this price. Though exalting the strength of man, it is frequently rude to individuals. It necessarily demands perpetual sacrifices from them. It is constantly doing violence to our natural appetites just because it raises us above ourselves. If we are going to fulfill our duties towards it, then we must be prepared to do violence to our instincts sometimes and to ascend the decline of nature when it is necessary. So there is an asceticism which, being inherent in all social life, is destined to survive all the mythologies and all the dogmas. It is an integral part of all human culture. At bottom, this is the asceticism, which is the reason for the existence of and the justification of that which has been taught by the religions of all times. 3. Having determined what the system of interdicts consists in and what its positive and negative functions are, we must now seek the causes which have given it birth. In one sense, it is logically implied in the very notion of sacredness. All that is sacred is the object of respect, and every sentiment of respect is translated, in him who feels it, by movements of inhibition. In fact, a respected being is always expressed in the consciousness by a representation which, owing to the emotion it inspires, is charged with a high mental energy. Consequently, it is armed in such a way as to reject to a distance every other representation which denies it in whole or in part. Now the sacred world and the profane world are antagonistic to each other. They correspond to two forms of life which mutually exclude one another, or which at least cannot be lived at the same time with the same intensity. We cannot give ourselves up entirely to the ideal beings to whom the cult is addressed, and also to ourselves and our own interests at the same time. We cannot devote ourselves entirely to the group and entirely to our own egoism at once. Here there are two systems of conscious states which are directed and which direct our conduct towards opposite poles. So the one having the greater power of action should tend to exclude the other from the consciousness. When we think of holy things, the idea of a profane object cannot enter the mind without encountering grave resistance. Something within us opposes itself to its installation. This is because the representation of a sacred thing does not tolerate neighbors. But this psychic antagonism and this mutual exclusion of ideas should naturally result in the exclusion of the corresponding things. If the ideas are not to coexist, the things must not touch each other or have any sort of relations. This is the very principle of the interdict. Moreover, the world of sacred things is, by definition, a world apart. Since it is opposed to the profane world by all the characteristics we have mentioned, it must be treated in its own peculiar way. It would be a misunderstanding of its nature and a confusion of it with something that it is not, to make use of the gestures, language, and attitudes which we employ in our relations with ordinary things, when we have to do with the things that compose it. We may handle the former freely, we speak freely to vulgar beings, so we do not touch the sacred beings, or we touch them only with reserve. We do not speak in their presence, or we do not speak the common language there. All that is used in our commerce with the one must be excluded from our commerce with the other. But if this explanation is not inexact, it is, nevertheless, insufficient. In fact, there are many beings which are the objects of respect without being protected by systems of rigorous interdictions, such as those we have just described. Of course, there is a general tendency of the mind to localize different things in different places, especially when they are incompatible with each other. But the profane environment and the sacred one are not merely distinct, but they are also close to one another. Between them, there is an abyss. So there ought to be some particular reason in the nature of sacred things, which causes this exceptional isolation and mutual exclusion. And in fact, by a sort of contradiction, the sacred world is inclined, as it were, to spread itself into this same profane world which it excludes elsewhere. At the same time that it repels it, it tends to flow into it as soon as it approaches. This is why it is necessary to keep them at a distance from one another and to create a sort of vacuum between them. What makes these precautions necessary is the extraordinary contagiousness of a sacred character. Far from being attached to the things which are marked with it, it is endowed with a sort of elusiveness. Even the most superficial or roundabout contact is sufficient to enable it to spread from one object to another. Religious forces are represented in the mind in such a way that they always seem ready to escape from the points where they reside and to enter everything passing within their range. The Nanya tree where the spirit of an ancestor lives is sacred for the individual who considers himself the reincarnation of this ancestor. But every bird which alights upon this tree participates in this same nature. It is also forbidden to touch it. We have already had occasion to show how simple contact with a chiringa is enough to sanctify men and things. It is also upon this principle of the contagiousness of sacredness that all the rites of consecration repose. The sanctity of the Turinga is so great that its action is even felt at a distance. It will be remembered how this extends not only to the cave where they are kept, but also to the whole surrounding district, to the animals who take refuge there, whom it is forbidden to kill, and to the plants which grow there, which must not be touched. A snake totem has its center at a place where there is a water hole. The sacred character of the totem is communicated to this place, to the water hole, and even to the water itself, which is forbidden to all the members of the totemic group. The initiate lives in an atmosphere charged with religiousness, and it is as though he were impregnated with it himself. Consequently, all that he possesses and all that he touches is forbidden to the women, and withdrawn from their contact, even down to the bird he has struck with his stick, the kangaroo he has pierced with his lance, or the fish which has bit on his hook. But, on the other hand, the rites to which he is submitted, and the things which have a part in them, have a sanctity superior to his own. This sanctity is contagiously transmitted to everything which evokes the idea of one or the other. The tooth which has been knocked out of him is considered very holy. For this reason, he may not eat animals with prominent teeth, because they make him think of his own lost tooth. The ceremonies of the Curingal terminate with a ritual washing. Aquatic birds are forbidden to the neophyte because they make him think of this rite. Animals that climb to the tops of trees are equally sacred for him, because they are too near to Daramulon, the god of the initiation, who lives in heaven. The soul of a dead man is a sacred thing. We have already seen how this same property passes to the corpse in which the soul resided, to the spot where this is buried, to the camp in which he lived when alive, and which is either destroyed or quitted to the name he bore, to his wife, and to his relations. They, too, are invested, as it were, with a sacred character. Consequently, men keep at a distance from them. They do not treat them as mere profane beings. In the societies observed by Dawson, their names, like that of the dead man, cannot be pronounced during the period of mourning. Certain animals which he ate may also be prohibited. This contagiousness of sacredness is too well known a phenomenon to require any proof of its existence from numerous examples. We only wish to show that it is as true in totemism as in the more advanced religions. When once established, it quickly explains the extreme rigor of the interdicts separating the sacred from the profane. Since, in virtue of this extraordinary power of expansion, the slightest contact, the least proximity, either material or simply moral, suffices to draw religious forces out of their domain. And since, on the other hand, they cannot leave it without contradicting their nature, a whole system of measures is indispensable for maintaining the two worlds at a respectful distance from one another. This is why it is forbidden to the profane not only to touch, but even to see or hear that which is sacred, and why these two sorts of life cannot be mixed in their consciousnesses. Precautions are necessary to keep them apart because, though opposing one another, they tend to confuse themselves into one another. When we understand the multiplicity of these interdicts, we also understand the way in which they operate and the sanctions which are attached to them. Owing to the contagiousness inherent in all that is sacred, a profane being cannot violate an interdict without having the religious force, to which he has unduly approached, extend itself over him and establish its empire over him. But as there is an antagonism between them, he becomes dependent upon a hostile power, whose hostility cannot fail to manifest itself in the form of violent reactions which tend to destroy him. This is why sickness or death are considered the natural consequences of every transgression of this sort, and they are consequences which are believed to come by themselves, with a sort of physical necessity. The guilty man feels himself attacked by a force which dominates him and against which he is powerless. Has he eaten the totemic animal? Then he feels it penetrating him and gnawing at his vitals. He lies down on the ground and awaits death. Every profanation implies a consecration, but one which is dreadful, both for the subject consecrated and for those who approach him. It is the consequences of this consecration which sanction, in part, the interdict. It should be noticed that this explanation of the interdicts does not depend upon the variable symbols, by the aid of which religious forces are conceived. It matters little whether these are conceived as anonymous and impersonal energies or figured as personalities endowed with consciousness and feeling. In the former case, of course, they are believed to react against profaning transgressions in an automatic and unconscious manner, while in the latter case, they are thought to obey passionate movements determined by the offense resented. But at bottom, these two conceptions, which, moreover, have the same practical effect, only express one and the same psychic mechanism in two different languages. The basis of both is the antagonism of the sacred and the profane, combined with the remarkable aptitude of the former for spreading over to the latter. Now this antagonism and this contagiousness act in the same way, whether the sacred character is attributed to blind forces or to conscious ones. Thus, so far is it from being true that the real religious life commences only where there are mythical personalities, that we see that in this case, the right remains the same, whether the religious beings are personified or not. This is a statement which we shall have occasion to repeat in each of the chapters which follow. 4. But if this contagiousness of sacredness helps to explain the system of interdicts, how is it to be explained itself? Some have tried to explain it with the well-known laws of the association of ideas. The sentiments inspired in us by a person or a thing spread contagiously from the idea of this thing or person to the representations associated with it, and thence to the objects which these representations express. So the respect which we have for a sacred being is communicated to everything touching this being, or resembling it, or recalling it. Of course, a cultivated man is not deceived by these associations. He knows that these derived emotions are due to mere plays of the images and to entirely mental combinations, so he does not give way to the superstitions which these illusions tend to bring about. But they say that the primitive naively objectifies his impressions without criticizing them. Does something inspire a reverential fear in him? He concludes that an august and redoubtable force really resides in it, so he keeps at a distance from this thing and treats it as though it were sacred, even though it has no right to this title. But whoever says this forgets that the most primitive religions are not the only ones which have attributed this power of propagation to the sacred character. Even in the most recent cults, there is a group of rites which repose upon this principle. Does not every consecration by means of anointing or washing consist in transferring into a profane object the sanctifying virtues of a sacred one? Yet it is difficult to regard an enlightened Catholic of today as a sort of retarded savage who continues to be deceived by his associations of ideas, while nothing in the nature of things explains or justifies these ways of thinking. Moreover, it is quite arbitrarily that they attribute to the primitive this tendency to objectify blindly all his emotions. In his ordinary life, and in the details of his lay occupations, he does not impute the properties of one thing to its neighbors, or vice versa. If he is less careful than we are about clarity and distinction, still, it is far from true that he has some vague, deplorable aptitude for jumbling and confusing everything. Religious thought alone has a marked leaning towards these sorts of confusions. So it is in something special to the nature of religious things, and not in the general laws of the human intelligence, that the origin of these predispositions is to be sought. When a force or property seems to be an integral part or constituent element of the subject in which it resides, we cannot easily imagine its detaching itself and going elsewhere. A body is defined by its mass and its atomic composition, so we do not think that it could communicate any of these distinctive characteristics by means of contact. But on the other hand, if we are dealing with a force which has penetrated the body from without, since nothing attaches it there, and since it is foreign to the body, there is nothing inconceivable in its escaping again. Thus the heat or electricity which a body has received from some external source may be transmitted to the surrounding medium, and the mind readily accepts the possibility of this transmission. So the extreme facility with which religious forces spread out and diffuse themselves has nothing surprising about it, if they are generally thought of as outside of the beings in which they reside. Now this is just what the theory we have proposed implies. In fact, they are only collective forces hypostatized, that is to say, moral forces. They are made up of the ideas and sentiments awakened in us by the spectacle of society, and not of sensations coming from the physical world. So they are not homogeneous with the visible things among which we place them. They may well take from these things the outward and material forms in which they are represented, but they owe none of their efficacy to them. They are not united by external bonds to the different supports upon which they alight. They have no roots there. according to an expression we have already used and which serves best for characterizing them, they are added to them. So there are no objects which are predestined to receive them, to the exclusion of all others. Even the most insignificant and vulgar may do so. Accidental circumstances decide which are the chosen ones. The terms in which Codrington speaks of the mana should be borne in mind. It is a force, he says, which is not fixed in anything and can be conveyed in almost anything. Likewise, the Dakota of Miss Fletcher represented the Wacken as a sort of surrounding force which is always coming and going through the world, alighting here and there, but definitely fixing itself nowhere. Even the religious character inherent in men does not have a different character. There is certainly no other being in the world of experience which is closer to the very source of all religious life. None participates in it more directly, for it is in human consciousnesses that it is elaborated. Yet we know that the religious principle animating men, to wit, the soul, is partially external. But if religious forces have a place of their own nowhere, their mobility is easily explained. Since nothing attaches them to the things in which we localize them, it is natural that they should escape on the slightest contact, in spite of themselves, so to speak, and that they should spread afar. Their intensity incites them to this spreading, which everything favors. This is why the soul itself, though holding to the body by very personal bonds, is constantly threatening to leave it. All the apertures and pores of the body are just so many ways by which it tends to spread and diffuse itself into the outside. But we shall account for this phenomenon which we are trying to understand. Still better if, instead of considering the notion of religious forces as it is when completely formulated, we go back to the mental process from which it results. We have seen, in fact, that the sacred character of a being does not rest in any of its intrinsic attributes. It is not because the totemic animal has a certain aspect or property that it inspires religious sentiments. These result from causes wholly foreign to the nature of the object upon which they fix themselves. What constitutes them are the impressions of comfort and dependence which the action of the society provokes in the mind. Of themselves, these emotions are not attached to the idea of any particular object. But as these emotions exist and are especially intense, they are also eminently contagious. So they make a stain of oil. They extend to all the other mental states which occupy the mind. They penetrate and contaminate those representations, especially in which are expressed the various objects which the man had in his hands or before his eyes at the moment. The totemic designs covering his body, the bull roarers which he was making roar, the rocks surrounding him, the ground under his feet, etc. It is thus that the objects themselves get a religious value which is really not inherent in them, but is conferred from without. So the contagion is not a sort of secondary process by which sacredness is propagated after it has once been acquired. It is the very process by which it is acquired. It is by contagion that it establishes itself. We should not be surprised, therefore, if it transmits itself contagiously. What makes its reality is a special emotion. If it attaches itself to some object, it is because this emotion has found this object in its way. So it is natural that from this one it should spread to all those which it finds in its neighborhood, that is to say, to all those which any reason whatsoever, either material contiguity or mere similarity, has mentally connected with the first. Thus, the contagiousness of sacredness finds its explanation in the theory which we have proposed of religious forces, and by this very fact, it serves to confirm our theory. And, at the same time, it aids us in understanding a trait of primitive mentality to which we have already called the attention. We have seen the facility with which the primitive confuses kingdoms and identifies the most heterogeneous things, men, animals, plants, stars, etc. Now, we see one of the causes which has contributed the most to facilitating these confusions. Since religious forces are eminently contagious, it is constantly happening that the same principle animates very different objects equally. It passes from some into others as the result of either a simple material proximity or of even a superficial similarity. It is thus that men, animals, plants, and rocks come to have the same totem, the men because they bear the name of the animals because they bring the totemic emblem to mind, the plants because they nourish these animals, the rocks because they mark the place where the ceremonies are celebrated. Now religious forces are therefore considered the source of all efficacy, So beings having one single religious principle ought to pass as having the same essence, and as differing from one another only in secondary characteristics. This is why it seemed quite natural to arrange them in a single category, and to regard them as mere varieties of the same class, transmutable into one another. When this relation has been established, it makes the phenomena of contagion appear under a new aspect. Taken by themselves, they seem to be quite foreign to the logical life. Is their effect not to mix and confuse beings, in spite of their natural differences? But we have seen that these confusions and participation have played a role of the highest utility in logic. They have served to bind together things which sensation leaves apart from one another. So it is far from true that contagion, the source of these connections and confusions, is marked with that fundamental irrationality that one is inclined to attribute it at first. It has opened the way for the scientific explanations of the future. Chapter 2. The Positive Cult. The elements of the sacrifice. Whatever the importance of the negative cult may be, and though it may indirectly have positive effects, it does not contain its reason for existence in itself. It introduces one to the religious life, but it supposes this more than it constitutes it. If it orders the worshipper to flee from the profane world, it is to bring him nearer to the sacred world. Men have never thought that their duties towards religious forces might be reduced to a simple abstinence from all commerce. They have always believed that they upheld positive and bilateral relations with them, whose regulation and organization is the function of a group of ritual practices. To this special system of rites, we give the name of positive cult. For some time, we almost completely ignored the positive cult of the totemic religion and what it consists in. We knew almost nothing more than the initiation rites, and we do not know those sufficiently well even now. But the observations of Spencer and Gillen, prepared for by those of Schulz and confirmed by those of Strelo on the tribes of Central Australia, have partially filled this gap in our information. There is one ceremony especially which these explorers have taken particular pains to describe to us, and which, moreover, seems to dominate the whole totemic cult. This is the one that the Arunta, according to Spencer and Gillen, call the Intichiuma. It is true that Strelo contests the meaning of this word. According to him, Intichiuma, or as he writes it, Intigiuma, means to instruct and designates the ceremonies performed before the young man to teach him the traditions of the tribe. The feast which we are going to describe bears, he says, the name Embatjulcadiuma, which means to fecundate or to put into a good condition. But we shall not try to settle this question of vocabulary, which touches the real problem but slightly, as the rites in question are all celebrated in the course of the initiation. On the other hand, as the word Intichiuma now belongs to the current language of ethnography and has almost become a common noun, it seems useless to replace it with another. The date on which the Intichiuma takes place depends largely upon the season. There are two sharply separated seasons in Australia. One is dry and lasts for a long time. The other is rainy and is, on the contrary, very short and frequently irregular. As soon as the rains arrive, vegetation springs up from the ground as though by enchantment, and animals multiply, so that the country which had recently been only a sterile desert is rapidly filled with a luxurious flora and fauna. It is just at the moment when the good season seems to be close at hand that the Intichiuma is celebrated. But as the rainy season is extremely variable, the date of the ceremonies cannot be fixed once for all. It varies with the climatic circumstances, which only the chief of the totemic group, the Alatanya, is qualified to judge. On a day which he considers suitable, he informs his companions that the moment has arrived. Each totemic group has its own Intichiuma. Even if this rite is general in the societies of the center, it is not the same everywhere. Among the Warramunga, it is not what it is among the Arunta. It varies, not only among the tribes, but also within the tribe, among the clans. But it is obvious that the different mechanisms in use are too closely related to each other to be dissociated completely. There is no ceremony, perhaps, which is not made up of several, though these are very unequally developed. What exists only as a germ in one occupies the most important place in another, and inversely. Yet they must be carefully distinguished, for they constitute just so many different ritual types to be described and explained separately, but afterwards we must seek some common source from which they were derived. Let us commence with those observed among the Arunta. 1. The celebration includes two successive phases. The object of the rites which take place in the first is to assure the prosperity of the animal or vegetable species serving the clan as totem. The means employed for this end may be reduced to two principal types. It will be remembered that the fabulous ancestors from whom each clan is supposed to be descended formerly lived on Earth and left traces of their passage there. These traces consist especially in stones and rocks which they deposited at certain places, or which were formed at the spots where they entered into the ground. These rocks and stones are considered the bodies or parts of the bodies of the ancestors, whose memory they keep alive. They represent them. Consequently, they also represent the animals and plants which served these same ancestors as totems, for an individual and his totem are only one. The same reality and the same properties are attributed to them as to the actually living plants or animals of the same species. But they have this advantage over these latter, that they are imperishable, knowing neither sickness nor death. So they are like a permanent, immutable, and ever-available reserve of animal and vegetable life. Also, in a certain number of cases, it is this reserve that they annually draw upon to assure the reproduction of the species. Here, for example, is how the Wichita Grub clan, at Alice Springs, proceeds at its intichema. On the day fixed by the chief, all the members of the totemic group assemble in the principal camp. The men of the other totems retire to a distance, for among the Arunta, they are not allowed to be present at the celebration of the rite, which has all the characteristics of a secret ceremony. An individual of a different totem, but of the same phratry, may be invited to be present as a favor, but this is only as a witness. In no case can he take an active part. After the men of the totem have assembled, they leave the camp, leaving only 2 or 3 of their number behind. They advance in a profound silence, one behind another, all naked, without arms, and without any of their habitual ornaments. Their attitude and their pace are marked with a religious gravity. This is because the act in which they are taking part has an exceptional importance in their eyes. Also, until the end of the ceremony, they are required to observe a rigorous fast. The country which they traverse is all filled with souvenirs left by the glorious ancestors. Thus they arrive at a spot where a huge block of quartz is found, with small round stones all around it. This block represents the Wichita Grub as an adult. The Alatanya strikes it with a sort of wooden tray called apmara, and at the same time he intones a chant, whose object is to invite the animal to lay eggs. He proceeds in the same fashion with the stones which are regarded as the eggs of the animal, and with one of which he rubs the stomach of each assistant. This done, they all descend a little lower, to the foot of a cliff also celebrated in the myths of the Alcharinga, at the base of which is another stone, also representing the Wichita Grub. The Alatanya strikes it with his apmara. The men accompanying him do so as well, with branches of a gum tree which they have gathered on the way, all of which goes on in the midst of chants, renewing the invitation previously addressed to the animal. About 10 different spots are visited in turn, some of which are a mile or more from the others. At each of them there is a stone at the bottom of a cave or hole, which is believed to represent the Wichita Grub in one of his aspects or at one of the phases of his existence, and upon each of these stones, the same ceremonies are repeated. The meaning of the rite is evident. When the Alatanya strikes the sacred stones, it is to detach some dust. The grains of this very holy dust are regarded as so many germs of life. Each of them contains a spiritual principle which will give birth to a new being when introduced into an organism of the same species. The branches with which the assistants are provided serve to scatter this precious dust in all directions. It is scattered everywhere to accomplish its fecundating work. By this means, they assure in their own minds an abundant reproduction of the animal species over which the clans guard, so to speak, and upon which it depends. The natives themselves give the rite this interpretation. Thus, in the clan of the Ilperla, a kind of manna, they proceed in the following manner. When the day of the intichema arrives, the group assembles near a huge rock, about 50 feet high. On top of this rock is another, very similar to the first in aspect and surrounded by other smaller ones. Both represent masses of manna. The Alatanya digs up the ground at the foot of this rock and uncovers a churinga which is believed to have been buried there in Alcharinga times, and which is, as it were, the quintessence of the manna. Then he climbs up to the summit of the higher rock and rubs it, first with the churinga and then with the smaller stones which surround it. Finally, he brushes away the dust which has thus been collected on the surface of the rock, with the branches of a tree. Each of the assistants does the same in his turn. Now Spencer and Gillen say that the idea of the natives is that the dust thus scattered will settle upon the mulga trees and so produce manna. In fact, these operations are accompanied by a hymn sung by those present, in which this idea is expressed. With variations, this same rite is found in other societies. Among the Yorubana, there is a rock representing an ancestor of the lizard clan. Bits are detached from it which they throw in every direction in order to secure an abundant production of lizards. In this same tribe, there is a sandbank which mythological souvenirs closely associate with the louse totem. At the same spot are two trees, one of which is called the ordinary louse tree, the other, the crab louse tree. They take some of this sand, rub it on these trees, throw it about on every side, and become convinced that, as a result of this, lice will be born in large numbers. The Mara perform the intichiuma of the bees by scattering dust detached from sacred rocks. For the kangaroo of the plains, a slightly different method is used. They take some kangaroo dung and wrap it up in a certain herb of which the animal is very fond, and which belongs to the kangaroo totem for this reason. Then they put the dung, thus enveloped, on the ground between two bunches of this herb and set the whole thing on fire. With the flame thus made, they light the branches of trees and then whirl them about in such a way that sparks fly in every direction. These sparks play the same role as the dust in the preceding cases. In a certain number of clans, men mix something of their own substance with that of the stone in order to make the rite more efficacious. Young men open their veins and let streams of blood flow onto the rock. This is the case, for example, in the intichiuma of the Hakia flower among the Aranta. The ceremony takes place in a sacred place around an equally sacred rock, which, in the eyes of the natives, represents Hakia flowers. After certain preliminary operations, the old leader asks one of the young men to open a vein in his arm, which he does, and allows the blood to sprinkle freely, while the other men continue the singing. The blood flows until the stone is completely covered. The object of this practice is to revivify the virtues of the stone, after a fashion, and to reinforce its efficacy. It should not be forgot that the men of the clan are relatives of the plant or animal whose name they bear. The same principle of life is in them, and especially in their blood. So it is only natural that one should use this blood and the mystic germs which it carries to assure the regular reproduction of the totemic species. It frequently happens among the Aranta that when a man is sick or tired, one of his young companions opens his veins and sprinkles him with his blood in order to reanimate him. If blood is able to reawaken life in a man in this way, it is not surprising that it should also be able to awaken it in the animal or vegetable species with which the men of the clan are confounded. The same process is employed in the intichiuma of the Undiara kangaroo among the Aranta. The theater of the ceremony is a water hole vaulted over by a peaked rock. This rock represents an animal kangaroo of the Alcharinga, which was killed and deposited there by a man-kangaroo of the same epoch. Many kangaroo spirits are also believed to reside there. After a certain number of sacred stones have been rubbed against each other in the way we have described, several of the assistants climb up on the rock upon which they let their blood flow. The purpose of the ceremony at the present day, so say the natives, is by means of pouring out the blood of kangaroo men upon the rock, to drive out in all directions the spirits of the kangaroo animals, and so to increase the number of the animals. There is even one case among the Aranta where the blood seems to be the active principle in the rite. In the Emu group, they do not use sacred stones or anything resembling them. The Alatanya and some of his assistants sprinkle the ground with their blood. On the ground thus soaked, they trace lines in various colors, representing the different parts of the body of an emu. They kneel down around this design and chant a monotonous hymn. From the fictitious emu to which this chant is addressed, and, consequently, from the blood which has served to make it, they believe that vivifying principles go forth, which animate the embryos of the new generation, and thus prevent the species from disappearing. Among the Wankongaru, there is one clan whose totem is a certain kind of fish. In the intichiuma of this totem also, it is the blood that plays the principal part. The chief of the group, after being ceremoniously painted, goes into a pool of water and sits down there. Then he pierces his scrotum and the skin around his navel with small, pointed bones. The blood from the wounds goes into the water and gives rise to fish. By a wholly similar process, the Diri think that they assure the reproduction of two of their totems, the carpet snake and the woma snake, the ordinary snake. A muramura named Minkani is thought to live under a dune. His body is represented by some fossil bones of animals or reptiles, such as the deltas of the rivers flowing into Lake Eyre contain, according to Howitt. When the day of the ceremony arrives, the men assemble and go to the home of the Minkani. There they dig until they come to a layer of damp earth which they call the excrement of Minkani. From now on, they continue to turn up the soil with great care until they uncover the elbow of Minkani. Then two young men open their veins and let their blood flow onto the sacred rock. They chant the hymn of Minkani while the assistants, carried away in a veritable frenzy, beat each other with their arms. The battle continues until they get back to the camp, which is about a mile away. Here, the women intervene and put an end to the combat. They collect the blood which has flown from the wounds, mix it with the excrement of Minkani, and scatter the resulting mixture over the dune. When this rite has been accomplished, they are convinced that carpet snakes will be born in abundance. In certain cases, they use the very substance which they wish to produce as the vivifying principle. Thus among the Kaitish, in the course of a ceremony whose object is to create rain, they sprinkle water over a sacred rock, which represents the mythical heroes of the Water Clan. It is evident that they believe that by this means they augment the productive virtues of the rock, just as well as with blood, and for the same reasons. Among the Mara, the actor takes water from a sacred hole, puts it in his mouth and spits it out in every direction. Among the Wurgya, when the yams begin to sprout, the chief of the Yam clan sends men of the phratry of which he is not a member himself to gather some of these plants. These bring some to him and ask him to intervene in order that the species may develop well. He takes one, chews it, and throws the bits in every direction. Among the Kaitish, when, after various rites which we shall not describe, the grain of a certain grass called Erlipina has reached its full development, the chief of the totem brings a little of it to camp and grinds it between two stones. The dust thus obtained is piously gathered up, and a few grains are placed on the lips of the chief, who scatters them by blowing. This contact with the mouth of the chief, which has a very special sacramental virtue, undoubtedly has the object of stimulating the vitality of the germs which these grains contain, and which, being blown to all the quarters of the horizon, go to communicate these fecundating virtues which they possess to the plants. The efficacy of these rites is never doubted by the native. He is convinced that they must produce the results he expects, with a sort of necessity. If events deceive his hopes, he merely concludes that they were counteracted by the sorcery of some hostile group. In any case, it never enters his mind that a favorable result could be obtained by any other means. If by chance the vegetation grows or the animals produce before he has performed his intitiuma, he supposes that another intitiuma has been celebrated under the ground by the ancestors, and that the living reap the benefits of this subterranean ceremony. 2. This is the first act of the celebration. During the period immediately following, there are no regular ceremonies. However, the religious life remains intense. This is manifested especially by an aggravation of the system of interdicts. It is as though the sacred character of the totem were reinforced. They do not even dare to touch it. In ordinary times, the Arunta may eat the animal or plant which serves as totem, provided they do so with moderation. But on the morrow of the intitiuma, this rite is suspended. The alimentary interdiction is strict and without exceptions. They believe that any violation of this interdict would result in neutralizing the good effects of the rite and in preventing the increase of the species. It is true that the men of other totems who happen to be in the same locality are not submitted to the same prohibition. However, their liberty is less than ordinary at this time. They may not consume the totemic animal wherever they place, in the brush, for example. They must bring it to camp, and it is there only that it may be cooked. A final ceremony terminates this period of extraordinary interdictions and definitely closes this long series of rites. It varies somewhat in different clans, but the essential elements are the same everywhere. Here are the two principal forms which it takes among the Arunta. One of these is in connection with the witchetty grub, the other with the kangaroo. When the grubs have attained full maturity and appear in abundance, the men of the totem, as well as others, collect as many of them as possible. Then they all bring those they have found back to camp and cook them until they become hard and brittle. They are then preserved in wooden vessels called pitchai. The harvest of grubs is possible only during a very short time, for they appear only after the rain. When they begin to be less numerous, the Alatanya summons everybody to the camp. On his invitation, each one brings his supply. The others place theirs before the men of that totem. The Alatanya takes one of these pitchai and, with the aid of his companions, he grinds its contents between two stones. After this, he eats a little of the powder thus obtained. His assistants do the same, and what remains is given to the men of the other clans, who may now dispose of it freely. They proceed in exactly the same manner with the supply provided by the Alatanya. From now on, the men and women of the totem may eat it, but only a little at a time. If they went beyond the limits allowed, they would lose the powers necessary to celebrate the Intichiuma, and the species would not reproduce. Yet, if they did not eat any at all, and especially if the Alatanya ate none in the circumstances we have just described, they would be overtaken by the same incapacity. In the totemic group of the kangaroo, which has its center at Undiara, certain characteristics of the ceremony are more clearly marked. After the rites which we have described have been accomplished on the sacred rock, the young men go and hunt the kangaroo, bringing their game back to the camp. Here, the old men, with the Alatanya in their midst, eat a little of the flesh of the animal and anoint the bodies of those who took part in the Intichiuma with its fat. The rest is divided up among the men assembled. Next, the men of the totem decorate themselves with totemic designs, and the night is passed in songs commemorating the exploits accomplished by men and animal kangaroos in the times of the Alcharinga. The next day, the young men go hunting again in the forest and bring back a larger number of kangaroos than the first time, and the ceremonies of the day before recommence. With variations of detail, the same rite is found in other Arranta clans, among the Urubana, the Kaitish, the Unmatjara, and in the Encounter Bay tribe. Everywhere, it is made up of the same essential elements. A few specimens of the totemic animal or plant are presented to the chief of the clan, who solemnly eats them and who must eat them. If he did not fulfill this duty, he would lose the power of celebrating the Intichiuma efficaciously, that is to say, so as to recreate the species annually. Sometimes the ritual consumption is followed by an unction made with the fat of the animal or certain parts of the plant. This rite is generally repeated by the men of the totem, or at least by the old men, and after it has been accomplished, the exceptional interdictions are raised. In the tribes located farther north, among the Warramunga and neighboring societies, this ceremony is no longer found. However, traces are found which seem to indicate that there was a time when it was known. It is true that the chief of the clan never eats the totem ritually and obligatorily. But in certain cases, men who are not of the totem whose Intichiuma has just been celebrated must bring the animal or plant to camp and offer it to the chief, asking him if he wants to eat it. He refuses and adds, "I have made this for you, you may eat it freely." So the custom of the presentation remains, and the question asked of the chief seems to date back to an epoch when the ritual consumption was practiced. 3. The interest of the system of rites, which has just been described, lies in the fact that in them we find, in the most elementary form that is actually known, all the essential principles of a great religious institution, which was destined to become one of the foundation stones of the positive cult in the superior religions. This is the institution of sacrifice. We know what a revolution the work of Robertson Smith brought about in the traditional theory of sacrifice. Before him, sacrifice was regarded as a sort of tribute or homage, either obligatory or optional, analogous to that which subjects owe to their princes. Robertson Smith was the first to remark that this classic explanation did not account for two essential characteristics of the rite. In the first place, it is a repast. Its substance is food. Secondly, it is a repast in which the worshippers who offer it take part, along with the god to whom it is offered. Certain parts of the victim are reserved for the divinity, others are attributed to the sacrificers, who consume them. This is why the Bible often speaks of the sacrifice as a repast in the presence of Jahwe. Now, in a multitude of societies, meals taken in common are believed to create a bond of artificial kinship between those who assist at them. In fact, relatives are people who are naturally made of the same flesh and blood. But food is constantly remaking the substance of the organism. So a common food may produce the same effects as a common origin. According to Smith, sacrificial banquets have the object of making the worshipper and his god communicate in the same flesh, in order to form a bond of kinship between them. From this point of view, sacrifice takes on a wholly new aspect. Its essential element is no longer the act of renouncement, which the word sacrifice ordinarily expresses. Before all, it is an act of alimentary communion. Of course, there are some reservations to be made in the details of this way of explaining the efficacy of sacrificial banquets. This does not result exclusively from the act of eating together. A man does not sanctify himself merely by sitting down, in some way, at the same table with a god, but especially by eating food at this ritual repast, which has a sacred character. It has been shown how a whole series of preliminary operations, lustrations, unctions, prayers, etc., transform the animal to be immolated into a sacred thing, whose sacredness is subsequently transferred to the worshipper who eats it. But it is true, nonetheless, that the alimentary communion is one of the essential elements of the sacrifice. Now when we turn to the rite which terminates the ceremonies of the Antichiuma, we find that it, too, consists in an act of this sort. After the totemic animal has been killed, the Alatanya and the old men solemnly eat it. So they communicate with the sacred principle residing in it, and they assimilate it. The only difference we find here is that the animal is naturally sacred, while it ordinarily acquires this character artificially in the course of the sacrifice. Moreover, the object of this communion is manifest. Every member of a totemic clan contains a mystic substance within him which is the preeminent part of his being, for his soul is made out of it. From it come whatever powers he has and his social position, for it is this which makes him a person. So he has a vital interest in maintaining it intact and in keeping it, as far as is possible, in a state of perpetual youth. Unfortunately, all forces, even the most spiritual, are used up in the course of time if nothing comes to return to them the energy they lose through the normal working of things. There is a necessity of the first importance here which, as we shall see, is the real reason for the positive cult. Therefore, the men of a totem cannot retain their position unless they periodically revivify the totemic principle which is in them. And as they represent this principle in the form of a vegetable or animal, it is to the corresponding animal or vegetable species that they go to demand the supplementary forces needed to renew this and to rejuvenate it. A man of the kangaroo clan believes himself and feels himself a kangaroo. It is by this quality that he defines himself. It is this which marks his place in the society. In order to keep it, he takes a little of the flesh of this same animal into his own body from time to time. A small bit is enough, owing to the rule. The part is equal to the whole. If this operation is to produce all the desired effects, it may not take place at no matter what moment. The most opportune time is when the new generation has just reached its complete development, for this is also the moment when the forces animating the totemic species attain their maximum intensity. They have just been drawn with great difficulty from those rich reservoirs of life, the sacred trees and rocks. Moreover, all sorts of means have been employed to increase their intensity still more. This is the use of the rites performed during the first part of the Antichiuma. Also, by their very aspect, the first fruits of the harvest manifest the energy which they contain. Here the totemic god acclaims himself in all the glory of his youth. This is why the first fruits have always been regarded as a very sacred fruit, reserved for very holy beings. So it is natural that the Australian uses it to regenerate himself spiritually. Thus, both the date and the circumstances of the ceremonies are explained. Perhaps some will be surprised that so sacred a food may be eaten by ordinary profane persons. But in the first place, there is no positive cult which does not face this contradiction. Every sacred being is removed from profane touch by this very character with which it is endowed. But on the other hand, they would serve for nothing and have no reason whatsoever for their existence if they could not come in contact with these same worshippers, who, on another ground, must remain respectfully distant from them. At bottom, there is no positive right which does not constitute a veritable sacrilege, for a man cannot hold commerce with the sacred beings without crossing the barrier which should ordinarily keep them separate. But the important thing is that the sacrilege should be accompanied with precautions which attenuate it. Among those employed, the most usual one consists in arranging the transition so as to introduce the worshipper slowly and gradually into the circle of sacred things. When it has been broken and diluted in this fashion, the sacrilege does not offend the religious conscience so violently. It is not regarded as a sacrilege and so vanishes. This is what happens in the case now before us. The effect of the whole series of rites which has preceded the moment when the totem is solemnly eaten has been to sanctify those who took an active part in them. They constitute an essentially religious period, through which no one could go without a transformation of his religious state. The fasts, the contact with sacred rocks, the churinga, the totemic decorations, etc., have gradually conferred upon him a character which he did not have before, and which enables him to approach, without a shocking and dangerous profanation, this desirable and redoubtable food which is forbidden him in ordinary times. If the act by which a sacred being is first immolated, and then eaten by those who adore it may be called a sacrifice, the rite of which we have just been speaking has a right to this same name. Moreover, its significance is well shown by the striking analogies it presents with so many practices met with in a large number of agrarian cults. It is a very general rule that even among peoples who have attained a high degree of civilization, the first fruits of the harvest are used in the ritual repasts, of which the Paschal feast is the best known example. On the other hand, as the agrarian rites are at the very basis of the most advanced forms of the cult, we see that the antichiama of the Australian societies is closer to us than one might imagine from its apparent crudeness. By an intuition of genius, Smith had an intuition of all this, though he was not acquainted with the facts. By a series of ingenious deductions which need not be reproduced here, for their interest is now only historical, he thought that he could establish the fact that at the beginning, the animal immolated in the sacrifice must have been regarded as quasi-divine and as a close relative of those who immolated it. Now these characteristics are just the ones with which the totemic species is defined. Smith even went so far as to suppose that totemism must have known and practiced a rite wholly similar to the one we have been studying. He was even inclined to see the original source of the whole sacrificial institution in a sacrifice of this sort. Sacrifice was not founded to create a bond of artificial kinship between a man and his gods, but to maintain and renew the natural kinship which primitively united them. Here, as elsewhere, the artifice was born only to imitate nature. But in the Book of Smith, this hypothesis was presented as scarcely more than a theory which the then known facts supported very imperfectly. The rare cases of totemic sacrifice which he cites in support of his theory do not have the significance he attributed to them. The animals which figure in them are not real totems. But today we are able to state that on at least one point the demonstration is made. In fact, we have just seen that in an important number of societies the totemic sacrifice, such as Smith conceived it, is or has been practiced. Of course, we have no proof that this practice is necessarily inherent to totemism, or that it is the germ out of which all the other types of sacrifices have developed. But if the universality of the rite is hypothetical, its existence is no longer to be contested. Hereafter it is to be regarded as established that the most mystical form of the alimentary communion is found even in the most rudimentary cults known today. 4. But on another point, the new facts at our disposal invalidate the theories of Smith. According to him, the communion was not only an essential element of the sacrifice, but at the beginning, at least, it was the unique element. Not only is one mistaken when he reduces sacrifice to nothing more than a tribute or offering, but the very idea of an offering was originally absent from it. This intervened only at a late period and under the influence of external circumstances. So instead of being able to aid us in understanding it, it has rather masked the real nature of the ritual mechanism. In fact, Smith claimed to find in the very notion of oblation an absurdity so revolting that it could never have been the fundamental reason for so great an institution. One of the most important functions incumbent upon the divinity is to assure to men that food which is necessary for life. So it seems impossible that the sacrifice, in its turn, should consist in a presentation of food to the divinity. It even seems self-contradictory that the gods should expect their food from a man, when it is from them that he gets his. Why should they have need of his aid in order to deduct beforehand their just share of the things which he receives from their hands? From these considerations, Smith concluded that the idea of a sacrifice offering could have been born only in the great religions, where the gods, removed from the things with which they were primitively confused, were thought of as sorts of kings and the eminent proprietors of the earth and its products. From this moment onwards, the sacrifice was associated with the tribute which subjects paid to their prince, as a price of the rights which were conceded to them. But this new interpretation was really an alteration and even a corruption of the primitive conception. For the idea of property materializes all that it touches. By introducing itself into the sacrifice, it denatured it and made it into a sort of bargain between the man and the divinity. But the facts which we have described overthrow this argumentation. These rites are certainly among the most primitive that have ever been observed. No determined mythical personality appears in them. There is no question of gods or spirits that are properly so called. It is only vaguely anonymous and impersonal forces which they put into action. Yet the reasoning which they suppose is exactly the one that Smith declared impossible because of its absurdity. Let us return to the first act of the Antichiuma, to the rites destined to assure the fecundity of the animal or vegetable species which serves the clan as totem. This species is the preeminently sacred thing. In it is incarnated that which we have been able to call, by metaphor, the totemic divinity. Yet we have seen that to perpetuate itself it has need of the aid of men. It is they who dispense the life of the new generation each year. Without them, it would never be born. If they stopped celebrating the Antichiuma, the sacred beings would disappear from the face of the earth. So in one sense, it is from men that they get their existence, yet in another way, it is from them that men get theirs. For after they have once arrived at maturity, it is from them that men acquire the force needed to support and repair their spiritual beings. Thus we are able to say that men make their gods, or, at least, make them live. But at the same time, it is from them that they live themselves. So they are regularly guilty of the circle which, according to Smith, is implied in the very idea of a sacrificial tribute. They give to the sacred beings a little of what they receive from them, and they receive from them all that they give. But there is still more to be said. The oblations which he is thus forced to make every year do not differ in nature from those which are made later in the rites properly called sacrifices. If the sacrificer immolates an animal, it is in order that the living principles within it may be disengaged from the organism and go to nourish the divinity. Likewise, the grains of dust which the Australian detaches from the sacred rock are so many sacred principles which he scatters into space, so that they may go to animate the totemic species and assure its renewal. The gesture with which this scattering is made is also that which normally accompanies offerings. In certain cases, the resemblance between the two rites may be followed even to the details of the movements effected. We have seen that in order to have rain the Kiddush pour water over the sacred stone, among certain peoples, the priest pours water over the altar, with the same end in view. The effusions of blood which are usual in a certain number of Antichiuma are veritable oblations. Just as the Aranta or Diri sprinkle the sacred rock or the totemic design with blood, so it frequently happens that in the more advanced cults, the blood of the sacrificed victim or of the worshipper himself is spilt before or upon the altar. In these cases, it is given to the gods, of whom it is the preferred food. In Australia, it is given to the sacred species. So we have no ground for saying that the idea of oblation is a late product of civilization. A document which we owe to Strelo puts this kinship of the Antichiuma and the sacrifice clearly into evidence. This is a hymn which accompanies the Antichiuma of the kangaroo. The ceremony is described at the same time that its expected effects are announced. A morsel of kangaroo fat has been placed by the chief upon a support made of branches. The text says that this fat makes the fat of the kangaroos increase. This time, they do not confine themselves to sprinkling sacred dust or human blood about. The animal itself is immolated, or sacrificed as one might say, placed upon a sort of altar, and offered to the species, whose life it should maintain. Now we see the sense in which we may say that the Antichiuma contains the germs of the sacrificial system. In the form which it takes when fully constituted, a sacrifice is composed of two essential elements, an act of communion and an act of oblation. The worshipper communes with his god by taking in a sacred food, and at the same time he makes an offering to this god. We find these two acts in the Antichiama, as we have described it. The only difference is that in the ordinary sacrifice they are made simultaneously or else follow one another immediately, while in the Australian ceremony they are separated. In the former case, they are parts of one undivided rite. Here, they take place at different times and may even be separated by a rather long interval. But at bottom, the mechanism is the same. Taken as a whole, the Antichiama is a sacrifice, but one whose parts are not yet articulated and organized. The relating of these two ceremonies has the double advantage of enabling us to understand better the nature of the Antichiama and that of sacrifice. We understand the Antichiama better. In fact, the conception of Fraser, which made it a simple magic operation with no religious character at all, is now seen to be unsupportable. One cannot dream of excluding from religion a rite which is the forerunner of so great a religious institution. But we also understand what the sacrifice itself is better. In the first place, the equal importance of the two elements entering into it is now established. If the Australian makes offerings to his sacred beings, there is no reason for supposing that the idea of oblation was foreign to the primitive organization of the sacrificial institution and later upset its natural arrangement. The theory of Smith must be revised on this point. Of course, the sacrifice is partially a communion, but it is also, and no less essentially, a gift and an act of renouncement. It always presupposes that the worshipper gives some of his substance or his goods to his gods. Every attempt to deduce one of these elements from the other is hopeless. Perhaps the oblation is even more permanent than the communion. In the second place, it ordinarily seems as though the sacrifice, and especially the sacrificial oblation, could only be addressed to personal beings. But the oblations which we have met with in Australia imply no notion of this sort. In other words, the sacrifice is independent of the varying forms in which the religious forces are conceived. It is founded upon more profound reasons, which we shall seek presently. In any case, it is clear that the act of offering naturally arouses in the mind the idea of a moral subject, whom this offering is destined to please. The ritual acts which we have described become more intelligible when it is believed that they are addressed to persons. So the practices of the Antichiama, while actually putting only impersonal forces into play, prepare the way for a different conception. Of course, they were not sufficient to form the idea of mythical personalities by themselves, but when this idea had once been formed, the very nature of these rites made it enter into the cult. Thus, taking a more direct interest in action and life, it also acquired a greater reality. So we are even able to believe that the cult favored, in a secondary manner, no doubt, but nevertheless one which is worthy of attention, the personification of the religious forces. 5. But we still have to explain the contradiction in which Robertson Smith saw an inadmissible logical scandal. If the sacred beings always manifested their powers in a perfectly equal manner, it would appear inconceivable that men should dream of offering them services, for we cannot see what need they could have of them. But in the first place, in so far as they are confused with things, and in so far as they are regarded as principles of the cosmic life, they are themselves submitted to the rhythm of this life. Now this goes in oscillations in contrary directions, which succeed one another according to a determined law. Sometimes it is affirmed in all its glory, sometimes it weakens to such an extent that one may ask himself whether it is not going to fade away. Vegetation dies every year. Will it be reborn? Animal species tend to become extinguished by the effect of natural and violent death. Will they be renewed at such a time, and in such a way as is proper? Above all, the rain is capricious. There are long periods during which it seems to have disappeared forever. These periodical variations of nature bear witness to the fact that at the corresponding periods, the sacred beings upon whom the plants, animals, rain, etc., depend are themselves passing through grave crises. So they, too, have their periods of giving way. But men could not regard these spectacles as indifferent spectators. If he is to live, the universal life must continue, and consequently the gods must not die. So he seeks to sustain and aid them. For this, he puts at their service whatever forces he has at his disposition and mobilizes them for this purpose. The blood flowing in his veins has fecundating virtues, he pours it forth. From the sacred rocks possessed by his clan, he takes those germs of life which lie dormant there and scatters them into space. In a word, he makes oblations. The external and physical crises, moreover, duplicate internal and mental crises which tend toward the same result. Sacred beings exist only when they are represented as such in the mind. When we cease to believe in them, it is as though they did not exist. Even those which have a material form and are given by sensible experience depend upon the thought of the worshippers who adore them, for the sacred character which makes them objects of the cult is not given by their natural constitution. It is added to them by belief. The kangaroo is only an animal like all others. Yet, for the men of the kangaroo, it contains within it a principle which puts it outside the company of others, and this principle exists only in the minds of those who believe in it. If these sacred beings, when once conceived, are to have no need of men to continue, it would be necessary that the representations expressing them always remain the same. But this stability is impossible. In fact, it is in the communal life that they are formed, and this communal life is essentially intermittent. So they necessarily partake of this same intermittency. They attain their greatest intensity at the moment when the men are assembled together and are in immediate relations with one another, when they all partake of the same idea and the same sentiment. But when the assembly has broken up and each man has returned to his own peculiar life, they progressively lose their original energy. Being covered over little by the rising flood of daily experiences, they would soon fall into the unconscious if we did not find some means of calling them back into consciousness and revivifying them. If we think of them less forcefully, they amount to less for us and we count less upon them. They exist to a lesser degree. So here we have another point of view from which the services of men are necessary to them. This second reason for their existence is even more important than the first, for it exists all the time. The intermittency of the physical life can affect religious beliefs only when religions are not yet detached from their cosmic basis. The intermittency of the social life, on the other hand, is inevitable. Even the most idealistic religions cannot escape it. Moreover, it is owing to this state of dependency upon the thought of men, in which the gods find themselves, that the former are able to believe in the efficacy of their assistance. The only way of renewing the collective representations which relate to sacred beings is to retemper them in the very source of the religious life, that is to say, in the assembled groups. Now the emotions aroused by these periodical crises, through which external things pass, induce the men who witness them to assemble, to see what should be done about it. But by the very fact of uniting, they are mutually comforted. They find a remedy because they seek it together. The common faith becomes reanimated quite naturally in the heart of this reconstituted group. It is born again because it again finds those very conditions in which it was born in the first place. After it has been restored, it easily triumphs over all the private doubts which may have arisen in individual minds. The image of the sacred things regains power enough to resist the internal or external causes which tended to weaken it. In spite of their apparent failure, men can no longer believe that the gods will die, because they feel them living in their own hearts. The means employed to succor them, howsoever crude these may be, cannot appear vain, for everything goes on as if they were really effective. Men are more confident because they feel themselves stronger, and they really are stronger, because forces which were languishing are now reawakened in the consciousness. So we must be careful not to believe, along with Smith, that the cult was founded solely for the benefit of men and that the gods have nothing to do with it. They have no less need of it than their worshippers. Of course, men would be unable to live without gods, but on the other hand, the gods would die if their cult were not rendered. This does not have the sole object of making profane subjects communicate with sacred beings, but it also keeps these latter alive and is perpetually remaking and regenerating them. Of course, it is not the material oblations which bring about this regeneration by their own virtues. It is the mental states which these actions, though vain in themselves, accompany or reawaken. The real reason for the existence of the cults, even of those which are the most materialistic in appearance, is not to be sought in the acts which they prescribe, but in the internal and moral regeneration which these acts aid in bringing about. The things which the worshipper really gives his gods are not the foods which he places upon the altars, nor the blood which he lets flow from his veins. It is his thought. Nevertheless, it is true that there is an exchange of services, which are mutually demanded, between the divinity and its worshippers. The rule do ut des, by which the principle of sacrifice has sometimes been defined, is not a late invention of utilitarian theorists. It only expresses in an explicit way the very mechanism of the sacrificial system and, more generally, of the whole positive cult. So the circle pointed out by Smith is very real, but it contains nothing humiliating for the reason. It comes from the fact that the sacred beings, though superior to men, can live only in the human consciousness. But this circle will appear still more natural to us, and we shall understand its meaning and the reason for its existence still better if, carrying our analysis still farther and substituting for the religious symbols the realities which they represent, we investigate how these behave in the right. If, as we have attempted to establish, the sacred principle is nothing more nor less than society transfigured and personified, it should be possible to interpret the ritual in lay and social terms. And as a matter of fact, social life, just like the ritual, moves in a circle. On the one hand, the individual gets from society the best part of himself, all that gives him a distinct character and a special place among other beings, his intellectual and moral culture. If we should withdraw from men their language, sciences, arts, and moral beliefs, they would drop to the rank of animals. So the characteristic attributes of human nature come from society. But on the other hand, society exists and lives only in and through individuals. If the idea of society were extinguished in individual minds, and the beliefs, traditions, and aspirations of the group were no longer felt and shared by the individuals, society would die. We can say of it what we just said of the divinity. It is real only in so far as it has a place in human consciousnesses, and this place is whatever one we may give it. We now see the real reason why the gods cannot do without their worshippers any more than these can do without their gods. It is because society, of which the gods are only a symbolic expression, cannot do without individuals any more than these can do without society. Here we touch the solid rock upon which all the cults are built, and which has caused their persistence ever since human societies have existed. When we see what religious rites consist of and towards what they seem to tend, we demand with astonishment how men have been able to imagine them, and especially how they can remain so faithfully attached to them. Whence could the illusion have come that, with a few grains of sand thrown to the wind, or a few drops of blood shed upon a rock or the stone of an altar, it is possible to maintain the life of an animal species or of a god? We have undoubtedly made a step in advance towards the solution of this problem when we have discovered, behind these outward and apparently unreasonable movements, a mental mechanism which gives them a meaning and a moral significance. But we are in no way assured that this mechanism itself does not consist in a simple play of hallucinatory images. We have pointed out the psychological process which leads the believers to imagine that the right causes the spiritual forces of which they have need to be reborn about them. But it does not follow from the fact that this belief is psychologically explicable that it has any objective value. If we are to see in the efficacy attributed to the rites anything more than the product of a chronic delirium with which humanity has abused itself, we must show that the effect of the cult really is to recreate periodically a moral being upon which we depend as it depends upon us. Now this being does exist. It is society. Howsoever little importance the religious ceremonies may have, they put the group into action. The groups assemble to celebrate them. So their first effect is to bring individuals together, to multiply the relations between them, and to make them more intimate with one another. By this very fact, the contents of their consciousnesses is changed. On ordinary days, it is utilitarian and individual avocations which take the greater part of the attention. Every one attends to his own personal business. For most men, this primarily consists in satisfying the exigencies of material life, and the principal incentive to economic activity has always been private interest. Of course, social sentiments could never be totally absent. We remain in relations with others. The habits, ideas, and tendencies which education has impressed upon us, and which ordinarily preside over our relations with others, continue to make their action felt. But they are constantly combated and held in check by the antagonistic tendencies aroused and supported by the necessities of the daily struggle. They resist more or less successfully, according to their intrinsic energy. But this energy is not renewed. They live upon their past, and consequently they would be used up in the course of time, if nothing returned to them a little of the force that they lose through these incessant conflicts and frictions. When the Australians, scattered in little groups, spend their time in hunting and fishing, they lose sight of what concerns their clan or tribe. Their only thought is to catch as much game as possible. On feast days, on the contrary, these preoccupations are necessarily eclipsed. Being essentially profane, they are excluded from these sacred periods. At this time, their thoughts are centered upon their common beliefs, their common traditions, the memory of their great ancestors, the collective ideal of which they are the incarnation. In a word, upon social things. Even the material interests which these great religious ceremonies are designed to satisfy concern the public order and are therefore social. Society as a whole is interested that the harvest be abundant, that the rain fall at the right time and not excessively, that the animals reproduce regularly. So it is society that is in the foreground of every consciousness. It dominates and directs all conduct. This is equivalent to saying that it is more living and active, and consequently more real, than in profane times. So men do not deceive themselves when they feel at this time that there is something outside of them which is born again, that there are forces which are reanimated, and a life which reawakens. This renewal is in no way imaginary, and the individuals themselves profit from it. For the spark of a social being which each bears within him necessarily participates in this collective renovation. The individual soul is regenerated too, by being dipped again in the source from which its life comes. Consequently, it feels itself stronger, more fully master of itself, less dependent upon physical necessities. We know that the positive cult naturally tends to take periodic forms. This is one of its distinctive features. Of course, there are rites which men celebrate occasionally, in connection with passing situations. But these episodic practices are always merely accessory, and in the religions studied in this book, they are almost exceptional. The essential constituent of the cult is the cycle of feasts which return regularly at determined epochs. We are now able to understand whence this tendency towards periodicity comes. The rhythm which the religious life follows only expresses the rhythm of the social life and results from it. Society is able to revivify the sentiment it has of itself only by assembling, but it cannot be assembled all the time. The exigencies of life do not allow it to remain in congregation indefinitely, so it scatters to assemble anew when it again feels the need of this. It is to these necessary alternations that the regular alternations of sacred and profane times correspond. Since the apparent object, at least, of the cult was at first to regularize the course of natural phenomena, the rhythm of the cosmic life has put its mark on the rhythm of the ritual life. This is why the feasts have long been associated with the seasons. We have seen this characteristic already in the Antichiuma of Australia. But the seasons have only furnished the outer framework for this organization, and not the principle upon which it rests, for even the cults which aim at exclusively spiritual ends have remained periodical, so this periodicity must be due to other causes. Since the seasonal changes are critical periods for nature, they are a natural occasion for assembling, and consequently for religious ceremonies. But other events can and have successfully fulfilled this function of occasional cause. However, it must be recognized that this framework, though purely external, has given proof of a singular resistive force, for traces of it are found even in the religions, which are the most fully detached from all physical bases. Many Christian celebrations are founded, with no break of continuity, on the pastoral and agrarian feasts of the ancient Hebrews, although in themselves they are neither pastoral nor agrarian. Moreover, this rhythm is capable of varying in different societies. Where the period of dispersion is long, and the dispersion itself is extreme, the period of congregation, in its turn, is very prolonged, and produces veritable debauches of collective and religion's life. Feasts succeed one another for weeks or even for months, while the ritual life sometimes attains to a sort of frenzy. This is what happens among the Australian tribes and many of the tribes of northwestern America. Elsewhere, on the contrary, these two phases of the social life succeed one another after shorter intervals, and then the contrast between them is less marked. The more societies develop, the less they seem to allow of two great intermittences. Chapter 3. The positive cult continued. Roman 2. Imitative rites and the principle of causality. But the processes which we have just been describing are not the only ones employed to assure the fecundity of the totemic species. There are others which serve for the same end, whether they accompany the preceding ones or replace them. 1. In the very ceremonies which we have been describing, in addition to the oblations, whether bloody or otherwise, there are other rites which are frequently celebrated, whose object is to complete the former ones and to consolidate their effects. They consist in movements and cries whose object is to imitate the different attitudes and aspects of the animal whose reproduction is desired. Therefore, we shall call them imitative. Thus, the intichiuma of the witchetty grub among the Arenta includes more than the rites performed upon the sacred rocks, of which we have already spoken. When these are finished, the men set out to return to camp. But when they still are about a mile away, they halt and all decorate themselves ritually. After this, the march is resumed. The decorations with which they thus adorn themselves announce that an important ceremony is going to take place. And in fact, while the company was absent, one of the old men who had been left to guard the camp had built a shelter out of branches, called umbana, which represented the chrysalis out of which the insect comes. All of those who had taken part in the previous ceremonies assemble near the spot where this construction has been raised. Then they advance slowly, stopping from time to time until they reach the umbana, which they enter. At once all the men who do not belong to the phratry of the witchetty grub totem, and who assist at the scene, though from a distance, lie down on the ground, with their faces against the earth. They must remain in this position without moving until they are allowed to get up again. Meanwhile, a chant arises from the interior of the umbana, which describes the different phases through which the animal passes in the course of its development, and the myths of which the sacred rocks are the subject. When this hymn ceases, the Alatanya glides out of the umbana, though remaining in a squatting position, and advances slowly over the ground before him. He is followed by all his companions who reproduce gestures whose evident object is to represent the insect as it leaves the chrysalis. Also, a hymn which is heard at just this moment, and which is like an oral commentary on the rite, consists in a description of the movements made by the insect at this stage of its development. Another intichiuma, celebrated in connection with another kind of grub, the unchaka grub, has this character still more clearly. The actors of this rite decorate themselves with designs representing the unchaka bush upon which this grub lives at the beginning of its existence. Then they cover a buckler with concentric circles of down, representing another kind of bush upon which the insect lays its eggs when it has become adult. When all these preparations are finished, they all sit down on the ground in a semicircle facing the principal officiant. He alternately bends his body double by leaning towards the ground and then rises on his knees. At the same time, he shakes his stretched-out arms, which is a way of representing the wings of the insect. From time to time, he leans over the buckler, imitating the way in which the butterfly flies over the trees where it lays its eggs. When this ceremony is finished, another commences at a different spot, to which they go in silence. This time they use two bucklers. Upon one, the tracks of the grub are represented by zigzag lines. Upon the other, concentric circles of uneven dimensions represent the eggs of the insect and the seed of the eremophile bush, upon which it is nourished. As in the former ceremony, they all sit down in silence while the officiant acts, representing the movements of the animal when leaving its chrysalis and taking its first flight. Spencer and Gillen also point out certain analogous facts among the Arenta, though these are of a minor importance. In the intichiuma of the emu, for example, at a certain moment the actors try to reproduce by their attitude the air and aspect of this bird. In the intichiuma of water, the men of the totem utter the characteristic cry of the plover, a cry which is naturally associated in the mind with the rainy season. But in all, the examples of imitative rites, which these two explorers have noted, are rather few in number. However, it is certain that their relative silence on this point is due either to their not having observed the intichiuma sufficiently, or else to their having neglected this side of the ceremonies. Schulz, on the other hand, has been struck by the essentially imitative nature of the Arenta rites. The sacred kurabori, he says, are generally ceremonies representing animals. He calls them animal tijurunga, and his testimony is now confirmed by the documents collected by Strelo. The examples given by this latter author are so numerous that it is impossible to cite them all. there are scarcely any ceremonies in which some imitating gesture is not pointed out. According to the nature of the animals whose feast is celebrated, they jump after the manner of kangaroos, or imitate the movements they make in eating, the flight of winged ants, the characteristic noise of the bat, the cry of the wild turkey, the hissing of the snake, the croaking of the frog, etc. When the totem is a plant, they make the gesture of plucking it or eating it, etc. Among the Warramunga, the Intichiuma generally takes a special form, which we shall describe in the next chapter, and which differs from those which we have studied up to the present. However, there is one typical case of a purely imitative Intichiuma among this people. It is that of the black cockatoo. The ceremony described by Spencer and Gillen commenced at 10 o'clock in the evening. All night long the chief of the clan imitated the cry of the bird with a disheartening monotony. He stopped only when he had come to the end of his force, and then his son replaced him. Then he commenced again as soon as he felt a little refreshed. These exhausting exercises continued until morning without interruption. Living beings are not the only ones which they try to imitate. In a large number of tribes, the Intichiuma of rain consists essentially in imitative rites. One of the most simple of these is that celebrated among the Arabunna. The chief of the clan is seated on the ground, all covered with white down and holding a lance in his hands. He shakes himself, undoubtedly in order to detach from his body the down which is fixed there, and which represents clouds when scattered about in the air. Thus he imitates the men clouds of the Alcharinga who, according to the legend, had the habit of ascending to heaven and forming clouds there, from which the rain then fell. In a word, the object of the whole rite is to represent the formation and ascension of clouds, the bringers of rain. The ceremony is much more complicated among the Kitish. We have already spoken of one of the means employed. The officiant pours water over the sacred stones and himself. But the action of this sort of oblation is reinforced by other rites. The rainbow is considered to have a close connection with rain. They say that it is its son and that it is always urged to appear to make the rain stop. To make the rain fall, it is therefore necessary that it should not appear. They believe that this result can be obtained in the following manner. A design representing a rainbow is made upon a buckler. They carry this buckler to camp, taking care to keep it hidden from all eyes. They are convinced that by making this image of the rainbow invisible, they keep the rainbow itself from appearing. Meanwhile, the chief of the clan, having beside him a pitch full of water, throws in all directions flakes of down which represent clouds. Repeated imitations of the cry of the plover complete this ceremony, which seems to have an especial gravity. For as long as it lasts, all those who participate in it, either as actors or assistants, may have no relations whatsoever with their wives. They may not even speak to them. The processes of figuration are different among the Diri. Rain is not represented by water, but by blood, which the men cause to flow from their veins on to the assistants. At the same time, they throw handfuls of white down about, which represent clouds. A hut has been constructed previously, in which they now place 2 large stones representing piles of clouds, a sign of rain. After they have been left there for a little while, they are carried a little distance away and placed as high as possible in the loftiest tree to be found. This is a way of making the clouds mount into the sky. Powdered gypsum is then thrown into a waterhole, for when he sees this, the rain spirit soon makes the clouds appear. Finally, all the men, young and old, assemble around the hut, and with heads lowered, they charge upon it. They rush violently through it, repeating the operation several times, until nothing remains of the whole construction except the supporting posts. Then they fall upon these and shake and pull at them until the whole thing has tumbled down. The operation consisting in running through the hut is supposed to represent clouds bursting, the tumbling down of the construction, the fall of rain. In the northwestern tribes studied by Clement, which occupy the district included between the Fontesquieu and Fitzroy rivers, certain ceremonies are celebrated whose object is exactly the same as that of the Intichiuma of the Arunta, and which seem to be, for the most part, essentially imitative. These peoples give the name Tarlo to certain piles of stones which are evidently sacred, for, as we shall see, they are the object of important rites. Every animal, every plant, and in fact, every totem or subtotem is represented by a Tarlo which a special clan guards. The analogy between these Tarlo and the sacred rocks of the Arunta is easily seen. When kangaroos, for example, become rare, the chief of the clan to which the tarlo of the kangaroo belongs goes to it with a certain number of companions. Here various rites are performed, the chief of which consist in jumping around the tarlo as kangaroos jump, in drinking as they drink, and, in a word, in imitating all their most characteristic movements. The weapons used in hunting the animal have an important part in these rites. They brandish them, throw them against the stones, etc. When they are concerned for emus, they go to the tarlo of the emu and walk and run as these birds do. The skill which the natives show in these imitations is, as it appears, really remarkable. Other tarlo are consecrated to plants, such as the cereals. In this case, they imitate the actions of thrashing and grinding the grain, since in ordinary life it is the women who are normally charged with these tasks. It is also they who perform the rite, in the midst of songs and dances. 2. All these rites belong to the same type. The principle upon which they rest is one of those at the basis of what is commonly and incorrectly called sympathetic magic. These principles are ordinarily reduced to two. The first may be stated thus: anything touching an object also touches everything which has any relation of proximity or unity whatsoever with this object. Thus, whatever affects the part also affects the whole. Any action exercised over an individual is transmitted to his neighbors, relatives, and all those to whom he is united in any way. All these cases are simple applications of the law of contagion, which we have already studied. A condition or a good or bad quality are communicated contagiously from one subject to another who has some connection with the former. The second principle is ordinarily summed up in the formula, like produces like. The representation of a being or condition produces this being or condition. This is the maxim which brings about the rites which we have just been describing, and it is in them that we can best observe its characteristics. The classical example of the magic charm, which is ordinarily given as the typical application of this same precept, is much less significant. The charm is, to a large extent, a simple phenomenon of transfer. The idea of the image is associated in the mind with that of the model. Consequently, the effects of an action performed upon a statue are transmitted contagiously to the person whose traits it reproduces. The function of the image is for its original what that of a part is for the whole. It is an agent of transmission. Therefore, men think that they can obtain the same result by burning the hair of the person whom they wish to injure. The only difference between these two sorts of operations is that in one, the communication is made through similarity, while in the other it is by means of contiguity. It is different with the rites which concern us. They suppose not only the displacement of a given condition or quality, which passes from one object into the other, but also the creation of something entirely new. The mere act of representing the animal gives birth to this animal and creates it. By imitating the sound of wind or falling water, they cause clouds to form, rain to fall, etc. Of course, resemblance plays an important part in each case, but not at all the same one. In a charm, it only gives a special direction to the action exercised. It directs in a certain way an action not originating in it. In the rites of which we have just been speaking, it acts by itself and is directly efficacious. So, in contradiction to the usual definitions, the real difference between the two principles of the so-called sympathetic magic and the corresponding practices is not that it is contiguity acts in one case and resemblance in the other, but that in the former there is a simple contagious communication, while there is production and creation in the latter. The explanation of imitative rites therefore implies the explanation of the second of these principles, and reciprocally. We shall not tarry long to discuss the explanation proposed by the anthropological school, and especially by Tyler and Fraser. Just as in their attempts to account for the contagiousness of a sacred character, they invoke the association of ideas. Homopathic magic, says Fraser, who prefers this expression to imitative magic, is founded on the association of ideas by similarity. Contagious magic is founded on the association of ideas by contiguity. Homopathic magic commits the mistake of assuming that things which resemble each other are the same. But this is a misunderstanding of the special nature of the practices under discussion. On the one hand, the formula of Fraser may be applied with some fitness to the case of charms. Here, in fact, two distinct things are associated with each other, owing to their partial resemblance. These are the image and the model which it represents more or less systematically. But in the imitative rites, which we have just been observing, the image alone is given. As for the model, it does not exist, for the new generation of the totemic species is as yet only a hope and even an uncertain hope at that. So there could be no question of association, whether correct or not. There is a real creation, and we cannot see how the association of ideas could possibly lead to a belief in this creation. How could the mere act of representing the movements of an animal bring about the certitude that this animal will be born, and born in abundance? The general properties of human nature cannot explain such special practices. So instead of considering the principle upon which they rest in its general and abstract form, let us replace it in the environment of which it is a part and where we have been observing it, and let us connect it with the system of ideas and sentiments which the above rites put into practice. And then we shall be better able to perceive the causes from which it results. The men who assemble on the occasion of these rites believe that they are really animals or plants of the species whose name they bear. They feel within them an animal or vegetable nature, and in their eyes, this is what constitutes whatever is the most essential and the most excellent in them. So when they assemble, their first movement ought to be to show each other this quality which they attribute to themselves and by which they are defined. The totem is their rallying sign. For this reason, as we have seen, they design it upon their bodies. But it is no less natural that they should seek to resemble it in their gestures, their cries, their attitude. Since they are emus or kangaroos, they comport themselves like the animals of the same name. By this means, they mutually show one another that they are all members of the same moral community, and they become conscious of the kinship uniting them. The rite does not limit itself to expressing this kinship. It makes it or remakes it. For it exists only insofar as it is believed in, and the effect of all these collective demonstrations is to support the beliefs upon which they are founded. Therefore, these leaps, these cries, and these movements of every sort, though bizarre and grotesque in appearance, really have a profound and human meaning. The Australian seeks to resemble his totem, just as the faithful in more advanced religions seek to resemble their god. For the one as for the other, this is a means of communicating with the sacred being, that is to say, with the collective ideal which this latter symbolizes. This is an early form of the. However, as this first reason is connected with the most specialized portions of the totemic beliefs, the principle by which like produces like should not have survived totemism, if this had been the only one in operation. Now there is probably no religion in which rites derived from it are not found. So another reason must cooperate with this first one. And in fact, the ceremonies where we have seen it applied do not merely have the very general object which we have just mentioned, howsoever essential this may be. They also aim at a more immediate and more conscious end, which is the assurance of the reproduction of the totemic species. The idea of this necessary reproduction haunts the minds of the worshippers. Upon it, the forces of their attention and will are concentrated. Now a single preoccupation cannot possess a group of men to this point without being externalized in a material form. Since all think of the animal or plant to whose destinies the clan is united, it is inevitable that this common thought should not be manifested outwardly by gestures, and those naturally designated for this office are those which represent this animal or plant in one of its most characteristic attitudes. There are no other movements so close to the idea filling every mind, for these are an immediate and almost automatic translation of it. So they make themselves imitate the animal, they cry like it, they jump like it, they reproduce the scenes in which they make daily use of the plant. All these ways of representation are just so many means of ostensibly showing the end towards which all minds are directed, of telling the thing which they wish to realize, of calling it up and of evoking it. And this need belongs to no one time, nor does it depend upon the beliefs of any special religion. It is essentially human. This is why, even in religions very far removed from those we have been studying, the worshippers, when assembled to ask their gods for some event which they ardently desire, are forced to figure it. Of course, the word is also a way of expressing it, but the gesture is no less natural. It bursts out from the organism just as spontaneously. It even precedes the word, or, in any case, accompanies it. But if we can thus understand how the gestures acquired a place in the ceremony, we still must explain the efficacy attributed to them. If the Australian repeats them regularly each new season, it is because he believes them essential to the success of the rite. Where could he have gotten the idea that by imitating an animal, one causes it to reproduce? So manifest an error seems hardly intelligible so long as we see in the rite only the material end towards which it seems to aim. But we know that in addition to the effect which it is thought to have on the totemic species, it also exercises a profound influence over the souls of the worshippers who take part in it. They take away with them a feeling of well-being, whose causes they cannot clearly see, but which is well-founded. They feel that the ceremony is good for them, and, as a matter of fact, they reforge their moral nature in it. How could this sort of well-being fail to give them a feeling that the rite has succeeded, that it has been what it set out to be, and that it has attained the ends at which it was aimed? As the only end which was consciously sought was the reproduction of the totemic species, this seems to be assured by the means employed, the efficacy of which is thus proven. Thus it comes about that men attribute creative virtues to their gestures, which in themselves are vain. The moral efficacy of the rite, which is real, leads to the belief in its physical efficacy, which is imaginary, that of the whole to the belief in that of each part by itself. The truly useful effects produced by the whole ceremony are like an experimental justification of the elementary practices out of which it is made, though in reality, all these practices are in no way indispensable to its success. A certain proof, moreover, that they do not act by themselves is that they may be replaced by others, of a very different nature, without any modification of the final result. It appears that there are intitiuma which include only oblations, with no imitative rites. Others are purely imitative and include no oblations. However, both are believed to have the same efficacy. So if a price is attached to these various maneuvers, it is not because of their intrinsic value, but because they are a part of a complex rite, whose utility as a whole is realized. We are able to understand this state of mind all the easier because we can still observe it about us. Especially among the most cultivated peoples and environments, we frequently meet with believers who, though having doubts as to the special efficacy attributed by dogma to each rite considered separately, still continue to participate in the cult. They are not sure that the details of the prescribed observances are rationally justifiable, but they feel that it would be impossible to free oneself of them without falling into a moral confusion before which they recoil. The very fact that in them the faith has lost its intellectual foundations throws into eminence the profound reasons upon which they rest. This is why the easy criticisms to which an unduly simple rationalism has sometimes submitted ritual prescriptions generally leave the believer indifferent. It is because the true justification of religious practices does not lie in the apparent ends which they pursue, but rather in the invisible action which they exercise over the mind, and in the way in which they affect our mental status. Likewise, when preachers undertake to convince, they devote much less attention to establishing directly and by methodical proofs the truth of any particular proposition or the utility of such and such an observance, than to awakening or reawakening the sentiment of the moral comfort attained by the regular celebration of the cult. Thus they create a predisposition to belief, which precedes proofs, which leads the mind to overlook the insufficiency of the logical reasons, and which thus prepares it for the proposition whose acceptance is desired. This favorable prejudice, this impulse towards believing, is just what constitutes faith, and it is faith which makes the authority of the rites, according to the believer, whoever he may be, Christian or Australian. The only superiority of the former is that he better accounts for the psychological process from which his faith results. He knows that it is faith that saves. It is because faith has this origin that it is, in a sense, impermeable to experience. If the intermittent failures of the intitiuma do not shake the confidence of the Australian in his rite, it is because he holds with all the strength of his soul to these practices in which he periodically recreates himself. He could not deny their principle without causing an upheaval of his own being, which resists. But howsoever great this force of resistance may be, it cannot radically distinguish religious mentality from the other forms of human mentality, even those which are the most habitually opposed to it. In this connection, that of a scholar differs from the preceding only in degree. When a scientific law has the authority of numerous and varied experiments, It is against all method to renounce it too quickly upon the discovery of a fact which seems to contradict it. It is still necessary to make sure that the fact does not allow of a single interpretation, and that it is impossible to account for it, without abandoning the proposition which it seems to invalidate. Now the Australian does not proceed otherwise when he attributes the failure of the Intichiuma to some sorcery, or the abundance of a premature crop to a mystic Intichiuma celebrated in the beyond. He has all the more reason for not doubting his right on the belief in a contrary fact, since its value is, or seems to be, established by a larger number of harmonizing facts. In the first place, the moral efficacy of the ceremony is real and is felt directly by all who participate in it. There is a constantly renewed experience in it, whose importance no contradictory experience can diminish. Also, the physical efficacy itself is not unable to find an at least apparent confirmation in the data of objective observation. As a matter of fact, the totemic species normally does reproduce regularly. So, in the great majority of cases, everything happens just as if the ritual gestures really did produce the effects expected of them. Failures are the exception. As the rites, and especially those which are periodical, demand nothing more of nature than that it follow its ordinary course, it is not surprising that it should generally have the air of obeying them. So if the believer shows himself indocile to certain lessons of experience, he does so because of other experiences which seem more demonstrative. The scholar does not do otherwise, only he introduces more method. So magic is not, as Fraser has held, an original fact, of which religion is only a derived form. Quite on the contrary, it was under the influence of religious ideas that the precepts upon which the art of the magician is based were established, and it was only through a secondary extension that they were applied to purely lay relations. Since all the forces of the universe have been conceived on the model of the sacred forces, the contagiousness inherent in the second was extended to the first, and men have believed that all the properties of a body could be transmitted contagiously. Likewise, when the principle according to which like produces like had been established, in order to satisfy certain religious needs, it detached itself from its ritual origins to become, through a sort of spontaneous generalization, a law of nature. But in order to understand these fundamental axioms of magic, they must be replaced in the religious atmosphere in which they arose and which alone enables us to account for them. When we regard them as the work of isolated individuals or solitary magicians, we ask how they could ever have occurred to the mind of man, for nothing in experience could either suggest or verify them. And especially, we do not explain how so deceiving an art has been able to impose itself for so long a time in the confidence of men. But this problem disappears when we realize that the faith inspired by magic is only a particular case of religious faith in general, and that it is itself the product, at least indirectly, of a collective effervescence. This is as much as to say that the use of the expression sympathetic magic to designate the system of rites, which we have just been speaking, is not very exact. There are sympathetic rites, but they are not peculiar to magic. Not only are they to be found in religion, but it was from religion that magic received them. So we only risk confusion when, by the name we give them, we have the air of making them something which is specifically magic. The results of our analysis thus attach themselves to and confirm those attained by Hubert and Moss when they studied magic directly. They have shown that this is nothing more nor less than crude industry based on incomplete science. Behind the mechanisms, purely laical in appearance, which are used by the magician, they point out a background of religious conceptions and a whole world of forces, the idea of which has been taken by magic from religion. We are now able to understand how it comes that magic is so full of religious elements. It is because it was born of religion. 3. But the principle which has just been set forth does not merely have a function in the ritual. It is of direct interest for the theory of knowledge. In fact, it is a concrete statement of the law of causality and, in all probability, one of the most primitive statements of it which has ever existed. A full conception of the causal relation is implied in the power thus attributed to the like to produce the like, and this conception dominates primitive thought, for it is the basis both of the practices of the cult and the technique of the magician. So the origins of the precept upon which the imitative rites depend are able to clarify those of the principle of causality. The genesis of one should aid us in understanding the genesis of the other. Now we have shown how the former is a product of social causes. It was elaborated by groups having collective ends in view, and it translates collective sentiments. So we may assume that the same is true for the second. In fact, an analysis of the principle of causality is sufficient to assure us that the diverse elements of which it is composed really did have this origin. The first thing which is implied in the notion of the causal relation is the idea of efficacy, of productive power, of active force. By cause, we ordinarily mean something capable of producing a certain change. The cause is the force before it has shown the power which is in it. The effect is this same power, only actualized. Men have always thought of causality in dynamic terms. Of course, certain philosophers had refused all objective value to this conception. They see in it only an arbitrary construction of the imagination, which corresponds to nothing in the things themselves. But, at present, we have no need of asking whether it is founded in reality or not. It is enough for us to state that it exists and that it constitutes and always has constituted an element of ordinary mentality, and this is recognized even by those who criticize it. Our immediate purpose is to seek, not what it may be worth logically, but how it is to be explained. Now it depends upon social causes. Our analysis of facts has already enabled us to see that the prototype of the idea of force was the mana, wakin, orenda, the totemic principle, or any of the various names given to collective force, objectified and projected into things. The first power which men have thought of as such seems to have been that exercised by humanity over its members. Thus, reason confirms the results of observation. In fact, it is even possible to show why this notion of power, efficacy, or active force could not have come from any other source. In the first place, it is evident and recognized by all that it could not be furnished to us by external experience. Our senses only enable us to perceive phenomena which coexist or which follow one another, but nothing perceived by them could give us the idea of this determining and compelling action, which is characteristic of what we call a power or force. They can touch only realized and known conditions, each separate from the others. The internal process uniting these conditions escapes them. Nothing that we learn could possibly suggest to us the idea of what an influence or efficaciousness is. It is for this very reason that the philosophers of empiricism have regarded these different conceptions as so many mythological aberrations. But even supposing that they all are hallucinations, it is still necessary to show how they originated. If external experience counts for nothing in the origin of these ideas, and it is equally inadmissible that they were given us ready-made, one might suppose that they come from internal experience. In fact, the notion of force obviously includes many spiritual elements which could only have been taken from our psychic life. Some have believed that the act by which our will brings a deliberation to a close, restrains our impulses, and commands our organism, might have served as the model of this construction. In willing, it is said, we perceive ourselves directly as a power in action. So when this idea had once occurred to men, it seems that they only had to extend it to things to establish the conception of force. As long as the animist theory passed as a demonstrated truth, this explanation was able to appear to be confirmed by history. If the forces with which human thought primitively populated the world really had been spirits, that is to say, personal and conscious beings more or less similar to men, it was actually possible to believe that our individual experience was enough to furnish us with the constituent elements of the notion of force. But we know that the first forces which men imagined were, on the contrary, anonymous, vague, and diffused powers which resemble cosmic forces in their impersonality, and which are therefore most sharply contrasted with the eminently personal power, the human will. So it is impossible that they should have been conceived in its image. Moreover, there is one essential characteristic of the impersonal forces which would be inexplicable under this hypothesis. This is their communicability. The forces of nature have always been thought of as capable of passing from one object to another, of mixing, combining, and transforming themselves into one another. It is even this property which gives them their value as an explanation, for it is through this that effects can be connected with their causes without a break of continuity. Now the self has just the opposite characteristic. it is incommunicable. It cannot change its material substratum or spread from one to another. It spreads out in metaphor only. So the way in which it decides and executes its decisions could never have suggested the idea of an energy which communicates itself and which can even confound itself with others, and through these combinations and mixings, give rise to new effects. Therefore, the idea of force, as implied in the conception of the causal relation, must present a double character. In the first place, it can come only from our internal experience. The only forces which we can directly learn about are necessarily moral forces. But at the same time, they must be impersonal, for the notion of an impersonal power was the first to be constituted. Now the only ones which satisfy these two conditions are those coming from life together. They are collective forces. In fact, these are, on the one hand, entirely psychical. They are made up exclusively of objectified ideas and sentiments. But on the other hand, they are impersonal by definition, for they are the product of a cooperation. Being the work of all, they are not the possession of anybody in particular. They are so slightly attached to the personalities of the subjects in whom they reside that they are never fixed there. Just as they enter them from without, they are also always ready to leave them. Of themselves, they tend to spread further and further and to invade ever new domains. We know that there are none more contagious and consequently more communicable. Of course, physical forces have the same property, but we cannot know this directly. We cannot even become acquainted with them as such, for they are outside us. When I throw myself against an obstacle, I have a sensation of hindrance and trouble, but the force causing this sensation is not in me, but in the obstacle, and is consequently outside the circle of my perception. We perceive its effects, but we cannot reach the cause itself. It is otherwise with social forces. They are a part of our internal life, as we know, more than the products of their action, we see them acting. The force isolating the sacred being and holding profane beings at a distance is not really in this being. It lives in the minds of the believers. So they perceive it at the very moment when it is acting upon their wills, to inhibit certain movements or command others. In a word, this constraining and necessitating action, which escapes us when coming from an external object, is readily perceptible here because everything is inside us. Of course, we do not always interpret it in an adequate manner, but at least we cannot fail to be conscious of it. Moreover, the idea of force bears the mark of its origin in an apparent way. In fact, it implies the idea of power which, in its turn, does not come without those of ascendancy, mastership and domination, and their corollaries, dependence and subordination. Now the relations expressed by all these ideas are eminently social. It is society which classifies beings into superiors and inferiors, into commanding masters and obeying servants. It is society which confers upon the former the singular property, which makes the command efficacious, and which makes power. So everything tends to prove that the first powers of which the human mind had any idea were those which societies have established in organizing themselves. It is in their image that the powers of the physical world have been conceived. Also, men have never succeeded in imagining themselves as forces mistress over the bodies in which they reside, except by introducing concepts taken from social life. In fact, these must be distinguished from their physical doubles and must be attributed a dignity superior to that of these latter. In a word, they must think of themselves as souls. As a matter of fact, men have always given the form of souls to the forces which they believe that they are. But we know that the soul is quite another thing from a name given to the abstract faculty of moving, thinking, and feeling. Before all, it is a religious principle, a particular aspect of the collective force. In fine, a man feels that he has a soul, and consequently a force, because he is a social being. Though an animal moves its members just as we do, and though it has the same power as we over its muscles, nothing authorizes us to suppose that it is conscious of itself as an active and efficacious cause. This is because it does not have, or, to speak more exactly, does not attribute to itself a soul. But if it does not attribute a soul to itself, it is because it does not participate in a social life comparable to that of men. Among animals, there is nothing resembling a civilization. But the notion of force is not all of the principle of causality. This consists in a judgment stating that every force develops in a definite manner, and that the state in which it is at each particular moment of its existence predetermines the next state. The former is called cause, the latter effect, and the causal judgment affirms the existence of a necessary connection between these two moments for every force. The mind posits this connection before having any proofs of it, under the empire of a sort of constraint from which it cannot free itself. It postulates it, as they say, a priori. Empiricism has never succeeded in accounting for this a priorism and necessity. Philosophers of this school have never been able to explain how an association of ideas, reinforced by habit, could produce more than an expectation or a stronger or weaker predisposition on the part of ideas to appear in a determined order. But the principle of causality has quite another character. It is not merely an immanent tendency of our thought to take certain forms. It is an external norm, superior to the flow of our representations, which it dominates and rules imperatively. It is invested with an authority which binds the mind and surpasses it, which is as much as to say that the mind is not its artisan. In this connection, it is useless to substitute hereditary habit for individual habit, for habit does not change its nature by lasting longer than one man's life. It is merely stronger. An instinct is not a rule. The rites which we have been studying allow us to catch a glimpse of another source of this authority, which up to the present has scarcely been suspected. Let us bear in mind how the law of causality, which the imitative rites put into practice, was born. Being filled with one single preoccupation, the group assembles. If the species whose name it bears does not reproduce, it is a matter of concern to the whole clan. The common sentiment thus animating all the members is outwardly expressed by certain gestures, which are always the same in the same circumstances, and after the ceremony has been performed, it happens, for the reasons set forth, that the desired result seems obtained. So an association arises between the idea of this result and that of the gestures preceding it, and this association does not vary from one subject to another. It is the same for all the participators in the rite, since it is the product of a collective experience. However, if no other factor intervened, it would produce only a collective expectation. After the imitative gestures had been accomplished, everybody would await the subsequent appearance of the desired event with more or less confidence. An imperative rule of thought could never be established by this. But since a social interest of the greatest importance is at stake, society cannot allow things to follow their own course at the whim of circumstances. It intervenes actively in such a way as to regulate their march in conformity with its needs. So it demands that this ceremony, which it cannot do without, be repeated every time that it is necessary, and consequently, that the movements, a condition of its success, be executed regularly. It imposes them as an obligation. Now they imply a certain definite state of mind which, in return, participates in the same obligatory character. To prescribe that one must imitate an animal or plant to make them reproduce is equivalent to stating it as an axiom which is above all doubt, that like produces like. Opinion cannot allow men to deny this principle in theory without also allowing them to violate it in their conduct. So society imposes it, along with the practices which are derived from it, and thus the ritual precept is doubled by a logical precept, which is only the intellectual aspect of the former. The authority of each is derived from the same source, society. The respect which this inspires is communicated to the ways of thought to which it attaches a value, just as much as to ways of action. So a man cannot set aside either the ones or the others without hurling himself against public opinion. This is why the former require the adherence of the intelligence before examination, just as the latter require the submission of the will. From this example, we can show once more how the sociological theory of the idea of causality and of the categories in general sets aside the classical doctrines on the question, while conciliating them. Together with a priorism, it maintains the prejudicial and necessary character of the causal relation, but it does not limit itself to affirming this. It accounts for it, yet without making it vanish under the pretext of explaining it, as empiricism does. On the other hand, there is no question of denying the part due to individual experience. There can be no doubt that by himself, the individual observes the regular succession of phenomena and thus acquires a certain feeling of regularity. But this feeling is not the category of causality. The former is individual, subjective, incommunicable. We make it ourselves, out of our own personal observations. The second is the work of the group and is given to us ready-made. It is a framework in which our empirical ascertainments arrange themselves and which enables us to think of them, that is to say, to see them from a point of view which makes it possible for us to understand one another in regard to them. Of course, if this frame can be applied to the contents, that shows that it is not out of relation with the matter which it contains, but it is not to be confused with this. It surpasses it and dominates it. This is because it is of a different origin. It is not a mere summary of individual experiences. Before all else, it is made to fulfill the exigencies of life in common. In fine, the error of empiricism has been to regard the causal bond as merely an intellectual construction of speculative thought and the product of a more or less methodical generalization. Now, by itself, pure speculation can give birth only to provisional, hypothetical, and more or less plausible views, but ones which must always be regarded with suspicion, for we can never be sure that some new observation in the future will not invalidate them. An axiom which the mind accepts and must accept, without control and without reservation, could never come from the source. Only the necessities of action, and especially of collective action, can and must express themselves in categorical formulae, which are peremptory and short, and admit of no contradiction, for collective movements are possible only on condition of being in concert, and therefore regulated and definite. They do not allow of any fumbling, the source of anarchy. By themselves, they tend towards an organization which, when once established, imposes itself upon individuals. And as action cannot go beyond intelligence, it frequently happens that the latter is drawn into the same way and accepts without discussion the theoretical postulates demanded by action. The imperatives of thought are probably only another side of the imperatives of action. It is to be borne in mind, moreover, that we have never dreamed of offering the preceding observations as a complete theory of the concept of causality. The question is too complex to be resolved thus. The principle of causality has been understood differently in different times and places. In a single society, it varies with the social environment and the kingdoms of nature to which it is applied. So it would be impossible to determine with sufficient precision the causes and conditions upon which it depends, after a consideration of only one of the forms which it has presented during the course of history. The views which we have set forth should be regarded as mere indications, which must be controlled and completed. However, as the causal law which we have been considering is certainly one of the most primitive which exists, and as it has played a considerable part in the development of human thought and industry, it is a privileged experiment, so we may presume that the remarks of which it has been the occasion may be generalized to a certain degree. Chapter 4. The Positive Cult Continued. Roman 3. Representative or commemorative rights. The explanation which we have given of the positive rights of which we have been speaking in the two preceding chapters attributes to them a significance which is, above all, moral and social. The physical efficaciousness assigned to them by the believer is the product of an interpretation which conceals the essential reason for their existence. It is because they serve to remake individuals and groups morally that they are believed to have a power over things. But even if this hypothesis has enabled us to account for the facts, we cannot say that it has been demonstrated directly. At first view, it even seems to conciliate itself rather badly with the nature of the ritual mechanisms which we have analyzed. Whether they consist in oblations or imitative acts, the gestures composing them have purely material ends in view. They have, or seem to have, the sole object of making the totemic species reproduce. Under these circumstances, is it not surprising that their real function should be to serve moral ends? It is true that their physical function may have been exaggerated by Spencer and Gillen, even in the cases where it is the most incontestable. According to these authors, each clan celebrates its intichema for the purpose of assuring a useful food to the other clans, and the whole cult consists in a sort of economic cooperation of the different totemic groups. Each works for the others. But according to Strelo, this conception of Australian totemism is wholly foreign to the native mind. If, he says, the members of one totemic group set themselves to multiplying the animals or plants of the consecrated species and seem to work for their companions of other totems, we must be careful not to regard this collaboration as the fundamental principle of Arunta or Loricha totemism. The blacks themselves have never told me that this was the object of their ceremonies. Of course, when I suggested and explained the idea to them, they understood it and acquiesced. But I should not be blamed for having some distrust of replies gained in this fashion. Strelo also remarks that this way of interpreting the rite is contradicted by the fact that the totemic animals and plants are not all edible or useful. Some are good for nothing, some are even dangerous. So the ceremonies which concern them could not have any such end in view. When someone asks the natives what the determining reason for these ceremonies is, concludes our author, they are unanimous in replying, "It is because our ancestors arranged things thus. This is why we do thus and not differently." But in saying that the rite is observed because it comes from the ancestors, it is admitted that its authority is confounded with the authority of tradition, which is a social affair of the first order. Men celebrate it to remain faithful to the past, to keep for the group its normal physiognomy, and not because of the physical effects which it may produce. Thus, the way in which the believers themselves explain them show the profound reasons upon which the rites proceed. But there are cases when this aspect of the ceremonies is immediately apparent. 1. These may be observed the best among the Warramunga. Among this people, each clan is thought to be descended from a single ancestor, who, after having been born in some determined spot, passed his terrestrial existence in traveling over the country in every direction. It is he who, in the course of his voyages, gave to the land the form which it now has. It is he who made the mountains and plains, the water holes and streams, etc. At the same time, he sowed upon his route living germs which were disengaged from his body, and after many successive reincarnations, became the actual members of the clan. Now the ceremony of the Warramunga, which corresponds exactly to the Antichiama of the Arunta, has the object of commemorating and representing the mythical history of this ancestor. There is no question of oblations, or, except in one single case, of imitative practices. The rite consists solely in recollecting the past, and, in a way, making it present by means of a veritable dramatic representation. This word is the more exact because in this ceremony, the officiant is in no way considered an incarnation of the ancestor, whom he represents. He is an actor playing a role. As an example, let us describe the Antichiama of the black snake, as Spencer and Gillen observed it. An initial ceremony does not seem to refer to the past. At least the description of it which is given us gives no authorization for interpreting it in this sense. It consists in running and leaping on the part of two officiants, who are decorated with designs representing the black snake. When they finally fall exhausted on the ground, the assistants gently pass their hands over the emblematic designs with which the backs of the two actors are covered. They say that this act pleases the black snake. It is only afterwards that the series of commemorative ceremonies commences. They put into action the mythical history of the ancestor Thalaala, from the moment he emerged from the ground up to his definite return thither. They follow him through all his voyages. The myth says that in each of the localities where he sojourned, he celebrated totemic ceremonies. They now repeat them in the same order in which they are supposed to have taken place originally. The movement which is acted the most frequently consists in twisting the entire body about rhythmically and violently. This is because the ancestor did the same thing to make the germs of life which were in him come out. The actors have their bodies covered with down, which is detached and flies away during these movements. This is a way of representing the flight of these mystic germs and their dispersion into space. It will be remembered that among the Arunta, the scene of the ceremony is determined by the ritual. It is the spot where the sacred rocks, trees, and waterholes are found, and the worshippers must go there to celebrate the cult. Among the Warramunga, on the contrary, the ceremonial ground is arbitrarily chosen according to convenience. It is a conventional scene. However, the original scene of the events whose reproduction constitutes the theme of the rite is itself represented by means of designs. Sometimes these designs are made upon the very bodies of the actors. For example, a small circle colored red, painted on the back and stomach, represents a water hole. In other cases, the image is traced on the soil. Upon a ground previously soaked and covered with red ochre, they draw curved lines made up of a series of white points, which symbolize a stream or a mountain. This is a beginning of decoration. In addition to the properly religious ceremonies which the ancestor is believed to have celebrated long ago, They also represent simple episodes of his career, either epic or comic. Thus, at a given moment, while three actors are on the scene, occupied in an important rite, another one hides behind a bunch of trees situated at some distance. A packet of down is attached about his neck, which represents a wallaby. As soon as the principal ceremony is finished, an old man traces a line upon the ground which is directed towards the spot where the fourth actor is hidden. The others march behind him, with eyes lowered and fixed upon this line, as though following a trail. When they discover the man, they assume a stupefied air, and one of them beats him with a club. This represents an incident in the life of the great black snake. One day, his son went hunting, caught a wallaby, and ate it without giving his father any. The latter followed his tracks, surprised him, and forced him to disgorge. It is to this that the beating at the end of the representation alludes. We shall not relate here all the mythical events which are represented successively. The preceding examples are sufficient to show the character of these ceremonies. They are dramas, but of a particular variety. They act, or at least they are believed to act, upon the course of nature. When the commemoration of Thaliala is terminated, the Warramunga are convinced that black snakes cannot fail to increase and multiply. So these dramas are rites, and even rites which, by the nature of their efficacy, are comparable on every point to those which constitute the intitiuma of the Aranta. Therefore, each is able to clarify the other. It is even more legitimate to compare them than if there were no break of continuity between them. Not only is the end pursued identical in each case, but the most characteristic part of the Warramunga ritual is found in germ in the other. In fact, the intitiuma, as the Aranta generally perform it, contains within it a sort of implicit commemoration. The places where it is celebrated are necessarily those which the ancestor made illustrious. The roads over which the worshippers pass in the course of their pious pilgrimages are those which the heroes of the Alcharinga traversed. The places where they stop to proceed with the rites are those where their fathers sojourned themselves, where they vanished into the ground, etc., so everything brings their memory to the minds of the assistants. Moreover, to the manual rites they frequently add hymns relating the exploits of their ancestors. If instead of being told, these stories are acted, and if, in this new form, they develop in such a way as to become an essential part of the ceremony, then we have the ceremony of the Warramunga. But even more can be said, for on one side, the Aranta intitiuma is already a sort of representation. The efficient is one with the ancestor from whom he is descended and whom he reincarnates. The gestures he makes are those which this ancestor made in the same circumstances. Speaking exactly, of course he does not play the part of the ancestral personage as an actor might do it. He is this personage himself. But it is true, notwithstanding, that, in one sense, it is the hero who occupies the scene. In order to accentuate the representative character of the rite, it would be sufficient for the duality of the ancestor and the efficient to become more marked. This is just what happens among the Warramunga. Even among the Aranta, at least one intitiuma is mentioned in which certain persons are charged with representing ancestors with whom they have no relationship of mythical descent, and in which there is consequently a proper dramatic representation. This is the intitiuma of the Emu. It seems that in this case, also, contrarily to the general rule among this people, the theater of the ceremony is artificially arranged. It does not follow from the fact that, in spite of the differences separating them, these two varieties of ceremony thus have an air of kinship, as it were, that there is a definite relation of succession between them, and that one is a transformation of the other. It may very well be that the resemblances pointed out come from the fact that the two sprang from the same source, that is, from the same original ceremony, of which they are only divergent forms. We shall even see that this hypothesis is the most probable one. But even without taking sides on this question, what has already been said is enough to show that they are rites of the same nature. So we may be allowed to compare them, and to use the one to enable us to understand the other better. Now the peculiar thing in the ceremonies of the Warramunga of which we have been speaking is that not a gesture is made whose object is to aid or to provoke directly the increase of the totemic species. If we analyze the movements made, as well as the words spoken, we generally find nothing which betrays any intention of this sort. Everything is in representations whose only object can be to render the mythical past of the clan present to the mind. But the mythology of a group is the system of beliefs common to this group. The traditions whose memory it perpetuates express the way in which society represents man and the world. It is a moral system and a cosmology as well as a history. So the rite serves and can serve only to sustain the vitality of these beliefs, to keep them from being effaced from memory, and, in some, to revivify the most essential elements of the collective consciousness. Through it, the group periodically renews the sentiment which it has of itself and of its unity. At the same time, individuals are strengthened in their social natures. The glorious souvenirs which are made to live again before their eyes, and with which they feel that they have a kinship, give them a feeling of strength and confidence. A man is surer of his faith when he sees to how distant a past it goes back and what great things it has inspired. This is the characteristic of the ceremony which makes it instructive. Its tendency is to act entirely upon the mind and upon it alone. So if men believe nevertheless that it acts upon things and that it assures the prosperity of the species, this can be only as a reaction to the moral action which it exercises, and which is obviously the only one which is real. Thus, the hypothesis which we have proposed is verified by a significant experiment, and this verification is the more convincing because, as we have shown, there is no difference in nature between the ritual system of the Warramunga and that of the Arunta. The one only makes more evident what we had already conjectured from the other. 2. But there are ceremonies in which this representative and idealistic character is still more accentuated. In those of which we have been speaking, the dramatic representation did not exist for itself. It was only a means having a very material end in view, namely, the reproduction of the totemic species. But there are others which do not differ materially from the preceding ones, but from which, nevertheless, all preoccupations of this sort are absent. The past is here represented for the mere sake of representing it and fixing it more firmly in the mind, while no determined action over nature is expected of the rite. At least, the physical effects sometimes imputed to it are wholly secondary and have no relation with the liturgical importance attributed to it. This is the case notably with the ceremonies which the Warramunga celebrate in honor of the snake Wolanqua. As we have already said, the Wolanqua is a totem of a very especial sort. It is not an animal or vegetable species, but a unique being. There is only one Wolanqua. Moreover, this being is purely mythical. The natives represent it as a colossal snake whose length is such that when it rises on its tail, its head is lost in the clouds. It resides, they believe, in a water hole called Thapurlu, which is hidden in the bottom of a solitary valley. But if it differs in certain ways from the ordinary totems, it has all their distinctive characteristics nevertheless. It serves as the collective name and emblem of a whole group of individuals who regard it as their common ancestor, while the relations which they sustain with this mythical beast are identical with those which the members of other totems believe that they sustain with the founders of their respective clans. In the Alcharinga times, the Wolanqua traversed the country in every direction. In the different localities where it stopped, it scattered spirit children, the spiritual principles which still serve as the souls of the living of today. The Wolanqua is even considered as a sort of preeminent totem. The Warramunga are divided into two phratries, called Uluru and Kingili. Nearly all the totems of the former are snakes of different kinds. Now they are all believed to be descended from the Wolanqua. They say that it was their grandfather. From this, we can catch a glimpse of how the myth of the Wolanqua probably arose. In order to explain the presence of so many similar totems in the same phratry, they imagined that all were derived from one and the same totem. It was necessary to give it a gigantic form, so that in its very appearance it might conform to the considerable role assigned to it in the history of the tribe. Now the Wolanqua is the object of ceremonies not differing in nature from those which we have already studied. They are representations in which are portrayed the principal events of its fabulous life. They show it coming out of the ground and passing from one locality to another. They represent different episodes in its voyages, etc. Spencer and Gillen assisted at 15 ceremonies of this sort, which took place between the 27th of July and the 23rd of August, all being linked together in a determined order, in such a way as to form a veritable cycle. In the details of the rites constituting it, this long celebration is therefore indistinct from the ordinary intitiuma of the Warramunga, as is recognized by the authors who have described it to us. But, on the other hand, It is an antitiema which could not have the object of assuring the fecundity of an animal or vegetable species, for the Wolanqua is a species all by itself and does not reproduce. It exists, and the natives do not seem to feel that it has need of a cult to preserve it in its existence. These ceremonies not only seem to lack the efficacy of the classic antitiema, but it even seems as though they have no material efficacy of any sort. The Wolanqua is not a divinity set over a special order of natural phenomena, so they expect no definite service from him in exchange for the cult. Of course, they say that if the ritual prescriptions are badly observed, the Wolanqua becomes angry, leaves his retreat, and comes to punish his worshippers for their negligence. And inversely, when everything passes regularly, they are led to believe that they will be fortunate and that some happy event will take place. But it is quite evident that these possible sanctions are an afterthought to explain the rite. After the ceremony had been established, it seemed natural that it should serve for something, and that the omission of the prescribed observances should therefore expose one to grave dangers. But it was not established to forestall these mythical dangers or to assure particular advantages. The natives, moreover, have only the very haziest ideas of them. When the whole ceremony is completed, the old men announce that if the Wolanqua is pleased, he will send rain. But it is not to have rain that they go through with the celebration. They celebrate it because their ancestors did, because they are attached to it as to a highly respected tradition, and because they leave it with a feeling of moral well-being. Other considerations have only a complementary part. They may serve to strengthen the worshippers in the attitude prescribed by the rite, but they are not the reason for the existence of this attitude. So we have here a whole group of ceremonies whose sole purpose is to awaken certain ideas and sentiments, to attach the present to the past or the individual to the group. Not only are they unable to serve useful ends, but the worshippers themselves demand none. This is still another proof that the psychical state in which the assembled group happens to be constitutes the only solid and stable basis of what we may call the ritual mentality. The beliefs which attribute such or such a physical efficaciousness to the rites are wholly accessory and contingent, for they may be lacking without causing any alteration in the essentials of the rite. Thus the ceremonies of the Wolanqua show even better than the preceding ones the fundamental function of the positive cult. If we have insisted especially upon these solemnities, it is because of their exceptional importance, but there are others with exactly the same character. Thus, the Warramunga have a totem of the laughing boy. Spencer and Gillen say that the clan bearing this name has the same organization as the other totemic groups. Like them, it has its sacred places, Mungai, where the founder ancestor celebrated ceremonies in the fabulous times, and where he left behind him spirit children who became the men of the clan. The rites connected with this totem are indistinguishable from those relating to the animal or vegetable totems. Yet it is evident that they could not have any physical efficaciousness. They consist in a series of 4 ceremonies which repeat one another more or less, but which are intended only to amuse and to provoke laughter by laughter, in fine, to maintain the gaiety and good humor which the group has as its speciality. We find more than one totem among the Arranta themselves which has no other antitiema. We have seen that among this people, the irregularities and depressions of the land, which mark the places where some ancestor sojourned, sometimes serve as totems. Ceremonies are attached to these totems which are manifestly incapable of physical effects of any sort. They can consist only in representations whose object is to commemorate the past, and they can aim at no end beyond this commemoration. While they enable us to understand the nature of the cult better, these ritual representations also put into evidence an important element of religion. This is the recreative and aesthetic element. We have already had occasion to show that they are closely akin to dramatic representations. This kinship appears with still greater clarity in the latter ceremonies of which we have spoken. Not only do they employ the same processes as the real drama, but they also pursue an end of the same sort. Being foreign to all utilitarian ends, they make men forget the real world and transport them into another where their imagination is more at ease. They distract. They sometimes even go so far as to have the outward appearance of a recreation. The assistants may be seen laughing and amusing themselves openly. Representative rites and collective recreations are even so close to one another that men pass from one sort to the other without any break of continuity. The characteristic feature of the properly religious ceremonies is that they must be celebrated on a consecrated ground, from which women and non-initiated persons are excluded. But there are others in which this religious character is somewhat effaced, though it has not disappeared completely. They take place outside the ceremonial ground, which proves that they are already laicized to a certain degree, but profane persons, women, and children are not yet admitted to them, so they are on the boundary between the two domains. They generally deal with legendary personages, but ones having no regular place in the framework of the totemic religion. They are spirits, more generally malevolent ones, having relations with the magicians rather than the ordinary believers, and sorts of bugbears in whom men do not believe with the same degree of seriousness and firmness of conviction as in the proper totemic beings and things. As the bonds by which the events and personages represented are attached to the history of the tribe relax, these take on a proportionately more unreal appearance, while the corresponding ceremonies change in nature. Thus men enter into the domain of pure fancy and pass from the commemorative rite to the ordinary corrobori, a simple public merrymaking, which has nothing religious about it and in which all may take part indifferently. Perhaps some of these representations, whose sole object now is to distract, are ancient rites, whose character has been changed. In fact, the distinction between these two sorts of ceremonies is so variable that it is impossible to state with precision to which of the two kinds they belong. It is a well-known fact that games and the principal forms of art seem to have been born of religion, and that for a long time they retained a religious character. We now see what the reasons for this are. It is because the cult, though aimed primarily at other ends, has also been a sort of recreation for men. Religion has not played this role by hazard or owing to a happy chance, but through a necessity of its nature. Though, as we have established, religious thought is something very different from a system of fictions, still the realities to which it corresponds express themselves religiously only when religion transfigures them. Between society as it is objectively and the sacred things which express it symbolically, the distance is considerable. It has been necessary that the impressions really felt by men, which served as the original matter of this construction, should be interpreted, elaborated, and transformed until they became unrecognizable. So the world of religious things is a partially imaginary world, though only in its outward form, and one which therefore lends itself more readily to the free creations of the mind. Also, since the intellectual forces which serve to make it are intense and tumultuous, the unique task of expressing the real with the aid of appropriate symbols is not enough to occupy them. A surplus generally remains available which seeks to employ itself in supplementary and superfluous works of luxury, that is to say, in works of art. There are practices as well as beliefs of this sort. The state of effervescence in which the assembled worshippers find themselves must be translated outwardly by exuberant movements, which are not easily subjected to two carefully defined ends. In part, they escape aimlessly, they spread themselves for the mere pleasure of so doing, and they take delight in all sorts of games. Besides, in so far as the beings to whom the cult is addressed are imaginary, they are not able to contain and regulate this exuberance. The pressure of tangible and resisting realities is required to confine activities to exact and economical forms. Therefore, one exposes oneself to grave misunderstandings if, in explaining rites, he believes that each gesture has a precise object and a definite reason for its existence. There are some which serve nothing. They merely answer the need felt by worshippers for action, motion, gesticulation. They are to be seen jumping, whirling, dancing, crying, and singing, though it may not always be possible to give a meaning to all this agitation. Therefore, religion would not be itself if it did not give some place to the free combinations of thought and activity, to play, to art, to all that recreates the spirit that has been fatigued by the too great slavishness of daily work. The very same causes which called it into existence make it a necessity. Art is not merely an external ornament with which the cult has adorned itself in order to dissimulate certain of its features which may be too austere and too rude, but rather, in itself, the cult is something aesthetic. Owing to the well-known connection which mythology has with poetry, some have wished to exclude the former from religion. The truth is that there is a poetry inherent in all religion. The representative rites, which have just been studied, make this aspect of the religious life manifest, but there are scarcely any rites which do not present it to some degree. One would certainly commit the gravest error if he saw only this one aspect of religion, or if he even exaggerated its importance. When a rite serves only to distract, it is no longer a rite. The moral forces expressed by religious symbols are real forces with which we must reckon, and with which we cannot do what we will. Even when the cult aims at producing no physical effects, but limits itself to acting on the mind, its action is in quite a different way from that of a pure work of art. The representations which it seeks to awaken and maintain in our minds are not vain images which correspond to nothing in reality, and which we call up aimlessly for the mere satisfaction of seeing them appear and combine before our eyes. They are as necessary for the well-working of our moral life as our food is for the maintenance of our physical life, for it is through them that the group affirms and maintains itself, and we know the point to which this is indispensable for the individual. So a rite is something different from a game. It is a part of the serious life. But if its unreal and imaginary element is not essential, nevertheless it plays a part which is by no means negligible. It has its share in the feeling of comfort which the worshipper draws from the rite performed. For recreation is one of the forms of the moral remaking which is the principal object of the positive rite. After we have acquitted ourselves of our ritual duties, we enter into the profane life with increased courage and ardor, not only because we come into relations with a superior source of energy, but also because our forces have been reinvigorated by living, for a few moments, in a life that is less strained and freer and easier. Hence religion acquires a charm which is not among the slightest of its attractions. This is why the very idea of a religious ceremony of some importance awakens the idea of a feast. Inversely, every feast, even when it has purely lay origins, has certain characteristics of the religious ceremony. For in every case its effect is to bring men together, to put the masses into movement, and thus to excite a state of effervescence, and sometimes even of delirium, which is not without a certain kinship with the religious state. A man is carried outside himself and diverted from his ordinary occupation and preoccupations. Thus the same manifestations are to be observed in each case. Cries, songs, music, violent movements, dances, the search for excitants which raise the vital level, etc. It has frequently been remarked that popular feasts lead to excesses and cause men to lose sight of the distinction separating the licit from the illicit. There are also religious ceremonies which make it almost necessary to violate the rules which are ordinarily the most respected. Of course, this does not mean that there is no way to distinguish these two forms of public activity. The simple merrymaking, the profane corrobori, has no serious object, while, as a whole, a ritual ceremony always has an important end. Still, it is to be remembered that there is perhaps no merrymaking in which the serious life does not have some echo. The difference consists rather in the unequal proportions in which the two elements are combined. 3. A more general fact confirms the views which precede. In their first book, Spencer and Gillen presented the Antichiama as a perfectly definite ritual entity. They spoke of it as though it were an operation destined exclusively for the assurance of the reproduction of the totemic species, and it seemed as though it ought to lose all meaning if this unique function were set aside. But in their northern tribes of Central Australia, the same authors use a different language, though perhaps without noticing it. They recognize that these same ceremonies may take place either in the regular Antichiama or in the initiation rites. So they serve equally in the making of animals or plants of the totemic species, or in conferring upon novices the qualities necessary to make them regular members of the men's society. From this point of view, the Antichiama takes on a new aspect. It is no longer a distinct ritual mechanism, resting upon principles of its own, but a particular application of more general ceremonies which may be utilized for very different ends. For this reason, in their later work, before speaking of the Antichiama and the initiation, they consecrate a special chapter to the totemic ceremonies in general, making abstraction of the diverse forms which they may take, according to the ends for which they are employed. This fundamental indetermination of the totemic ceremonies was only indicated by Spencer and Gillen, and rather indirectly at that. but it has now been confirmed by Strelo in more explicit terms. When they lead the young novices through the different feasts of the initiation, he says, they perform before them a series of ceremonies which, though reproducing, even in their most characteristic details, the rites of the regular cult, viz. The rites which Spencer and Gillen call the Intichiuma, do not have, nevertheless, the end of multiplying the corresponding totem and causing it to prosper. It is the same ceremony which serves in the two cases. The name alone is not the same. When its special object is the reproduction of the species, they call it Embachelcadiuma, and it is only when it is a part of the process of initiation that they give it the name Intichiuma. Moreover, these two sorts of ceremonies are distinguished from one another among the Arhanta by certain secondary characteristics. Though the structure of the rite is the same in both cases, still we know that the effusions of blood, and more generally, the oblations characteristic of the Arhanta Intichiuma, are not found in the initiation ceremonies. Moreover, among this same people, the Intichiuma takes place at a spot regularly fixed by tradition, to which men must make a pilgrimage, while the scene of the initiation ceremonies is purely conventional. But when the Intichiuma consists in a simple dramatic representation, as is the case among the Warramunga, the lack of distinction between the two rites is complete. In the one as in the other, they commemorate the past, they put the myth into action, they play, and one cannot play in two materially different ways. So, according to the circumstances, one and the same ceremony serves two distinct functions. It may even lend itself to other uses. We know that as blood is a sacred thing, women must not see it flow. Yet it happens sometimes that a quarrel breaks out in their presence and ends in the shedding of blood. Thus an infraction of the ritual is committed. Among the Arhanta, the man whose blood flowed first must, to atone for this fault, celebrate a ceremony connected with the totem either of his father or of his mother. This ceremony has a special name, Alua Uparilima, which means the washing away of blood. But in itself, it does not differ from those celebrated at the time of the initiation or in the Intichiuma. It represents an event of ancestral history. So it may serve equally to initiate, to act upon the totemic species, or to expiate a sacrilege. We shall see that a totemic ceremony may also take the place of a funeral rite. Hubert and Moss have already pointed out a functional ambiguity of this same sort in the case of sacrifice, and more especially in that of Hindu sacrifice. They have shown how the sacrifice of communion, that of expiation, that of a vow, and that of a contract are only variations of one and the same mechanism. We now see that the fact is much more primitive and in no way limited to the institution of sacrifice. Perhaps no rite exists which does not present a similar indetermination. The Mass serves for marriages as for burials. It redeems the faults of the dead and wins the favors of the deity for the living, etc. Fasting is an expiation and a penance, but it is also a preparation for communion. It even confers positive virtues. This ambiguity shows that the real function of a rite does not consist in the particular and definite effects which it seems to aim at and by which it is ordinarily characterized, but rather in a general action which, though always and everywhere the same, is nevertheless capable of taking on different forms according to the circumstances. Now this is just what is demanded by the theory which we have proposed. If the real function of the cult is to awaken within the worshippers a certain state of soul, composed of moral force and confidence, and if the various effects imputed to the rites are due only to a secondary and variable determination of this fundamental state, it is not surprising if a single rite, while keeping the same composition and structure, seems to produce various effects. For the mental dispositions, the excitation of which is its permanent function, remain the same in every case. They depend upon the fact that the group is assembled, and not upon the special reasons for which it is assembled. But, on the other hand, they are interpreted differently according to the circumstances to which they are applied. Is it a physical result which they wish to obtain? The confidence they feel convinces them that the desired result is or will be obtained by the means employed. Has someone committed a fault for which he wishes to atone? The same state of moral assurance will lead him to attribute expiatory virtues to these same ritual gestures. Thus, the apparent efficacy will seem to change while the real efficacy remains invariable, and the rite will seem to fulfill various functions, though in fact it has only one, which is always the same. Inversely, just as a single rite may serve many ends, so many rites may produce the same effect and mutually replace one another. To assure the reproduction of the totemic species, one may have recourse equally to oblations, to imitative practices, or to commemorative representations. This aptitude of rites for substituting themselves for one another proves, once more, both their plasticity and the extreme generality of the useful action which they exercise. The essential thing is that men are assembled, that sentiments are felt in common and expressed in common acts. But the particular nature of these sentiments and acts is something relatively secondary and contingent. To become conscious of itself, the group does not need to perform certain acts in preference to all others. The necessary thing is that it partakes of the same thought and the same action. The visible forms in which this communion takes place matter but little. Of course, these external forms do not come by chance. They have their reasons, but these reasons do not touch the essential part of the cult. So everything leads us back to this same idea. Before all, rites are means by which the social group reaffirms itself periodically. From this, we may be able to reconstruct hypothetically the way in which the totemic cult should have arisen originally. Men who feel themselves united, partially by bonds of blood, but still more by a community of interest and tradition, assemble and become conscious of their moral unity. For the reasons which we have set forth, they are led to represent this unity in the form of a very special kind of consubstantiality. They think of themselves as all participating in the nature of some determined animal. Under these circumstances, there is only one way for them to affirm their collective existence. This is to affirm that they are like the animals of this species, and to do so not only in the silence of their own thoughts, but also by material acts. These are the acts which make up the cult, and they obviously can consist only in movements by which the man imitates the animal with which he identifies himself. When understood thus, the imitative rites appear as the first form of the cult. It will be thought that this is attributing a very considerable historical importance to practices which, at first view, give the effect of childish games. But as we have shown, these naive and awkward gestures and these crude processes of representation translate and maintain a sentiment of pride, confidence, and veneration wholly comparable to that expressed by the worshippers in the most idealistic religions, when, being assembled, they proclaim themselves the children of the Almighty God. For in the one case as in the other, this sentiment is made up of the same impressions of security and respect which are awakened in individual consciousnesses by this great moral force which dominates them and sustains them, and which is the collective force. The other rites which we have been studying are probably only variations of this essential rite. When the close union of the animal and men has once been admitted, men feel acutely the necessity of assuring the regular reproduction of the principal object of the cult. These imitative practices, which probably had only a moral end at first, thus became subordinated to utilitarian and material ends, and they were thought of as means of producing the desired result. But proportionately as, through the development of mythology, the ancestral hero, who was at first confused with the totemic animal, distinguished himself more and more and became a more personal figure, the imitation of the ancestor was substituted for the imitation of the animal or took a place beside it, and then representative ceremonies replaced or completed the imitative rites. Finally, to be surer of attaining the end they sought, men felt the need of putting into action all the means at their disposal. Close at hand, they had reserves of living forces accumulated in the sacred rocks, so they utilized them. Since the blood of the men was of the same nature as that of the animal, they used it for the same purpose and shed it. Inversely, owing to this same kinship, men used the flesh of the animal to remake their own substance. Hence came the rites of oblation and communion. But at bottom, all these different practices are only variations of one and the same theme. Everywhere their basis is the same state of mind, interpreted differently according to the situations, the moments of history, and the dispositions of the worshippers. Chapter 5. Piacular rites and the ambiguity of the notion of sacredness. Howsoever much they may differ from one another in the nature of the gestures they imply, the positive rites which we have been passing under review have one common characteristic. They are all performed in a state of confidence, joy, and even enthusiasm. though the expectation of a future and contingent event is not without uncertainty. Still, it is normal that the rain fall when the season for it comes, and that the animal and vegetable species reproduce regularly. Oft-repeated experiences have shown that the rites generally do produce the effects which are expected of them, and which are the reason for their existence. Men celebrate them with confidence, joyfully anticipating the happy event which they prepare and announce. Whatever movements men perform participate in the same state of mind. Of course, they are marked with the gravity which a religious solemnity always supposes, but this gravity excludes neither animation nor joy. These are all joyful feasts, but there are sad celebrations as well, whose object is either to meet a calamity or else merely to commemorate and deplore it. These rites have a special aspect, which we are going to attempt to characterize and explain. It is the more necessary to study them by themselves, since they are going to reveal a new aspect of the religious life to us. We propose to call the ceremonies of this sort piacular. The term piaculum has the advantage that while it suggests the idea of expiation, it also has a much more extended signification. Every misfortune, everything of evil omen, everything that inspires sentiments of sorrow or fear necessitates a piaculum and is therefore called piacular. So this word seems to be very well adapted for designating the rites which are celebrated by those in a state of uneasiness or sadness. 1. Mourning offers us a first and important example of piacular rites. However, a distinction is necessary between the different rites which go to make up mourning. Some consist in mere abstentions. It is forbidden to pronounce the name of the dead or to remain near the place where the death occurred. Relatives, especially the female ones, must abstain from all communication with strangers. The ordinary occupations of life are suspended, just as in feast time, etc. All these practices belong to the negative cult and are explained like the other rites of the same sort, so they do not concern us at present. They are due to the fact that the dead man is a sacred being. Consequently, everything which is or has been connected with him is, by contagion, in a religious state, excluding all contact with things from profane life. But mourning is not made up entirely of interdicts which have to be observed. Positive acts are also demanded, in which the relatives are both the actors and those acted upon. Very frequently, these rites commence as soon as the death appears imminent. Here is a scene which Spencer and Gillen witnessed among the Warramunga. A totemic ceremony had just been celebrated, and the company of actors and spectators was leaving the consecrated ground when a piercing cry suddenly came from the camp. A man was dying there. At once, the whole company commenced to run as fast as they could, while most of them commenced to howl. Between us and the camp, say these observers, lay a deep creek, and on the bank of this, some of the men, scattered about here and there, sat down, bending their heads forwards between their knees, while they wept and moaned. Crossing the creek, we found that, as usual, the men's camp had been pulled to pieces. Some of the women, who had come from every direction, were lying prostrate on the body, while others were standing or kneeling around, digging the sharp ends of yam sticks into the crown of their heads, from which the blood streamed down over their faces, while all the time they kept up a loud, continuous wail. Many of the men, rushing up to the spot, threw themselves upon the body, from which the women arose when the men approached, until in a few minutes we could see nothing but a struggling mass of bodies all mixed up together. To one side, 3 men of the Thappangardi class, who still wore their ceremonial decorations, sat down wailing loudly, with their backs towards the dying man, and in a minute or two another man of the same class rushed onto the ground yelling and brandishing a stone knife. Reaching the camp, he suddenly gashed both thighs deeply, cutting right across the muscles, and, unable to stand, fell down into the middle of the group, from which he was dragged out after a time by 3 or 4 female relatives, who immediately applied their mouths to the gaping wounds while he lay exhausted on the ground. The man did not actually die until late in the evening. As soon as he had given up his last breath, the same scene was reenacted, only this time the wailing was still louder, and men and women, seized by a veritable frenzy, were rushing about cutting themselves with knives and sharp-pointed sticks, the women battering one another's heads with fighting clubs, no one attempting to ward off either cuts or blows. Finally, after about an hour, a torchlight procession started off across the plain, to a tree in whose branches the body was left. Howsoever great the violence of these manifestations may be, they are strictly regulated by etiquette. The individuals who make bloody incisions in themselves are designated by usage. They must have certain relations of kinship with the dead man. Thus, in the case observed by Spencer and Gillen among the Warramunga, those who slashed their thighs were the maternal grandfather of the deceased, his maternal uncle, and the maternal uncle and brother of his wife. Others must cut their whiskers and hair, and then smear their scalps with pipe clay. Women have particularly severe obligations. They must cut their hair and cover the whole body with pipe clay. In addition to this, a strict silence is imposed upon them during the whole period of mourning, which may last as long as 2 years. It is not rare among the Warramunga that, as a result of this interdiction, all the women of a camp are condemned to the most absolute silence. This becomes so habitual to them that even after the expiration of the period of mourning, they voluntarily renounce all spoken language and prefer to communicate with gestures in which, by the way, they acquire a remarkable ability. Spencer and Gillen knew one old woman who had not spoken for over 24 years. The ceremony which we have described opens a long series of rites which succeed one another for weeks and even for months. During the days which follow, they are renewed in various forms. Groups of men and women sit on the ground, weeping and lamenting, and kissing each other at certain moments. These ritual kissings are repeated frequently during the period of mourning. It seems as though men felt a need of coming close together and communicating most closely. They are to be seen holding to each other and wound together so much as to make one single mass, from which loud groans escape. Meanwhile, the women commence to lacerate their heads again, and, in order to intensify the wounds they make, they even go so far as to burn them with the points of fiery sticks. Practices of this sort are general in all Australia. The funeral rites, that is, the ritual cares given to the corpse, the way in which it is buried, etc., change with different tribes, and in a single tribe they vary with the age, sex, and social importance of the individual. But the real ceremonies of mourning repeat the same theme everywhere. The variations are only in the details. Everywhere we find the same silence interrupted by groans, the same obligation of cutting the hair and beard, or of covering one's head with pipe clay or cinders, or perhaps even with excrements. Everywhere, finally, we find the same frenzy for beating oneself, lacerating oneself, and burning oneself. In central Victoria, when death visits a tribe, there is great weeping and lamentation amongst the women, the elder portion of whom lacerate their temples with their nails. The parents of the deceased lacerate themselves fearfully, especially if it be an only son whose loss they deplore. The father beats and cuts his head with a tomahawk until he utters bitter groans. The mother sits by the fire and burns her breasts and abdomen with a small fire stick. Sometimes the burns thus inflicted are so severe as to cause death. According to an account of Brismythe, here is what happens in one of the southern tribes of the same state. As the body is lowered into the grave, the widow begins her sad ceremonies. She cuts off her hair above her forehead and, becoming frantic, seizes fire sticks and burns her breasts, arms, legs, and thighs. She seems to delight in the self-inflicted torture. It would be rash and vain to interrupt her. When exhausted, and when she can hardly walk, she yet endeavors to kick the embers of the fire and to throw them about. Sitting down, she takes the ashes into her hands, rubs them into her wounds, and then scratches her face, the only part not touched by the fire sticks, until the blood mingles with the ashes, which partly hide her cruel wounds. In this plight, scratching her face continually, she utters howls and lamentations. The description which Howitt gives of the rites of mourning among the Kurna is remarkably similar to these others. After the body has been wrapped up in opossum skins and put in a shroud of bark, a hut is built in which the relatives assemble. There they lay lamenting their loss, saying, for instance, "Why did you leave us?" Now and then their grief would be intensified by someone. For instance, the wife uttering an ear-piercing wail, "My spouse is dead," or another would say, "My child is dead." All the others would then join in with the proper term of relationship, and they would gash themselves with sharp stones and tomahawks until their heads and bodies streamed with blood. This bitter wailing and weeping continued all night. Sadness is not the only sentiment expressed during these ceremonies. A sort of anger is generally mixed with it. The relatives feel a need of avenging the death in some way or other. They are to be seen throwing themselves upon one another and trying to wound each other. Sometimes the attack is real, sometimes it is only pretended. There are even cases when these peculiar combats are organized. Among the Kaitish, the hair of the deceased passes by right to his son-in-law. But he, in return, must go, in company with some of his relatives and friends, and provoke a quarrel with one of his tribal brothers. That is, with a man belonging to the same matrimonial class as himself, and one who might therefore have married the daughter of the dead man. This provocation cannot be refused, and the two combatants inflict serious wounds upon each other's shoulders and thighs. When the duel is terminated, the challenger passes on to his adversary the hair which he had temporarily inherited. This latter then provokes and fights with another of his tribal brothers, to whom the precious relic is next transmitted, but only provisionally. Thus it passes from hand to hand and circulates from group to group. Also, something of these same sentiments enters into that sort of rage with which each relative beats himself, burns himself, or slashes himself. A sorrow which reaches such a paroxysm is not without a certain amount of anger. One cannot fail to be struck by the resemblances which these practices present to those of the vendetta. Both proceed from the same principle that death demands the shedding of blood. The only difference is that in one case the victims are the relatives, while in the other they are strangers. We do not have to treat especially of the vendetta, which belongs rather to the study of juridic institutions. But it should be pointed out, nevertheless, how it is connected with the rites of mourning, whose end it announces. In certain societies, the mourning is terminated by a ceremony whose effervescence reaches or surpasses that produced by the inaugural ceremonies. Among the Arunta, this closing rite is called Erpmilchima. Spencer and Gillen assisted at two of these rites. One was celebrated in honor of a man, the other of a woman. Here is the description they give of the latter. They commence by making some ornaments of a special sort, called chimurelia by the men and aramurelia by the women. With a kind of resin, they fixed small animal bones, which had previously been gathered and set aside, to locks of hair furnished by the relatives of the dead woman. These are then attached to one of the headbands which women ordinarily wear, and the feathers of black cockatoos and parrots are added to it. When these preparations are completed, the women assemble in their camp. They paint their bodies different colors, according to their degree of kinship with the deceased. After being embraced by one another for some 10 minutes, while uttering uninterrupted groans, they set out for the tomb. At a certain distance, they meet a brother by blood of the dead woman, who is accompanied by some of his tribal brothers. Everybody sits down on the ground, and the lamentations recommence. A pitchite containing the chimurelia is then presented to the elder brother, who presses it against his stomach. They say that this is a way of lessening his sorrow. They take out one of the chimurelia, and the dead woman's mother puts it on her head for a little while. Then it is put back into the pitchite, which each of the other men presses against his breast, in his turn. Finally, the brother puts the chimurelia on the heads of two elder sisters, and they set out again for the tomb. On the way, the mother throws herself on the ground several times and tries to slash her head with a pointed stick. Every time, the other women pick her up and seem to take care that she does not hurt herself too much. When they arrive at the tomb, she throws herself on the knoll and endeavors to destroy it with her hands, while the other women literally dance upon her. The tribal mothers and aunts, sisters of the dead woman's father, follow her example. They also throw themselves on the ground and mutually beat and tear each other. Finally, their bodies are all streaming with blood. After a while, they are dragged aside. The elder sisters then make a hole in the earth of the tomb, in which they place the chimurelia, which had previously been torn to pieces. Once again, the tribal mothers throw themselves on the ground and slash each other's heads. At this moment, the weeping and wailing of the women who were standing round seemed to drive them almost frenzied, and the blood, streaming down their bodies over the white pipe clay, gave them a ghastly appearance. At last, only the old mother was left crouching alone, utterly exhausted and moaning weakly on the grave. Then the others raised her up and rubbed off the pipe clay with which she was covered. This was the end of the ceremony and of the mourning. Among the Warramunga, the final rite presents some rather particular characteristics. There seems to be no shedding of blood here, but the collective effervescence is translated in another manner. Among his people, before the body is definitely interred, it is exposed upon a platform placed in the branches of a tree. It is left there to decompose slowly, until nothing remains but the bones. Then these are gathered together, and, with the exception of the humerus, they are placed inside an anthill. The humerus is wrapped up in a bark box, which is decorated in different manners. The box is then brought to camp, amid the cries and groans of the women. During the following days, they celebrate a series of totemic rites concerning the totem of the deceased and the mythical history of the ancestors from whom the clan is descended. When all these ceremonies have been terminated, they proceed to the closing rite. A trench 1 foot deep and 15 feet long is dug in the field of the ceremony. A design representing the totem of the deceased and certain spots where the ancestor stopped is made on the ground a little distance from it. Near this design, a little ditch is dug in the ground. 10 decorated men then advance, one behind another, and with their hands crossed behind their heads and their legs wide apart they stand astraddle the trench. At a given signal, the women run from the camp in a profound silence. When they are near, they form in Indian file, the last one holding in her hands the box containing the humerus. Then, after throwing themselves on the ground, they advance on their hands and knees and pass all along the trench, between the legs of the men. The scene shows a state of great sexual excitement. As soon as the last woman has passed, they take the box from her and take it to the ditch near which is an old man. He breaks the bone with a sharp blow and hurriedly buries it in the debris. During this time, the women have remained at a distance, with their backs turned upon the scene, for they must not see it. But when they hear the blow of the axe, they flee, uttering cries and groans. The rite is accomplished. The mourning is terminated. 2. These rites belong to a very different type from those which we have studied hitherto. We do not mean to say that important resemblances cannot be found between the two, which we shall have to note, but the differences are more apparent. Instead of happy dances, songs, and dramatic representations which distract and relax the mind, they are tears and groans, and, in a word, the most varied manifestations of agonized sorrow and a sort of mutual pity, which occupy the whole scene. Of course, the shedding of blood also takes place in the antichiama, but this is an oblation made with a movement of pious enthusiasm. Even though the motions may be the same, the sentiments expressed are different and even opposed. Likewise, the ascetic rites certainly imply privations, abstinences, and mutilations, but ones which must be borne with an impassive firmness and serenity. Here, on the contrary, dejection, cries, and tears are the rule. The ascetic tortures himself in order to prove, in his own eyes and those of his fellows, that he is above suffering. During mourning, men injure themselves to prove that they suffer. By all these signs, the characteristic traits of the piacular rites are to be recognized. But how are they to be explained? One initial fact is constant. Mourning is not the spontaneous expression of individual emotions. If the relations weep, lament, mutilate themselves, it is not because they feel themselves personally affected by the death of their kinsman. Of course, it may be that in certain particular cases, the chagrin expressed is really felt. But it is more generally the case that there is no connection between the sentiments felt and the gestures made by the actors in the rite. If, at the very moment when the weepers seem the most overcome by their grief, someone speaks to them of some temporal interest, it frequently happens that they change their features and tone at once, take on a laughing air and converse in the gayest fashion imaginable. Mourning is not a natural movement of private feelings wounded by a cruel loss. It is a duty imposed by the group. One weeps, not simply because he is sad, but because he is forced to weep. It is a ritual attitude which he is forced to adopt out of respect for custom, but which is, in a large measure, independent of his affective state. Moreover, this obligation is sanctioned by mythical or social penalties. They believe, for example, that if a relative does not mourn as is fitting, then the soul of the departed follows upon his steps and kills him. In other cases, society does not leave it to the religious forces to punish the negligent. It intervenes itself and reprimands the ritual faults. If a son-in-law does not render to his father-in-law the funeral attentions which are due him, and if he does not make the prescribed incisions, then his tribal fathers-in-law take his wife away from him and give him another. Therefore, in order to square himself with usage, a man sometimes forces tears to flow by artificial means. Whence comes this obligation? Ethnographers and sociologists are generally satisfied with the reply which the natives themselves give to this question. They say that the dead wish to be lamented, that by refusing them the tribute of sorrow which is their right, men offend them, and that the only way of preventing their anger is to conform to their will. But this mythological interpretation merely modifies the terms of the problem, without resolving it. it is still necessary to explain why the dead imperatively reclaim the mourning. It may be said that it is natural for men to wish to be mourned and regretted. But in making this sentiment explain the complex system of rights which make up mourning, we attribute to the Australian affective exigencies of which the civilized man himself does not always give evidence. Let us admit as is not evident a priori that the idea of not being forgotten too readily is pleasing to a man who thinks of the future. It is still to be established that it has ever had enough importance in the minds of the living for one to attribute to the dead a state of mind proceeding almost entirely from this preoccupation. It seems especially improbable that such a sentiment could obsess and impassion men who are seldom accustomed to thinking beyond the present moment. So far is it from being a fact that the desire to survive in the memory of those who are still alive is to be regarded as the origin of mourning, that we may even ask ourselves whether it was not rather mourning itself which, when once established, aroused the idea of and the taste for posthumous regrets. The classic interpretation appears still more unsustainable when we know what the primitive mourning consists in. It is not made up merely of pious regrets accorded to him who no longer is, but also of severe abstinences and cruel sacrifices. The rite does not merely demand that one think of the deceased in a melancholy way, but also that he beat himself, bruise himself, lacerate himself, and burn himself. We have even seen that persons in mourning sometimes torture themselves to such a degree that they do not survive their wounds. What reason has the dead man for imposing such torments upon them? Such a cruelty on his part denotes something more than a desire not to be forgotten. If he is to find pleasure in seeing his own suffer, it is necessary that he hate them, that he be thirsty for their blood. This ferocity would undoubtedly appear natural to those for whom every spirit is necessarily an evil and redoubted power. But we know that there are spirits of every sort. How does it happen that the soul of the dead man is necessarily an evil spirit? As long as the man is alive, he loves his relatives and exchanges services with them. Is it not strange that as soon as it is freed from his body, his soul should instantly lay aside its former sentiments and become an evil and tormenting genius? It is a general rule that the dead man retains the personality of the living, and that he has the same character, the same hates, and the same affections. So this metamorphosis is not easily understandable by itself. It is true that the natives admit it implicitly when they explain the rite by the exigencies of the dead man, but the question now before us is to know whence this conception came. Far from being capable of being regarded as a truism, it is as obscure as the rite itself, and consequently cannot account for it. Finally, even if we had found the reasons for this surprising transformation, we would still have to explain why it is only temporary, for it does not last beyond the period of mourning. After the rites have once been accomplished, the dead man becomes what he was when alive, an affectionate and devoted relation. He puts the new powers which he receives from his new condition at the service of his friends. Thenceforth, he is regarded as a good genius, always ready to aid those whom he was recently tormenting. Whence come these successive transfers? If the evil sentiments attributed to the soul come solely from the fact that it is no longer in life, they should remain invariable, and if the mourning is due to this, it should be interminable. These mythical explanations express the idea which the native has of the rite and not the rite itself, so we may set them aside and face the reality which they translate, though disfiguring it in doing so. If mourning differs from the other forms of the positive cult, there is one feature in which it resembles them. It, too, is made up out of collective ceremonies which produce a state of effervescence among those who take part in them. The sentiments aroused are different, but the arousal is the same. So it is presumable that the explanation of the joyous rites is capable of being applied to the sad rites, on condition that the terms be transposed. When someone dies, the family group to which he belongs feels itself lessened, and to react against this loss, it assembles. A common misfortune has the same effects as the approach of a happy event. Collective sentiments are renewed, which then lead men to seek one another and to assemble together. We have even seen this need for concentration affirm itself with a particular energy. They embrace one another, put their arms round one another, and press as close as possible to one another. But the effective state in which the group then happens to be only reflects the circumstances through which it is passing. Not only do the relatives, who are affected the most directly, bring their own personal sorrow to the assembly, but the society exercises a moral pressure over its members to put their sentiments in harmony with the situation. To allow them to remain indifferent to the blow which has fallen upon it and diminished it would be equivalent to proclaiming that it does not hold the place in their hearts which is due it. It would be denying itself. A family which allows one of its members to die without being wept for shows by that very fact that it lacks moral unity and cohesion. It abdicates. It renounces its existence. An individual in his turn, if he is strongly attached to the society of which he is a member, feels that he is morally held to participating in its sorrows and joys. Not to be interested in them would be equivalent to breaking the bonds uniting him to the group. It would be renouncing all desire for it and contradicting himself. When the Christian, during the ceremonies commemorating the Passion, and the Jew, on the anniversary of the fall of Jerusalem, fast and mortify themselves, it is not in giving way to a sadness which they feel spontaneously. Under these circumstances, the internal state of the believer is out of all proportion to the severe abstinences to which they submit themselves. If he is sad, it is primarily because he consents to being sad, and he consents to it in order to affirm his faith. The attitude of the Australian during mourning is to be explained in the same way. If he weeps and groans, it is not merely to express an individual chagrin. It is to fulfill a duty of which the surrounding society does not fail to remind him. We have seen elsewhere how human sentiments are intensified when affirmed collectively. Sorrow, like joy, becomes exalted and amplified when leaping from mind to mind, and therefore expresses itself outwardly in the form of exuberant and violent movements. But these are no longer expressive of the joyful agitation which we observed before. They are shrieks and cries of pain. Each is carried along by the others. A veritable panic of sorrow results. When pain reaches this degree of intensity, it is mixed with a sort of anger and exasperation. One feels the need of breaking something, of destroying something. He takes this out either upon himself or others. He beats himself, burns himself, wounds himself, or else he falls upon others to beat, burn, and wound them. Thus it became the custom to give one's self up to the veritable orgies of tortures during mourning. It seems very probable that blood revenge and head hunting have their origin in this. If every death is attributed to some magic charm, and for this reason it is believed that the dead man ought to be avenged, it is because men must find a victim at any price, upon whom the collective pain and anger may be discharged. Naturally, this victim is sought outside the group. A stranger is a subject minoris resistentiae. As he is not protected by the sentiments of sympathy inspired by a relative or neighbor, there is nothing in him which subdues and neutralizes the evil and destructive sentiments aroused by the death. It is undoubtedly for this same reason that women serve more frequently than men as the passive objects of the cruelest rites of mourning. Since they have a smaller social value, they are more obviously designated as scapegoats. We see that this explanation of mourning completely leaves aside all ideas of souls or spirits. The only forces which are really active are of a wholly impersonal nature. They are the emotions aroused in the group by the death of one of its members. But the primitive does not know the psychical mechanism from which these practices result. So when he tries to account for them, he is obliged to forge a wholly different explanation. All he knows is that he must painfully mortify himself. As every obligation suggests the notion of a will which obliges, he looks about him to see whence this constraint which he feels may come. Now, there is one moral power, of whose reality he is assured, and which seems designated for this role. This is the soul which the death has liberated. For what could have a greater interest than it in the effects which its own death has on the living? So they imagine that if these latter inflict an unnatural treatment upon themselves, it is to conform to its exigencies. It was thus that the idea of the soul must have intervened at a later date into the mythology of mourning. But also, since it is thus endowed with inhuman exigencies, it must be supposed that in leaving the body which it animated, the soul lays aside every human sentiment. Hence the metamorphosis which makes a dreaded enemy out of the relative of yesterday. This transformation is not the origin of mourning, it is rather its consequence. It translates a change which has come over the affective state of the group. Men do not weep for the dead because they fear them because they weep for them. But this change of the affective state can only be a temporary one, for while the ceremonies of mourning result from it, they also put an end to it. Little by little, they neutralize the very causes which have given rise to them. The foundation of mourning is the impression of a loss which the group feels when it loses one of its members. But this very impression results in bringing individuals together, in putting them into closer relations with one another, in associating them all in the same mental state, and therefore in disengaging a sensation of comfort which compensates the original loss. Since they weep together, they hold to one another, and the group is not weakened, in spite of the blow which has fallen upon it. Of course, they have only sad emotions in common, but communicating in sorrow is still communicating, and every communion of mind, in whatever form it may be made, raises the social vitality. The exceptional violence of the manifestations, by which the common pain is necessarily and obligatorily expressed, even testifies to the fact that at this moment, the society is more alive and active than ever. In fact, whenever the social sentiment is painfully wounded, it reacts with greater force than ordinarily. One never holds so closely to his family as when it has just suffered. This surplus energy effaces the more completely the effects of the interruption which was felt at first, and thus dissipates the feeling of coldness which death always brings with it. The group feels its strength gradually returning to it. It begins to hope and to live again. Presently one stops mourning, and he does so owing to the mourning itself. But as the idea formed of the soul reflects the moral state of the society, this idea should change as this state changes. When one is in the period of dejection and agony, he represents the soul with the traits of an evil being, whose sole occupation is to persecute men. But when he feels himself confident and secure once more, he must admit that it has retaken its former nature and its former sentiments of tenderness and solidarity. Thus, we explain the very different ways in which it is conceived at different moments of its existence. Not only do the rites of mourning determine certain of the secondary characteristics attributed to the soul, but perhaps they are not foreign to the idea that it survives the body. If he is to understand the practices to which he submits on the death of a parent, a man is obliged to believe that these are not an indifferent matter for the deceased. The shedding of blood which is practiced so freely during mourning is a veritable sacrifice offered to the dead man. So something of the dead man must survive, and as this is not the body, which is manifestly immobile and decomposed, it can only be the soul. Of course, it is impossible to say with any exactness what part these considerations have had in the origin of the idea of immortality. But it is probable that here the influence of the cult is the same as it is elsewhere. Rites are more easily explicable when one imagines that they are addressed to personal beings, so men have been induced to extend the influence of the mythical personalities in the religious life. In order to account for mourning, they have prolonged the existence of the soul beyond the tomb. This is one more example of the way in which rites react upon beliefs. 3. But death is not the only event which may disturb a community. Men have many other occasions for being sorry and lamenting, so we might foresee that even the Australians would know and practice other piacular rites besides mourning. However, it is a remarkable fact that only a small number of examples are to be found in the accounts of the observers. One rite of this sort greatly resembles those which have just been studied. It will be remembered that among the Aranta, each local group attributes exceptionally important virtues to its collection of Chiringa. This is this collective palladium, upon whose fate the fate of the community itself is believed to depend. So when enemies or white men succeed in stealing one of these religious treasures, this loss is considered a public calamity. This misfortune is the occasion of a rite having all the characteristics of mourning. Men smear their bodies with white pipe clay and remain in camp, weeping and lamenting, during a period of 2 weeks. This is a new proof that mourning is determined, not by the way in which the soul of the dead is conceived, but by impersonal causes, by the moral state of the group. In fact, we have here a rite which, in its structure, is indistinguishable from the real mourning, but which is, nevertheless, independent of every notion of spirits or evil-working demons. Another circumstance which gives occasion for ceremonies of the same nature is the distress in which the society finds itself after an insufficient harvest. The natives who live in the vicinity of Lake Eyre, says Eilman, also seek to prevent an insufficiency of food by means of secret ceremonies. but many of the ritual practices observed in this region are to be distinguished from those which have been mentioned already. It is not by symbolic dances, by imitative movements, nor dazzling decorations that they try to act upon the religious powers or the forces of nature, but by means of the suffering which individuals inflict upon themselves. In the Northern Territories, it is by means of tortures, such as prolonged fasts, vigils, dances persisted up to the exhaustion of the dancers, and physical pains of every sort, that they attempt to appease the powers which are ill-disposed towards men. The torments to which the natives submit themselves for this purpose sometimes leave them in such a state of exhaustion that they are unable to follow the hunt for some days to come. These practices are employed especially for fighting against drought. This is because a scarcity of water results in a general want. To remedy this evil, they have recourse to violent methods. One which is frequently used is the extraction of a tooth. Among the Kitish, for example, they pull out an incisor from one man and hang it on a tree. Among the Diri, the idea of rain is closely associated with that of bloody incisions made in the skin of the chest and arms. Among this same people, whenever the drought is very great, the Great Council assembles and summons the whole tribe. It is really a tribal event. Women are sent in every direction to notify men to assemble at a given place and time. After they have assembled, they groan and cry in a piercing voice about the miserable state of the land, and they beg the Mura Mura, the mythical ancestors, to give them the power of making an abundant rainfall. In the cases, which, by the way, are very rare, when there has been an excessive rainfall, an analogous ceremony takes place to stop it. Old men then enter into a veritable frenzy, while the cries uttered by the crowd are really painful to hear. Spencer and Gillen describe, under the name of Intichima, a ceremony which may well have the same object and the same origin as the preceding ones. A physical torture is applied to make an animal species multiply. Among the Urubana, there is one clan whose totem is a variety of snake called Wadningadni. This is how the chief of the clan proceeds, to make sure that these snakes may never be lacking. After having been decorated, he kneels down on the ground, holding his arms straight out. An assistant pinches the skin of his right arm between his fingers, and the officiant forces a pointed bone 5 inches long through the fold thus formed. This self-mutilation is believed to produce the desired result. An analogous rite is used among the Diri to make the wild hens lay. The operators pierce their scrotums. In certain of the Lake Air tribes, men pierce their ears to make yams reproduce. But these partial or total famines are not the only plagues which may fall upon a tribe. Other events happen more or less periodically which menace, or seem to menace, the existence of the group. This is the case, for example, with the Southern Lights. The Kurnite believe that this is a fire lighted in the heavens by the great god Munganangawa. Therefore, whenever they see it, they are afraid that it may spread to the earth and devour them, so a great effervescence results in the camp. They shake a withered hand, to which the Kurnai attribute various virtues and utter such cries as "Send it away, do not let us be burned." At the same time, the old men order an exchange of wives, which always indicates a great excitement. The same sexual license is mentioned among the Wiambeo whenever a plague appears imminent, and especially in times of an epidemic. Under the influence of these ideas, mutilations and the shedding of blood are sometimes considered an efficient means of curing maladies. If an accident happens to a child among the Diri, his relations beat themselves on the head with clubs or boomerangs until the blood flows down over their faces. They believe that by this process, they relieve the child of the suffering. Elsewhere, they imagine that they can obtain the same end by means of a supplementary totemic ceremony. We may connect with these the example already given of a ceremony celebrated specially to efface the effects of a ritual fault. Of course, there are neither wounds nor blows nor physical suffering of any sort in these two latter cases, yet the rite does not differ in nature from the others. The end sought is always the turning aside of an evil or the expiation of a fault by means of an extraordinary ritual prestation. Outside of mourning, such are the only cases of piacular rites which we have succeeded in finding in Australia. To be sure, it is probable that some have escaped us, while we may presume equally well that others have remained unperceived by the observers. But if those discovered up to the present are few in number, it is probably because they do not hold a large place in the cult. We see how far primitive religions are from being the daughters of agony and fear, from the fact that the rites translating these painful emotions are relatively rare. Of course, this is because the Australian, while leading a miserable existence as compared with other more civilized peoples, demands so little of life that he is easily contented. All that he asks is that nature follow its normal course, that the seasons succeed one another regularly, that the rain fall, at the ordinary time, in abundance and without excess. Now great disturbances in the cosmic order are always exceptional. Thus it is noticeable that the majority of the regular piacular rites, examples of which we have given above, have been observed in the tribes of the center, where droughts are frequent and constitute veritable disasters. It is still surprising, it is true, that piacular rites specially destined to expiate sins seem to be completely lacking. However, the Australian, like every other man, must commit ritual faults, which he has an interest in redeeming, so we may ask if the silence of the texts on this point may not be due to insufficient observation. But howsoever few the facts which we have been able to gather may be, they are, nevertheless, instructive. When we study piacular rites in the more advanced religions, where the religious forces are individualized, they appear to be closely bound up with anthropomorphic conceptions. When the believer imposes privations upon himself and submits himself to austerities, it is in order to disarm the malevolence attributed by him to certain of the sacred beings upon whom he thinks that he is dependent. To appease their hatred or anger, he complies with their exigencies. He beats himself in order that he may not be beaten by them. So it seems as though these practices could not arise until after gods and spirits were conceived as moral persons, capable of passions analogous to those of men. For this reason, Robertson Smith thought it possible to assign a relatively late date to expiatory sacrifices, just as to sacrificial oblations. According to him, the shedding of blood which characterizes these rites was at first a simple process of communion. Men poured forth their blood upon the altar in order to strengthen the bonds uniting them to their God. The rite acquired a piacular and penal character only when its original significance was forgotten, and when the new idea which was formed of sacred beings allowed men to attribute another function to it. But as piacular rites are met with even in the Australian societies, it is impossible to assign them so late an origin. Moreover, all that we have observed, with one single exception, are independent of all anthropomorphic conceptions. There is no question of either spirits or gods. Abstinences and effusions of blood stop famines and cure sicknesses directly and by themselves. No spiritual being introduces his action between the rite and the effect it is believed to produce. So mythical personalities intervened only at a late date. After the mechanism of the ritual had once been established, they served to make it more easily representable in the mind, but they are not conditions of its existence. It is for other reasons that it was founded. It is to another cause that it owes its efficacy. It acts through the collective forces which it puts into play. Does a misfortune which menaces the group appear imminent? Then the group unites, as in the case of mourning, and it is naturally an impression of uneasiness and perplexity which dominates the assembled body. Now, as always, the pooling of these sentiments results in intensifying them. By affirming themselves, they exalt and impassion themselves and attain a degree of violence which is translated by the corresponding violence of the gestures which express them. Just as at the death of a relative, they utter terrible cries, fly into a passion, and feel that they must tear and destroy. It is to satisfy this need that they beat themselves, wound themselves, and make their blood flow. When emotions have this vivacity, they may well be painful, but they are not depressing. On the contrary, they denote a state of effervescence which implies a mobilization of all our active forces and even a supply of external energies. It matters little that this exaltation was provoked by a sad event, for it is real, notwithstanding, and does not differ specifically from what is observed in the happy feasts. Sometimes it is even made manifest by movements of the same nature. There is the same frenzy which seizes the worshippers and the same tendency towards sexual debauches, a sure sign of great nervous overexcitement. Robertson Smith had already noticed this curious influence of sad rites in the Semitic cults. In evil times, he says, when men's thoughts were habitually somber, they betook themselves to the physical excitement of religion as men now take refuge in wine. And so, in general, when an act of Semitic worship, began with sorrow and lamentation as in the mourning for Adonis, or the great atoning ceremonies, which became common in later times. A swift revulsion of feeling followed, and the gloomy part of the service was presently succeeded by a burst of hilarious revelry. In a word, even when religious ceremonies have a disquieting or saddening event as their point of departure, they retain their stimulating power over the affective state of the group and individuals. By the mere fact that they are collective, they raise the vital tone. When one feels life within him, whether it be in the form of painful irritation or happy enthusiasm, he does not believe in death. So he becomes reassured and takes courage again, and subjectively, everything goes on as if the right had really driven off the danger which was dreaded. This is how curing or preventive virtues come to be attributed to the movements which one makes, to the cries uttered, to the blood shed, and to the wounds inflicted upon one's self or others. And as these different tortures necessarily make one suffer, suffering by itself is finally regarded as a means of conjuring evil or curing sickness. Later, when the majority of the religious forces had taken the form of moral personalities, the efficacy of these practices was explained by imagining that their object was to appease an evil working or irritated God. But these conceptions only reflect the right and the sentiments it arouses. They are an interpretation of it, not its determining cause. A negligence of the ritual acts in the same way. It, too, is a menace for the group. It touches it in its moral existence, for it touches it in its beliefs. But if the anger which it causes is affirmed ostensibly and energetically, it compensates the evil which it has caused. For if it is acutely felt by all, it is because the infraction committed is an exception and the common faith remains entire. So the moral unity of the group is not endangered. Now the penalty inflicted as an expiation is only a manifestation of the public anger, the material proof of its unanimity. So it really does have the healing effect attributed to it. At bottom, the sentiment which is at the root of the real expiatory rites does not differ in nature from that which we have found at the basis of the other piacular rites. It is a sort of irritated sorrow which tends to manifest itself by acts of destruction. Sometimes it is assuaged to the detriment of him who feels it. Sometimes it is at the expense of some foreign third party. But in either case, the psychic mechanism is essentially the same. 4. One of the greatest services which Robertson Smith has rendered to the science of religions is to have pointed out the ambiguity of the notion of sacredness. Religious forces are of two sorts. Some are beneficent, guardians of the physical and moral order, dispensers of life and health and all the qualities which men esteem. This is the case with the totemic principle spread out in the whole species, the mythical ancestor, the animal protector, the civilizing heroes, and the tutelar gods of every kind and degree. It matters little whether they are conceived as distinct personalities or as diffused energies. Under either form, they fulfill the same function and affect the minds of the believers in the same way. The respect which they inspire is mixed with love and gratitude. The things and the persons which are normally connected with them participate in the same sentiments and the same character. These are holy things and persons. Such are the spots consecrated to the cult, the objects which serve in the regular rites, the priests, the ascetics, etc. On the other hand, there are evil and impure powers, productive of disorders, causes of death and sickness, instigators of sacrilege. The only sentiments which men have for them are a fear into which horror generally enters. Such are the forces upon which and by which the sorcerer acts, those which arise from corpses or the menstrual blood, those freed by every profanation of sacred things, etc. The spirits of the dead and malign genii of every sort are their personified forms. Between these two categories of forces and beings, the contrast is as complete as possible and even goes into the most radical antagonism. The good and salutary powers repel to a distance these others which deny and contradict them. Therefore the former are forbidden to the latter. Any contact between them is considered the worst of profanations. This is the typical form of those interdicts between sacred things of different species, the existence of which we have already pointed out. Women during menstruation, and especially at its beginning, are impure, so at this moment they are rigorously sequestered. Men may have no relations with them. Bull roarers and churinga never come near a dead man. A sacrilegious person is excluded from the society of the faithful, access to the cult is forbidden him. Thus, the whole religious life gravitates about two contrary poles between which there is the same opposition as between the pure and the impure, the saint and the sacrilegious, the divine and the diabolic. But while these two aspects of the religious life oppose one another, there is a close kinship between them. In the first place, both have the same relation towards profane beings. These must abstain from all contact with impure things just as from the most holy things. The former are no less forbidden than the latter. They are withdrawn from circulation alike. This shows that they too are sacred. Of course, the sentiments inspired by the two are not identical. Respect is one thing, disgust and horror another. Yet, if the gestures are to be the same in both cases, the sentiments expressed must not differ in nature. And in fact, there is a horror in religious respect, especially when it is very intense, while the fear inspired by malign powers is generally not without a certain reverential character. The shades by which these two attitudes are differentiated are even so slight sometimes that it is not always easy to say which state of mind the believers actually happen to be in. Among certain Semitic peoples, pork was forbidden, but it was not always known exactly whether this was because it was a pure or an impure thing, and the same may be said of a very large number of alimentary interdictions. But there is more to be said. It very frequently happens that an impure thing or an evil power becomes a holy thing or a guardian power, without changing its nature, through a simple modification of external circumstances. We have seen how the soul of a dead man, which is a dreaded principle at first, is transformed into a protecting genius as soon as the mourning is finished. Likewise, the corpse, which begins by inspiring terror and aversion, is later regarded as a venerated relic funeral anthropophagy, which is frequently practiced in the Australian societies, is a proof of this transformation. The totemic animal is the preeminently sacred being, but for him who eats its flesh unduly, it is a cause of death. In a general way, the sacrilegious person is merely a profane one who has been infected with a benevolent religious force. This changes its nature in changing its habitat. It defiles rather than sanctifies. The blood issuing from the genital organs of a woman, though it is evidently as impure as that of menstruation, is frequently used as a remedy against sickness. The victim immolated in expiatory sacrifices is charged with impurities, for they have concentrated upon it the sins which were to be expiated. Yet, after it has been slaughtered, its flesh and blood are employed for the most pious uses. On the contrary, though the communion is generally a religious operation whose normal function is to consecrate, it sometimes produces the effects of a sacrilege. In certain cases, the persons who have communicated are forced to flee from one another as from men infected with a plague. One would say that they have become a source of dangerous contamination for one another. The sacred bond which unites them also separates them. Examples of this sort of communion are numerous in Australia. One of the most typical has been observed among the Narranieri and the neighboring tribes. When an infant arrives in the world, its parents carefully preserve its umbilical cord, which is believed to conceal a part of its soul. Two persons who exchange the cords thus preserved communicate together by the very act of this exchange, for it is as though they exchanged their souls. But at the same time, they are forbidden to touch or speak to or even to see one another. It is just as though they were each an object of horror for the other. So the pure and the impure are not two separate classes, but two varieties of the same class, which includes all sacred things. There are two sorts of sacredness, the propitious and the unpropitious, and not only is there no break of continuity between these two opposed forms, but also one object may pass from the one to the other without changing its nature. The pure is made out of the impure, and reciprocally. It is in the possibility of these transmutations that the ambiguity of the sacred consists. But even if Robertson Smith did have an active sentiment of this ambiguity, he never gave it an express explanation. He confined himself to remarking that, as all religious forces are indistinctly intense and contagious, it is wise not to approach them except with respectful precautions, no matter what direction their action may be exercised in. It seemed to him that he could thus account for the air of kinship which they all present, in spite of the contrasts which oppose them otherwise. But the question was only put off. It still remains to be shown how it comes that the powers of evil have the same intensity and contagiousness as the others. In other words, how does it happen that they, too, are of a religious nature? Also, the energy and force of expansion which they have in common do not enable us to understand how, in spite of the conflict which divides them, they may be transformed into one another or substituted for each other in their respective functions, and how the pure may contaminate while the impure sometimes serves to sanctify. The explanation of piacular rights, which we have proposed, enables us to reply to this double question. We have seen, in fact, that the evil powers are the product of these rights and symbolize them. When a society is going through circumstances which sadden, perplex, or irritate it, it exercises a pressure over its members to make them bear witness, by significant acts, to their sorrow, perplexity, or anger. It imposes upon them the duty of weeping, groaning, or inflicting wounds upon themselves or others, for these collective manifestations, and the moral communion which they show and strengthen, restore to the group the energy which circumstances threaten to take away from it, and thus they enable it to become settled. This is the experience which men interpret when they imagine that outside them there are evil beings whose hostility, whether constitutional or temporary, can be appeased only by human suffering. These beings are nothing other than collective states objectified. They are society itself seen under one of its aspects. But we also know that the benevolent powers are constituted in the same way. They, too, result from the collective life and express it. They, too, represent the society, but seen from a very different attitude, to wit, at the moment when it confidently affirms itself and ardently presses on towards the realization of the ends which it pursues. Since these two sorts of forces have a common origin, it is not at all surprising that, though facing in opposite directions, they should have the same nature, that they are equally intense and contagious, and consequently forbidden and sacred. From this, we are able to understand how they change into one another. Since they reflect the objective state in which the group happens to be, it is enough that this state change for their character to change. After the mourning is over, the domestic group is recalmed by the mourning itself. It regains confidence. The painful pressure which they felt exercised over them is relieved. They feel more at their ease. So it seems to them as though the spirit of the deceased had laid aside its hostile sentiments and become a benevolent protector. The other transmutations, examples of which we have cited, are to be explained in the same way. As we have already shown, the sanctity of a thing is due to the collective sentiment of which it is the object. If, in violation of the interdicts which isolate it, it comes in contact with a profane person, then this same sentiment will spread contagiously to this latter and imprint a special character upon him. But in spreading, it comes into a very different state from the one it was in at first. Offended and irritated by the profanation implied in this abusive and unnatural extension, it becomes aggressive and inclined to destructive violences. It tends to avenge itself for the offense suffered. Therefore, the infected subject seems to be filled with a mighty and harmful force which menaces all that approaches him. It is as though he were marked with a stain or blemish. Yet the cause of this blemish is the same psychic state which, in other circumstances, consecrates and sanctifies. But if the anger thus aroused is satisfied by an expiatory rite, it subsides, alleviated. The offended sentiment is appeased and returns to its original state. So it acts once more as it acted in the beginning. Instead of contaminating, it sanctifies. As it continues to infect the object to which it is attached, this could never become profane and religiously indifferent again. But the direction of the religious force with which it seems to be filled is inverted. From being impure, it has become pure and an instrument of purification. In resume, the two poles of the religious life correspond to the two opposed states through which all social life passes. Between the propitiously sacred and the unpropitiously sacred, there is the same contrast as between the states of collective well-being and ill-being. But since both are equally collective, there is, between the mythological constructions symbolizing them, an intimate kinship of nature. The sentiments held in common vary from extreme dejection to extreme joy, from painful irritation to ecstatic enthusiasm. But in any case, there is a communion of minds and a mutual comfort resulting from this communion. The fundamental process is always the same, only circumstances color it differently. So, at bottom, it is the unity and the diversity of social life which make the simultaneous unity and diversity of sacred beings and things. This ambiguity, moreover, is not peculiar to the idea of sacredness alone. Something of this characteristic has been found in all the rites which we have been studying. Of course, it was essential to distinguish them. To confuse them would have been to misunderstand the multiple aspects of the religious life. But on the other hand, howsoever different they may be, there is no break of continuity between them. Quite on the contrary, they overlap one another and may even replace each other mutually. We have already shown how the rites of oblation and communion, the imitative rites and the commemorative rites, frequently fulfill the same function. One might imagine that the negative cult, at least, would be more sharply separated from the positive cult. Yet we have seen that the former may produce positive effects, identical with those produced by the latter. The same results are obtained by fasts, abstinences, and self-mutilations as by communions, oblations, and commemorations. Inversely, offerings and sacrifices imply privations and renunciations of every sort. The continuity between ascetic and piacular rites is even more apparent. Both are made up of sufferings, accepted or undergone, to which an analogous efficacy is attributed. Thus the practices, like the beliefs, are not arranged in two separate classes. Howsoever complex the outward manifestations of the religious life may be, at bottom it is one and simple. It responds everywhere to one and the same need, and is everywhere derived from one and the same mental state. In all its forms, its object is to raise man above himself and to make him lead a life superior to that which he would lead if he followed only his own individual whims. Beliefs express this life in representations. Rites organize it and regulate its working.